Sergeant First Class Involuntarily Separated John DELARM. Everybody knows about Lance Castle, United States Air Force, illegal cell extraction that was done on him. But we reached out and Lance has came on the Forgotten Soldiers and conducted a 8-hour podcast with 6 hours, 28 minutes, and 4 seconds of recorded video, combined it into 4 different episodes. So episode 48 in the United States Air Force had a pretty awesome career.
And there's a lot of things. There's like a 6-mile run or something. There's like a 3,000-meter fin swim, and then tons of water con events, tons of calisthenics events, and I literally smoke everything throughout the board.
And then episode 49 is going to be a bombshell email that's dropped, basically stating that there was never no Comirnaty vaccine at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico.
Pay attention to paragraph 3 where it says, with full licensure approval from the FDA. That's the part of the letter the Air Force messed up, as it refers to FDA-approved Comirnaty and some very specific lot numbers of the Pfizer that have never been available at Cannon.
Episode 50 claims that Lance is an insider threat, but there's text messages that are going on between his chain of command, and that's leading up to his arrest, right?
What do you call it? That's not important. He says, no worries. Can we communicate to him like, Senior in Castle, you are ordered to report to your duty section immediately, or you will be in direct violation of the commander's orders, and we will have to act, or we will have act accordingly. You may have to act accordingly. Then put a bolo out front, which is be on the lookout. And you bolo for cars. I don't know if you guys know that. Obviously, you probably guys do. I didn't know that. But a bolo for a person would mean arrest. Be on the lookout. And he's the one who suggested it. Like, at what point is enough?
Episode 51 shows Lance's arrest and cell extraction in detail with text messages that outline all the way up to the extraction.
There's me right there. That's what my jail cell looked like. Shit. Right there.
Oh, there's the camera.
Since we're on this topic, like I'll show you the legal thing that they said. Look, here, okay, let's just start here. I told him a while ago that he needs to be awake, and he refuses. What we could do is a cell extraction, and this is coming from the NCRIC.
Text messages. Episode 52 goes over Lance's court-martial and the 7 charges that he was found not guilty.
They accuse me of dislocating freaking another cop's knee. Okay, this is it, and I'm done with my charges here. The freaking cop testifies. He testifies. The cop testifies. His name's Senior Kelly. I actually like him for telling the truth. He states that I never even touched his knee.
As the evidence that Comirnaty was never at Cannon Air Force Base, who has been treated like a criminal, even though his chain of command is having an abuse of power. Share this information. That way, this will keep Lance Castle safe. We're praying for you, and God bless. Good evening, Sergeant First Class Involuntarily Separated John DeLarm. All right. I got my co-host, Scott Lauterball. What's going on, Scott?
How's everybody doing tonight? We're going to set off some fireworks pre-July 3rd. Get it ready to rock and roll. Let's do it.
Gonna light it on fire, brother. This is the Forgotten Soldiers podcast, and today we got a special guest, Staff Sergeant, United States Air Force, Lance Castle. What's going on, Lance?
Hi. How you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you for coming on here, brother. We appreciate everybody that comes on here, stands up, and it's not an easy thing to do to get your story out there and actually, try and wake the American people up on what's actually going on.
Yep.
So we appreciate you, man.
Definitely.
All right. So. Back in time to 24 August 2021, and we're going to talk about the beginning of that mandate all the way until, well, you're just going to tell your whole story, Lance. So whenever that stops. And but first, if you could just give us some of your background, what you kind of do and all that good stuff.
Of course. I forgot to say. Okay, here we go. These are my views and my views alone, and not the views of the United States Air Force or the DOD. And of course. Okay, so I joined the Air Force in 2005, around May 17th. I was 18 years old. I originally got into the pararescue pipeline. And so obviously, as you guys would know, being men, at least me, I didn't know, or let me start over. I was extremely immature, as any 18-year-old guy is, I would think. So I didn't know anything about myself at that point, really. But throughout the pararescue pipeline, I got through the indoctrination course, which back then was like a badge of honor. Um, like, I mean, other people would compare it to buds and stuff, but I mean, unless you graduated buds and indoc, you can't say that, right? But it was almost like that grueling. Um, because classes would be around 100 that start with, and then you graduate with like less than 10. And then all the plaques in the wall in the conference room, there's classes with like 2 people and 3 people. So obviously there's a lot of people that quit on themselves, and not even like for a bad cause. Like if that's not the job that they want to do, right? Then they just found out right there and then. But anyway, I got through indoctrination course and graduated with my class. And then after that, they immediately sent us to airborne school. So that's my first taste of what the Army's like, actually. So yeah, we had to go to jump school in Fort Benning, Georgia. And again, I'm just a freaking little kid, man, not knowing what's up. Just this is the military, you know. So after that, I'm trying to remember the order. I think
What
yeah. So after that, go
what
ahead.
year did you go to jump school?
2006. Yeah,
I mean, I might have
2006.
been there with you.
Really? No way. That's crazy.
Actually, I think that was 2005.
Oh,
So
okay.
so right before that. But yeah,
Oh,
we've been in pretty much the same time. Well, I'm out now, but yeah,
yeah.
that's pretty cool, man.
That's cool. Holy crap. And then after that, so how it used to work is like they're supposed to send you to dive school since your body's conditioned to the indoctrination course of how heavy water confidence is what it's called. The buddy breathing, the I'm trying to remember all the names now. The ditch and dawns, the drown proofing, all that crap. But they sent us to airborne first, my class, and then after that, they immediately sent us to Halo School, which was in North Carolina, for the whole wind tunnel and the parachute packing and all that stuff. And then they send you to Yuma, Arizona to start the jumps and all that. So I went through free for all school, got through that. Then we go to SEER class or SEER school in Fairchild, Washington, and then water or helicopter egress. And then we went to dive school. But now we're all just mixed up, because different ranks that we graduated with. So I go to dive school and I failed dive school. I failed combat dive school. And then I failed it by trailing off of my commander of the class at the time. We just swam it so slow, like dummies, I guess. So anyway, we both failed it. We got sent back to Indoc to get smoked. Not to do the whole course over again, obviously, but to get smoked. And then they sent us back, and I think I failed it again. And I'm trying to remember, man. This is like 2006. Yeah, 2006. Yeah, that's crazy. So I failed. It's called one-man confidence. And again, you just have your tanks on your back, and you're at the deep end of the pool, and you're blacked out mask, and then the instructor messes with you and messes with the gear. But I mean, they build you up to it,
Mm.
And I think I don't want to say I freaked out, but I definitely did fail. So anyway, I failed out of the pararescue course, but I'm stacked out, right, with all these badges and stuff at that point. And then they throw me in supply because it's the Air Force needs. Usually people that fail out of people who quit or fail out of pararescue in the Air Force usually get security forces or supply or services, really.
Mm.
Yeah. So 2007, I start tech school for supply, and that is just going from hardcore physical activities, which I love. Like I love pushing myself, which I didn't realize I did at the time until I went through that. I didn't know that was in me to not quit, stuff like that. I'd rather die. I already had that mindset. Like I'd rather die than comply kind of mindset.
Mm.
Especially back then when the instructors can condone and love their students passing out underwater, like doing a 50-meter underwater, and if you can't make it and you're gulping and you pass out back then in 2005 and 2006, dude, they love that. And they resuscitate you and
Are
they
you
bring you
talking
back.
about where you're treading water and then you push all your air out and go down?
No, that's drown proofing.
Okay.
Well,
My
treading
buddy showed me
water.
how to do that,
Yeah.
and that's fucking hard.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Yeah. You just,
I'm not
yeah.
made to be in the water, man. I got a lot of respect for you.
Yeah.
You got to be in really good shape, and
Yeah.
fuck, not me, man. I can't do that shit.
Yeah. Well, this is more so the 50-meter underwater that you start at the shallow end
Mm.
and you do a whole swim underwater, you kick off and you go back on one breath hold. So that, and a lot of people would pass out. Yeah. And again, if you pass out to the instructors back then, you're showing by action that you want to be there, right? Like there's no other way to better show that than doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, now if you try that in 2024, there's no way. There's no way they encourage that now, you know? It's completely changed now.
Yeah,
And
my first sergeant used to say, because when I was in 82nd, just a young fucking soldier, he would just take us for these long ass runs, and he would just take off, and then he basically said, "Hey, don't quit till you pass out." And I mean, that was the mentality back then,
exactly.
you know what I mean? And that
Yeah.
was probably, probably the end of '05, somewhere around there. So
Completely, yeah. So supply, right? I'm in supply tech school, which is also at Lackland Air Force Base. The pararescue pipeline stuff was at the Medina side. There's a little annex section to Lackland back then. So yeah, I'm in supply now, and it was just horrible, man. Like supply was harder than because this is my heart's not in it, you know. And I know I'm talking about my first year in the Air Force, and now I'm in my 19th year, and I'm supply, right? But I'll get into how I'm still supplying stuff. But it just we'll get into that. So tech school was it was bad, man. Different mindset. I'm different obviously with all these people who are different mindset, stuff like that. But I mean, I meet a girl, obviously, you know, and we hit it off and we become boyfriend, girlfriend, blah blah blah. So she made it a lot more fun, definitely. Um, but then after supply, I get Oklahoma, Tinker Air Force Base. She gets North Dakota, and she was like in the guard, or she was going for guard or something. So she got Fargo, but she had to go to Grand Forks and whatnot. Grand Forks, yeah, or Minot, I don't know, one of those. But so now now I'm in supply in Oklahoma City at Tinker Air Force Base, and again, it's just horrible. But I don't really complain. You know, my goal at that point, and it's always been my goal, really, man, up until the vaccine mandate. So was to get back to Paris, you know, or try out for combat control or something like that. So that
you're
was
not fucking made to sit in the office and do paperwork,
right.
and
Yeah.
like you
Yeah.
didn't join the military to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2008 goes by. So I need to say this too, because yeah, I need to say this is important, just for full transparency. So I do get an Article 15, and that's my first ever paperwork up to that point, and after that point, up into the vaccine stuff. And it's obviously punitive charges, is not, you know, disciplinary, progressive discipline. It's punitive. And what I did was wrong. And I'll say right here, I mean, I made amends, you know, and I falsified the scoring because I was a PTO. They made me a PTO because of how in shape I was then. And a master sergeant who him and I went to the club, you know, like we're like it's a brand new Air Force in the supply section. Went to the club, like it's real cool. And he asked me if I could falsify his airman's PT score. And he's a good airman. He just can't pass his damn run time. And he asked me, dude, can you please help him? Let him pass and just he can get out of here. And he can just start brand new at Turkey, I think is where he was PCSing to. And my chill and relaxed mindset and attitude, I was like, dude, yeah, why not? I don't care. Yeah, absolutely. So I do it. And his friend, he tells his friend, you know, the guy who I do it for, the airman. And then his friend asked me if I could do it. And I told him no. And then the whole squadron knows a week or two later. And I'm getting called into I'm getting called into the commander's office and then I got read my rights. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I'm almost scared. I think I was 19 now. And or 19, yeah, 1920 or something, like 19 or 20. And I just admit it, like, oh damn. Well, actually I was like, dang, this is what it's for. Like I thought it was something else outside of duty, you know, like
Getting your rights read, that's pretty, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I admit to it. No intention of lying about it. I was like, oh yeah, I did. But I told him the truth. I told him I was asked to do it. Not saying that that's right, but like, I mean, you know, I was asked to do it. And like I said, I was young back then. And obviously that's wrong. And I should have
I'm
known
not going
better.
to tell you all the mistakes I made when I was young.
Right. That's how you learn. And that's how you learn, right?
Yeah.
Have I ever done that ever again in my 19 years and 2 months in the Air Force? Never. I've never falsified another document, right? So, but the reason why I'm saying that is because my commander, now we're going to fast forward again, right, to 19 years. That's what I'm doing. Constantly bounce back. Like, here's my timeline and going from here to here, and I'm just going to mix it all up, I guess. But my commander starts to, man, where I'm at now with all this, like he finds every little thing that I've ever done, man, even a speeding ticket that I paid for, like, but he throws that in there. Like, this is how bad my commander has tried to burn me, and he still has failed up to this point. So anyway, back to my Article 15. I wrote my rebuttal, nice and professional. Took accountability of what I did, and again, I'll admit it was wrong, man. But I've never done it again. I got a rank suspension, which is not a demotion. It's a 6-month suspension, and if you mess up in that 6-month suspension, like you get any paperwork, including even being late to work, then the demotion will take effect,
Right.
and then you're demoted. So I had a 6 months rank suspension, and then I had 14 days extra duty, and then a reprimand on top of that. So that was my punishment, right? And no issues for the 6 months. Came to work, did my 14 hours extra duty throughout the weekends, like you're supposed to, 12-hour shifts. And I think I painted the whole squadron. Well, I remember painting, but definitely remember painting offices. So that's what they had me do, is paint, paint, paint.
Sounds
And that
about
was it.
right.
Yeah,
Extra
I took
duty
my lickings
painting,
and
sweeping,
Man,
mopping.
they busted out some Mr. Miyagi stuff on you, man.
yeah, yeah, wax on. So I took my lickings, but it hurt me too to test for staff. I think the first time I was able to test for staff, it hurt because back then, when they weighed, let me see, because they changed the whole weighing system now, but I don't even want to get into that of how it's of the WAPS test stuff, weighted airman promotion system. But that definitely hurt me for like 2-3 years. It was so hard to make staff. Anyway, so 2009 comes, right? Like this is how not as bad as it sounds for anyone out there that's listening to this. Like, oh my gosh, you got Article 15, whatever. Like, I get recommended to go back to pararescue because I put in for it and to retrain, and I get my commander's endorsement. I get my supervisor's endorsement. Everybody's like, yeah, hell yeah, dude, send him back. He's definitely the right man for that job. So in 2009, okay, like late 2009, actually no, 2010, I go back, I retrain, I have to start all over. Like I said, I already have the badges and the graduation portrait, and I'm in a class of like 130 people, and they see my uniform, because only the instructors there have those badges as well. So I was already looked at, at a higher level, and the instructors already knew me too, so they had it out for me, man. I had to really earn regraduating in doc, and that was fine. I was all for it. I don't want it easy. So I graduated again with my class. It was 9 weeks long. That one was ball. Like for any PJ out there listening, I'll give, and they don't believe me, I guess. That was ball 7, 2010. They can look that class up. And the other one I graduated was balls. That's the team name, balls 1, 2006. And my proctor was Sergeant Keaton. He was a chief now, a retired chief at this point. Keen, and then the 2010 one was Sergeant Addinger and Sergeant Warren. Crazy, I still freaking remember these guys. Yeah. So anyway, I go back through pararescue, smoke in doc, dude. Like I graduate. When you get to the end, there's like a final exam or whatever it's called, and if you fail it, you get one more shot the next day to pass anything you failed. And there's a lot of things. There's like a 6-mile run or something. There's like a 3,000-meter fin swim, and then tons of water con events, tons of calisthenics events, and I literally smoke everything throughout the board. Yeah, and I don't say that to gloat. I just remember that right now. So anyway, I got through that, and then they do it right this time. They send us to dive school. And again, like not again, I failed at the triple stack, man. I was young. I was like 24 now. And I think that's all I wanted. I just wanted those badges, I was so obsessed with getting airborne halo and dive, like PJs, just especially as you're in the pipeline, it's highly sought after, like the coveted triple stack, which is silly now looking back on it, but back then definitely is what a lot of people liked. So I get through dive school, and since I already had airborne halo and sear and underwater egress, they don't send me back to that, which I was happy with because I already knew it from graduating, just 3 years prior, but they would send me through a refresher, if I got through the whole pipeline. So my world kind of gets flipped upside down at this point, because now I got through all the hard stuff, and that dive school thing, man, was like that was some unfinished business for 3 years, right? Like that hurt. I wanted to go back and get my dang dive bubble. So now that I got that and all the physicals out of the way, then you start medical school, man. And that was at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And you start EMT basic, which I think was like 2 months or something. And then you go straight into EMT paramedic, which could take up to a year. And it's just class. It's just class, dude. There's no more physical stuff. There's none of that. That's just classwork. And I have ADHD. I didn't know I had it either back then. So learning was really hard because I couldn't focus back then. I'm like, it was uninteresting to me. And I'm not even unashamed to say that I joined pararescue. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I actually originally wanted to go Marine Force Recon because my dad was in the Marines, and then he changed and went Air Force and then retired Air Force. But he was so adamant on me not joining the Marines. He's like saying, like, you're gonna give your life for no reason and get your legs blown off when you're deployed, and you shouldn't be doing that. Like he was looking out after me, I guess. So I actually was talking to the Marine recruiter back then before even joining the Air Force. And then my dad secretly went behind my back, tell that recruiter to like effing stop talking to him, leave him alone, kind of thing. And they did. And then my dad sat me down and was like, if you really want something challenging, man, like he was saying the Air Force is the way to go, which it wasn't for me, man. I don't know. I probably think I would have done a lot better in the Army or Marines, because they include rifle scores, right, for promotion and PT and stuff, or no?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Dude, exactly. And Air Force, you don't get any of that. It's just you fail or pass your PT test, but you don't get any extra points for smoking your PT test or getting a perfect 100. Am I right there, Scott, or no? From what
Yeah,
I
you
know.
don't get nothing. You don't get nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Unless the commanders come out and give you like a coin or whatever. That's it.
Better be a good ass coin.
Exactly. Yep. Oh, speaking of coin real fast, this is funny. So I was actually coined by the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin himself, when he was a 4-star general
Disgusting.
of CENTCOM. Yeah, of CENTCOM. That fool was like 6'7", dude. He's tall as shit. But it was useless, dumb coin, man. I just got to Doha, my deployment in Qatar, like not having a real deployment, right? Like people make fun of that place as a deployment because there's a bar, there's a couple bars on that base too, and all that stuff, man. It's a joke compared to the Army's deployment and stuff like that. But he just coined me, like my leaders or section asked me if I wanted to go get coin. I was like, okay, yeah, let's go get coin. Blah blah blah. That's why I'm so against awards in the Air Force, man. They like when you walk into any squadron, there's like quarterly and yearly NCO.
So that wasn't really earned. It was just like, hey, you want to go?
Yeah.
Is that that's what you're saying? It didn't really.
Oh, yeah,
it wasn't. Didn't mean anything. Had no meaning behind it.
Oh,
because you didn't earn
absolutely.
it. Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
mean, well, for my leaders to even ask me to do it, I would think that they would think that I'm not POS. So I'm not trying to say I was a POS, but I didn't feel I did anything significant other than not be a POS.
Scott, what's a POS? Just so everybody knows. It's a piece of shit. You know?
Yeah. Oh,
so everybody knows what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'll say it.
Yeah. So where am I at now? Okay, so back to the pararescue pipeline. So man, I failed the EMT basic, and then they let me redo it. I forget what it's called, redlining it when you fail or something. So I had to re-go through it all over again. Okay, and which is great because I need like sometimes to read things over twice back then, and it was great. Like I got to go through it again. Like the information is not foreign anymore. Like, oh, okay, I get it this time. That kind of stuff. But I didn't study. It was hard for me to study. I like I said, man. I wanted to go out. I wanted to explore Albuquerque. I got really big into partying and clubbing, man. Like I've never clubbed so hard in my life. And other than Albuquerque, man, because that was crazy. I would go out with my friends at the time every Wednesday night. Like every Wednesday night, there's a hot spot. Every Thursday night, there's a hot spot. Friday, Saturday, like 4 times a freaking week, going out drinking, trying to, find girls to talk to, and I'm not studying. Kidding me? I would wake up hungover the next day.
So I know what you're
And
doing, Scott. You're
yeah.
processing everything you did when you were that young.
Hey, don't. Hey, everybody goes
That's
through
what
it.
I'm doing. I'm like,
Hey,
hold on.
everybody goes through that, and if they don't, or they don't talk about it,
it's a
you know,
phase.
and they're just straight up
Everybody
lying
goes
because
through the
everybody
same
did the
thing.
same thing.
For anyone
What
that
is
thinks
this?
I'm
Mountain Valley spring water.
yeah. For anyone that thinks I'm drinking alcohol over here, I guess.
Is that from Albuquerque?
You order these online, but
Oh,
that's
dude.
funny joke. Funny joke. Honestly,
You're
just
right,
tastes
John.
like
I was processing that in my mind when he's telling that. I was like, man, I used to do the same thing when I was in the Navy.
Yeah. So
no.
everybody does, man.
Everybody did it.
Yeah.
It's
I
all
got some
part of the
stories too.
experience.
So you were
Of
clubbing it
course.
up in Albuquerque? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I got some stories like we all do, but
Mm.
I'm not even gonna dare say it on this thing with what my command would try and swing that with, you know? Like I'll never know. And it wasn't illegal, you know, it was just some fun stuff, I guess you could say. So anyway, yeah, it takes me a while to get through the basic EMT basic, but I get through, I graduate that, and then you start paramedic a week later. And that thing, man, that thing is crazy, man. Like, dang, I have all my books around here somewhere if I can show you that, but there's a lot of books that they give you. So I fail that. I make it to the end, and then I fail my national registry test, which is what you need to pass to get your license. And I'm trying to remember the order. And God, I'm trying to remember the order, man. But I remember failing that. And then I went through it all over again. And then I passed that test along with clinicals because you have to go through a 12-week clinical thingy. And they would, at that time, they would send members either to Davis Monthan or like that area in Arizona, or New York. And that one was like, if you got that, like the New York clinicals, man, like, damn, you come back with knowledge, you know, and experience. Or Albuquerque, or they keep you local and you just do Albuquerque, which also has some good stuff, right? But 9 times out of 10, the calls are medical, just straight medical stuff. It's rare to get like a trauma call, like, oh shit, like gunshot wound victim, blah blah, and you're on the scene of that, you know. So during clinicals, I'm still partying too, man. Like it's so hard. Like I wasn't focused, and I'm admitting it. You know, I was a baby. I was 25 years old, man. I'm 38, I just turned 38. I would never want to go back to me being 25, like my brain, because what I know now and what I didn't know then, whoa, big difference, right? Like obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I think the woman's brain matures around 22, 23, and then the man's is around 30, 31. So that alone right there too says a lot. You know how obviously women don't like to date men their own age, you know, stuff like that, because we're immature. Now I don't know about y'all, but I was immature as a heck around that age, like crazy. I'm just gonna ask you, were you guys immature at that age or what?
What, 28, 25?
25, 25?
25. No, I had kids young, man. So I had to
Oh no,
grow
yeah,
up.
yeah,
I grew up
exactly,
fast.
yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean,
I heard that, yeah. You have kids that they mature you quick. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
you know,
I was married at
the
20. I
kids
was
make
married
you
at
mature.
24. That was it for me. 24. Found my wife. That was it. Been married for 25 years. Got 3 kids. So
Yeah.
as soon as, like I said, I was dating her and everything. My grand years, I would say, in the Navy were from 18 to 22, pretty much, and then 23 I mellowed out, and that was it. So,
Dang, yeah.
See,
Awesome,
everything
yeah.
I did was so when I got to my first unit, I think it was like 2005. We deployed in 2006. So between
Oh,
5
damn.
and 6, like I was off the hook. And
Right,
then I
right.
deployed. I came back in it was like the end of 2007. We did a 15-month deployment, but I think I was there for like 13, maybe 14 months. And then
Damn.
there was a period of time where I was still a little wild. And then in 2008, I had my first kid. So after that, it was like, okay, I'm like adulting. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yep. I can speak from experience too, because now since I've had a son, yeah, man. People who haven't had kids, they can't understand what it's like to have kids, and understandably, right? Like, how could you imagine having kids when you didn't? But like, it does mature you, obviously. Like, you want to live for them, support them and teach them, and
Yep.
you
A lot of
at least
responsibility, man.
Yep,
yeah. So let's see here. Where am I at? Okay, yeah. So I'm at clinicals. Okay, and I got some stories, man. I got some stories during clinicals. Like, I was assigned to Rescue 8 in Albuquerque, and then so you work like a 24-hour shift with fire department with the fire department, and my head preceptor, his first name's Kevin. I don't remember his last name. O'Leary. No, it can't be that. It was something like that. It'd be hilarious if he watches this someday. But man, any scene we came onto, he was big into hands-on. Like, he's like, Castle, this is you. Take this. And he'll just watch me, And if I F up severely, then he'll take over.
You're working
But
with the fire department?
yeah.
And you guys are usually first on scene, right? The fire department?
Yeah. And yeah, man, I hated it, dude. I hated it. I was not as confident with that at all. And I would try to do my best, but we came onto a scene once in someone's house and he was ODing straight up. Yeah, I couldn't bring him back. So there's that, like there's babies that I've delivered in the back of an ambulance. And there's one, man, I'll never forget, like, she didn't even know she was pregnant. Like, she's a bigger woman, obviously. And that was a traumatic experience. And then the placenta comes out, and then my instructor tells me to hold it to my face, dude. It's like a humongous freaking pizza. And that was nasty. Well, what I'm saying is, man, I'm not into this stuff. I'm not into this stuff. Yeah, my mom's a nurse, right? So, but it's not in my blood. It's not in my freaking blood, man. Like, I don't get queasy or anything with IV sticks or anything like that, but it's not enjoyable, man. Like, I was never passionate, which is great. Like, it's great that I never became a PJ because all I wanted was the hard stuff and to be tested. And so it was like I put that behind me now, especially now that I got a hell of a new purpose, which is what you guys do too. Like, this is and to me, this is way bigger than ever wanting to be a PJ. Like, this is way, yeah, dude. This is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna jump a little bit and we can get back, but I'm just gonna
What's a
fast
PJ?
forward. Oh, pararescue jumper is what it stands for, but pararescue.
Okay.
Yeah, they work with anybody really. They could be attached to a SEAL team, and this is part of a CSAR, Combat Search and Rescue, and they're the doctor of the team technically, and their job is to do surgical airways or whatever thing they need, whatever surgical stuff interventions they need to be done in the field until he could stabilize that patient and get him to an actual ER, back at the base and stuff like that. But yeah. But so I'm in Cannon and there's a PJ base here. It's a 26 STS. And I was actually there as supply, right? Like, this is I'm jumping big time. But all the PJs that I met there and combat controllers too, and I don't even mean this to be rude. So if anyone listens to this and they think it's rude, then they're just sensitive. But man, that's not what I remember PJs to be anymore, like because I was big into CrossFit. I still am. I'm still recovering from my surgeries, and once I do, I'm gonna get back into the scene. But man, like, I was fitter at that time. This was around, let's see, this was the COVID stuff too, man. This was at the end of 2021, and my commander PCA'd me, permanent change of assignment, to that squadron that I later find out it was due to me not being vaccinated. But they all lie to me at the time and say, like, you need a fresh new start, blah, blah. But it was just for me not being vaccinated. And I think how it worked was I was ruining the roster numbers, like, instead of being 100% for a squadron.
Right.
They're 99.3.
It's big for the commanders to be able to say I have 100% so they can get their records straight.
They need their numbers.
Yeah.
So they can look good for their buddies and their higher up. You know what I mean?
Let's stay with your career, man, because I'd want to do the intro of all you. I mean, I think it's fucking awesome.
My bad. Yeah, my bad.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah. So let's see, where am I at now? So, the paramedic stuff. I get through the clinicals,
and again, you're working trauma, you're working ICU, you're working the ER trauma, you're working ambulance or not ambulance, fire department, and OBGYN. So they just have you rotated constantly, man. It is a lot. I get through that, and I started to become confident. Like, damn, dude, I can get like I get through anything, but not like superbly by like because I was like just getting through things like that. I was surprised I even got through that, I guess, while like clubbing it hard, man, clubbing hardcore. And yep. And then the final week of paramedic, you take the national registry. Man, if the order's messed up, then I apologize. But yeah, this sounds weird. But whatever. I took the national registry and got my license. I passed. Surprised I passed too, right? And now I'm a nationally registered, certified paramedic officially, right? Okay, and then a couple months later, you start the final school of pararescue, which is also still in Curlin, and it's the PJU, nickname PJU Pararescue Apprentice Course. And there's like 6 phases. Back then, it was dirt med right off the bat, and then if you got through that, you went through land navigation, and then mountain phase, and then weapons and tactics. Oh no, weapons and tactics, and then air ops, and then the final FTX or whatever. But anyway, I didn't even get through the dirt med phase. I failed out. I killed my burn patient. It was a dummy patient. But they're, again, baby, childish, immature, straight up admitting it. But so I failed out of that. They gave me another chance. I do a little better job of how to handle a burn patient. But in the end, man, I don't know. I don't know my stuff at the back of my hand. I don't know my drug dosages. And again, it's not in my heart. So like, so that was it, right? That was it. And since there's also supply almost at every base, obviously, or probably is at every base, they just transferred me to a supply job to a brand new squadron in that same base, right? Like the next month, and that was like, damn, it happened again,
So how close were you to completing?
Yeah, so that if I would have completed that phase, which is about 5 months, and I failed out after the first 6 weeks of that. So I was what, 4 months away or something like that. So that was hard because again, my fault, but that was hard when I saw all of my buddies graduate and they got their maroon berets, which you dream about throughout the pipeline. So anyway, let's see. So I'm a supply again, right? Again, exact same stuff. It's exact same stuff. But I hate it. It's always my dream was now I want to become a combat controller. So I need to do what I can in supply, like do as little as I can to be recommended, which is above the minimum. So when I say do as little as I can, it's whatever I need to do to be recommended to try out for combat control. Eventually, right? This is eventually, and this is 2013 now. So, yeah, 2013. So I get into CrossFit, dude, at this time, hardcore, because there's a girl at the time who I was really into, and like really into. She got me into CrossFit. Her name's Caroline. I'll just throw that out there. But she got me into CrossFit, but her and I didn't work out. But then I just loved CrossFit, because all the stuff that I would go to the gym and compete against the other members who were good too. There's rope climbs, man. There's like burpees and all, like stuff that I've learned from Indoc, like rope climbs. And I already know how to rope climb. And a lot of people don't even know how to rope climb in CrossFit, And I'm like, I'm smoking all these fit people already with no experience in CrossFit. So that was like really fulfilling. So I got into the competitive side of it. And after like 6 months or 7 months of training in CrossFit while doing supply, like that. But like supply was just a daytime job kind of thing. Just get through the day, And then once I'm released for the day, go live your life, and which was CrossFit for me. Like the coaches, they think I have promise, right? So they start coaching me a little bit more, investing in me. And anyway, I enter my first competition 6-7 months later, and there's a big competition in Albuquerque, and I won that, my first comp. And that's when I started to take this seriously. I was like, dude, this is big. And then I learned about the CrossFit Games and what all that stuff. Have you guys ever heard of the CrossFit Games, first of all?
Nope.
No? Oh, yeah, it's like ESPN.
Nobody knows about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, if you do CrossFit, man, you think like everyone knows CrossFit. It's like the same.
I'm not a big CrossFit fan. I think it's kind of gay, but I've never. That's just me talking. I never really went to a CrossFit thing, and I never had anybody actually show me how to do it. but I'm more
Yeah.
old school, like get the weights, but I kind of do more of like a round robin type thing with the weights where
Yeah.
I'm going harder and I'm going faster. I'm
Yeah.
doing more repetitions. I mean,
Circuit.
is that kind of the same? Yeah,
That
circuit.
is, I was just about to tell you,
But
that's
then
CrossFit.
I usually try and run a mile before I do my circuit, so I've already got my heart rate up, and I really enjoy doing that. But I mean, is that kind of the same shit?
That is literally CrossFit. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm a CrossFitter.
Yeah, you just do CrossFit style workouts, but
Well,
it's
not
not.
gay no more.
Yeah, unless it's CrossFit, like from a CrossFit like workout or from the website,
Yeah.
then it's CrossFit. You know, so the only thing that you could change to make CrossFit is you saying it's CrossFit. Literally, that's it. Other than that, it's functional fitness. You know, you're doing functional fitness, which is CrossFit.
Yeah, it's like getting your heart rate up, getting your
Yeah.
and getting the weights up while working on your cardio, right? Basically,
Yeah.
kind of a mixture of it all, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. And then when you get into the competitive side, it's completely different. People just think that CrossFit's for wusses or whatever like that. It's because they see like, you know, the old ladies doing little kettlebell swings and stuff like that.
I
But
hate
man, if you get into the competitive side of it, like I said, dude, man, it's a balance of what you're talking about, which is a Metcon, metabolic conditioning. There's body weight movements like handstand push-ups or just regular push-ups or burpees, right? And then that also goes into like gymnastics movements like ring muscle ups and bar muscle ups and just I thought those were fun. Have you guys ever heard of like handstand walks? People walking on their hands and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the second thing. The third thing now is weightlifting. Like you need to have if you want to get far in competition, you need a massive deadlift, a 1 rep max deadlift, a bench press, a back squat. Like those are the big three. And if you got those three, man, you'll get a nice front squat. You just gotta get your mobility there. You'll have a nice overhead squat. Like that's the foundation that you need to succeed. I didn't even mean to rhyme there.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. And then you'll get a
Those
nice
guys are in
overhead.
really good shape. Then
Yeah.
I mean, most of the people I see doing CrossFit, it's probably not at the level you were involved in. And then the same thing at the gym. If you're just doing regular weightlifting and you go to the gym, it's kind of you don't see the guys that are really doing it anyway. So you just kind of have this opposite idea of what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just like to swim.
What?
What's that? Swim and bike ride. That's it. That's all I do.
Yeah. Well, guess what? That's CrossFit too.
Oh, there you go.
You're a CrossFitter,
Literally, like,
Scott.
there's competitions that start with like triathlon, like the CrossFit Games level, you know, and there's tons of swimming events in CrossFit competitions. I'm telling you, it's everything fitness you could even think of. And then the fourth one, though, is Olympic weightlifting. And to be successful and to have a heavy clean and jerk or a snatch, have you guys ever heard of those?
Yeah, all that shit's hard, man.
Yeah, it's
hard.
Fast twitch, explosive, high athletic capabilities, and you'll learn it. You know, if you don't have it down, you have to learn it, obviously. But you mix all four of those together now, all those four that I just mentioned, it's like, dude, it's like fun, man. I'm getting passionate even just talking about it because I haven't done CrossFit now for so long because like of all this bullshit. It's so hard to even concentrate, you know, other than do what I do. Read emails and write emails and, you know, come on podcasts, which I'm grateful for sure. But I can't even watch like a movie on Netflix or whatever because halfway in I'll be zoned out thinking of something that my commander did that I need to bump with something that I think I have a strong hunch on, which I'm usually right on, you know. So like this needs to be taken care of like with accountability, not taken care of like put it behind me and take my medication. No, dude, that's a band-aid to a gunshot wound. The intervention to get that bullet out is a lawsuit, is getting out with an honorable, you know, and once that's out, then I could start to heal truly, you know. Anyway, I got off there again.
So you just won the is that Albuquerque CrossFit competition?
Yeah, so that starts it, and then it branches out, man. I'm literally taking leave and flying to New York to enter competitions solo, right? Where I got third at some other comp. But man, I have like over 70 competitions at this point. And yeah, back then, I don't want to explain how the whole CrossFit competition season worked because that's ridiculous. And I could talk about that for an hour, but if you can make it to the regional level back then, now it's called sanctional. But the regional level back then, it was what region you're in. And I'll just talk about the region I was in, which was Albuquerque, which is New Mexico. So the region that it's called the Southwest region is New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and Nevada. So those 5 states, and the total, the top 20 fittest guys out of those 5 states combined, not 20 out of each state, get to go to regionals, and battle against the other 20 of another region, and then they combined it. Yeah, and my dog's barking, sorry. So back then it was a Southwest regional, and then they combined it with a South regional, and then you got the South regional like that, you know. And there's like 7 more in the world. Asia was 1 regional. They go up against Australia, and they're called the frick, I don't remember what that was called now. But like that, Europe was 1. Actually, Europe might have been its own because how big it is. But it's just like that, you know, they break it up like that. But I made the regional competitions a lot of times because that's all I would do. You know, I would train throughout my lunch. So I worked mids too, throughout supply. I'll take a long lunch, you know, because I have the phone right there if anyone needs me. If they need a part ordered for an aircraft, blah, 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 whatever. But like that's what I did, man. 2013, 14, 15, 16, and 17, and 18. It was just that. It was that CrossFit. So I now stopped clubbing, obviously, because if I go out drinking,
Oh yeah,
my
definitely.
training is gonna be wrecked tomorrow, right? So that was a natural way to want, like, just I had no desire to go out anymore ever again because
Well,
I always wanted.
you found a passion, man.
Yep.
Right, exactly, yeah.
You gotta stay
And then,
locked into it.
yeah, and then to make the CrossFit Games back then, which first place is like $300,000, second place is like 150,000, third place like, you know, like it's big money there. And if anybody just Googles CrossFit game or CrossFit Games on YouTube, dude, it's a whole new world, obviously, right? Like it's a whole new world. But yeah. So to make it back then though, you have to place top 3 out of these regions, like top 3. And I made it, I got 10th place once, which was pretty good. And then I trained even harder and I got 11th place the next year, which sucks, right? But that's because I'm getting older, which I don't know, that's not a good excuse. But like there's it's becoming more popular, more competitions entering, more young guns are coming into it, blah blah blah. But anyway, yeah. So I never made the CrossFit game, and dude, it's so difficult. You need to be full-time sponsor. These guys are sponsored by Nike and all that stuff, and they pay them. Like they pay them to make an Instagram post, you know? And if you don't have that type of sponsorship to train 2 to 3 times a day correctly under the right stimulus of a coach that's overseeing your training, and you just think you're gonna go to the gym and do like 200 burpees as fast as you can and consider that training, that's not training, that's like working out. But training is for a purpose to beat your competition is also training. But yeah, that's my CrossFit life right there. 2018, okay, so 2018 I actually get accepted to go to combat control to train, or not train, to retrain into that, but I have to go through the selection phase, and I don't get selected. I get through it, obviously I don't quit, but like the instructors tell me, you're freaking too crazy, man, you're crazy. Like I'm just yelling, let's fuck, like, I don't want to cuss here, but let's effing go, guys, blah, blah. Like the first day of when it started, I remember my whole team, who I don't even know, right? But my whole team, they're all like being bitches, dude. Like we're doing underwaters because I already trained for this, I guess. And these guys have no idea what they're getting themselves into. And I had no empathy for them. Like I was like, you guys want to be here? And again, that may seem shitty.
Did you get peered out basically necessarily?
Dude, that's a good point. Because I was called a Blue Falcon, which is a BF. And that means a buddy effer. The instructors were calling me that, and I didn't even know or understand how. And again, because of my mindset of how I knew the spec ops of the Air Force used to be back then to what it was now. This is 2018, right? Massively different. Massively different. Instead of me yelling at my team when everyone was dying on minute 30s underwaters and minute 30 intervals to do a 25-meter underwater and come back. And it takes like a minute to do an underwater and to swim back. So depending on how fast you are, you only have about 30, 25 seconds to recover to do more, you know? And I love that stuff again. Like I love that stuff. I love getting into that zone of like it's time to go kind of thing. You know, I had fun at that retraining at that phase 1 is what it's called. But I didn't get selected, and the guys who did get selected, I was like, well, good luck, dude. F combat control, good luck. F that shit, whatever. So I go back to supply, and now I get immediate, like I literally got immediate PCS orders to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and SCON Air Base, and for supply. I just got your text message. Power went out. When did you text me that?
Yeah, that's Scott. No worries.
Oh, that was Scott.
Yeah, just keep rolling, bro.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know you went out. Yeah. So now I'm in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for over a year, you know, doing my thing, doing CrossFit, doing supply, same thing, living life. And again, I meet a new girl over there. Her name was Maria, I think. And again, man, like I haven't snapped out of that zone yet to where like I don't even want to say my views of what a relationship I believe should be, you know, because that's a whole different subject too. But I'm very traditional. And there's a lot of women out there who are also very traditional that get bagged on for wanting to be provided for and cared for, you know, and it's just cap. I would think it's absolute cap for a woman to bag on another woman that like, oh, you want to be taken care of by a guy and raise the kids and the family because maybe they don't have that themselves. And again, they're just bagging. But anyway, that's a different subject. So after all the whole Saudi Arabia stuff, 2019. December 2019, I get orders to come here, Cannon Air Force Base. So I've been here since 2019.
New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is like 3 hours away from Albuquerque, you know. So it's kind of funny how that worked out. So, okay, supply again. Supply, dude. Supply. It's like people who I don't want to say aren't motivated, but because I was in supply, right? So that's me saying they're not motivated is me saying that about myself, kind of. So I'm not trying to say that. It just wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. I was never passionate. So promotion was hard because Air Force promotions are hard. They weigh your SKT, which is your skills and knowledge test about your job, and the questions that they ask, man. Like, dude, you have to study this book about questions to memorize. Like, you'll never encounter those situations fully in your AFSC. They just come up with all these questions. It's crazy, man. To get promoted in the Air Force, dude, just if you're a great test memorizer, dude, like you nail this. But if you lack
that's not me, man. I mean, I went to jump master school like that and stuff. So you got to memorize, you know, I think it's like 5 pages of shit. Wow. But like literally, like that took so much time and focus, and I mean time, like. Because I don't memorize stuff very well either. So I might get through a half a page. It took me all damn day to do that. So like you really got to put I got to put like a lot of time and effort in there to memorize shit.
Right. Exactly. Absolutely. And again, you could just see like, man, like, oh man. Yeah, like I'm saying, if I was in the Army, or I'd probably be your rank obviously right now, or at least Scott's rank, like. So
shit, you might have been even more, man, because you know, based off your merit as far as all your badges and like the whole time I was coming up in the military, as far as Army wise, I was always told, you know, as long as you can PT, you're gonna succeed. That's what I was told my whole career, right? As long as you can do PT, you're gonna succeed. So I mean, if that stands true, which I believe it does, you know, you probably would have been, you know, where I'm at or even more.
Yeah, it's all good. Yep, no regret. Seriously, no regret though. You know, like I would never be like, man, I wish I would, because like you can't. First of all, I can't go back and change time. Wish I was in the Marines or Army, but so why, like for me, why even like play that game? You know, like it is what it is. I'm okay with where I'm at. I'm actually happy.
Everybody has their own path, man, and it might not be the path that you thought it was going to happen, but it might be the path that God put you on, you know. And so that's where we're at.
Absolutely, heck yeah.
Just so you guys know, I hate technology. Just for the record. I hate it.
You're good, bro.
I read your text live. I was like, power went out. What the? And I didn't know you were. I was like, wait, what? Who's this?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that I didn't jump off, that the power went out. And
All good.
Abracadabra is back on again.
All right.
Real quick, I'm gonna give a shout out to Kyle, Sarah friend. If I said his name wrong, he got me this mic, dude. It's so nice. I just bought me this mic because he saw me using this piece of crap snowball one. And I guess he noticed how bad the audio was on that. So he legit mailed me this and everything. If I said your name wrong, Kyle, you guys heard of him? He's an FBI whistleblower. He was also prior area, and like he's trying to spread accountability too. He has his own podcast and everything. And yeah, he's just literally like one of us.
That's pretty awesome, bro.
It's a nice mic too.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, this is perfect for Scott to come back. Because Scott, I was saying how well, at least what I saw, because they changed the whole EPR. You know, EPR is not called that anymore. It's called an OPR. I just found that out a month ago.
What is that?
Well, it was an enlisted performance report. Now it's what is it? Oh, dang, I don't even know.
Operations.
Oh, it is?
Oh, is it like the NCOER for
like an operational report? That's all.
Is it your is that your annual? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's your annual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
EPR is OPR now. Whatever. They're gonna change whatever they want. You know, they want to mess everything up, basically. What was streamlined and done for decades. You know what I mean? Just like the transgender garbage. Yeah. Same stuff, the COVID stuff. All that stuff is linked in together. So they're gonna do whatever they can to destroy what was built for the right reasons. So
sorry, I think it's called EPB, not OPB, obviously. EPB, Enlisted Performance Board. Yeah. Enlisted Performance Board.
I don't know. I'm not in the Air Force.
Yeah, but then back then you used to literally get a 1 through 5. Like you got a 5, you got a 4, and then they started changing it to weird things. It's still 1 through 5 equivalent, right, Scott? You know what I'm talking about? But it's like 5 is called must promote, or no, promote now. I still can't memorize it. And the 4, it's not called a 4 though. It's like you got to promote now, you got to must promote, or you got to promote, which is a 3, or you got a not ready now, which is a 2, and then a 1 is a do not promote, right, Scott? Or no?
Yeah, that's about right.
But now it's 4. They lowered it to 4. They took 1 out. And I think they took out the do not promote. So it's just the 1 is a not ready now, a 2 is a promote, a 3 is a must promote, and a 4 is a promote now. Man, what the... Oh my God.
Sounds confusing.
It's bad. It's bad. So anyway,
you keep doing the right thing. You keep doing what you're doing, brother. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. Thanks, man. So supply, okay, here we go. 2020 supply. I get seen for ADHD. Okay. Someone told me to go to a mental health clinic just to get evaluated. I get diagnosed with ADHD, and I started taking Adderall at this time, March of 2020. Okay. And this is the whole COVID thing too, I think, right? It was, this whole COVID stuff started coming out. Masks started coming out.
Yeah, it's like,
well, before we get into that, like now, this is taking a whole new chapter. This is all the podcasts that I've done, and I've only done 5. So I haven't done many, but all those that I've done and told people of this story, this is where I start at, like where I'm about to start now. So all that stuff that I just told you guys, I've actually never really ever told anybody that like that. Yeah, this is gonna be big now.
All right, we are back, and the floor is yours, Lance.
Okay, here we go. So 2020, the COVID stuff, COVID's pandemic starts to happen. Right, masks and all that, obviously March, April, throughout all that time in 2020. Okay, nothing really significant happens up until August 2021, and this is really where the start of all this begins.
Yeah, because so the mandate came out on the 24th of August 2021. Is that where you're saying this started?
Yep, exactly. Yep, exactly. And obviously that day and the next day, it wasn't anything crazy, right?
Right.
It's all progressed into what it's at, obviously. But yeah. So okay, here we go. So we got the order from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, or should I say the Honorable Lloyd Austin, because that's his rank, right? Like if you look up his email or the Secretary of the Air Forces, their honorable is literally in their name, HON. I mean, like that's their rank. It's crazy.
Well, they should take it out because he ain't no honorable.
Lloyd Austin, the
He's
third.
garbage.
Right? Crazy, man. So I tell my supervisor and my section chief that I'm not getting this, and they're like, okay, yeah, well, here's how you do a religious exemption. And it's a lot of work, right? Which is
And
why a lot of people
you're still supply New Mexico at Fort.
Oh no, yeah. Supply Clovis, New Mexico, Cannon Air
Cool.
Force Base.
Cannon Air Force Base.
At this time, I'm working as the IPE, which is Individual Protective Equipment, NCOIC of the Weapons Vault. So yeah, I'm dealing with all the guns and cleaning them and issuing them and handing them out to people who are deploying last second deployments or any type of anything weapons. Like I'm the man for that. M4s and M9s, and they even have like shotguns too, but they rarely get those. So anyway, let's see here. Yeah, the mandate comes out. I remember they put us into a room, like a conference room of all people that were not wanting to get it, and I think it was around 12, maybe 15 people. And again, like the high ranking people, the chiefs and stuff, try talking us out of it, like talking us out of it. I mean, like our decision out of it to get it. Why you guys should get it? Why, blah, blah, blah. When no one knows anything yet. The only thing I know, okay, straight up, the only thing I know is from what I've watched, and Kamala Harris said that if President Trump at the time would have issued it or issued a mandate, then there's no way in hell she's going to get it. Like she said that stuff. So little things like that were in the back of my mind. I already know it coming from Biden. Dude, are you kidding me? Like, okay, there's no way that's good. Like just intrinsically. So I don't know, maybe I got lucky, but I intrinsically knew I can't do this. And in Romans 14:23, 1 Timothy 4:1-2, James 4:17, and then another verse in 1 Timothy 1:19. It all talks about your conscience. Don't shipwreck your conscience. And if you go against your conscience, you're committing sin. Okay. Now I'm not the perfect Christian, no one is, and anyone that says they are, there's an issue, right? Obviously. So I have enough issues with the sin. I say this a lot. I have enough issues with the sins that are tempting for me, right? Let's just leave it at that. That are tempting. Even we could throw cussing in that, for example. But I have zero issues with the sin that I have no issues staying away from, which is violating my conscience of getting the vaccine that I intrinsically believe, at least in my head, that this is a wrong thing to do. This is wrong to get it.
What kind of stuff were they saying in that meeting?
Okay, yeah. Just, there were some doctors in there too, like military doctors. I'm trying to remember exactly. There's actually no way I remember, but like no way I could recite what they said other than paraphrasing of them saying that if we don't get it, we could pass it on to someone else, blah blah blah. And like it's more so they tried to disguise it under the premise of it's for someone else. Like if you get the vaccine, you're going to be protecting someone else. It's not about you. I'm paraphrasing. It's not about you, but like that sounds great, right? Like sounds great, a great tactic to get the vaccine.
It doesn't make sense though.
You're right now. If someone's vaccinated, how can they
get it?
Right. It doesn't make sense. Exactly. And a lot of people don't think in the Air Force and on this base and in the military. They just don't think, man, and they blindly trust the leaders above them just because they wear a different shiny rank than them. Like, what the heck, man? I've said this for so long. Like, I don't respect the rank. I respect the character of that person who's wearing the rank. And it could be an E1 to a 09 or whatever, man. And I've gotten such backlash for that. And I've always said that, even before the vaccine. Like, how am I going to respect someone who's a general, hypothetically? Let's just hypothetically say, who's a mass murderer, right? You're not. And then they're going to say, respect the rank. It doesn't, I can't comprehend respecting that rank when, oh my gosh, it just makes no sense to me.
I mean, respecting the rank doesn't mean do exactly what I say all the time. Like that has nothing to do with the rank. That has to do with the person. And so I can respect the rank, but I don't have to respect the
The
person
person who's
behind that
wearing it.
rank,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And
but yeah.
yeah,
Exactly. But how they swing that is like, well, the person who's wearing that rank, and if you respect the rank, you have to respect the person. So they always try to tie it back.
no, they're definitely two different things, 100%.
Yeah. I can respect the old position of what a general or colonel or lieutenant colonel used to mean. Absolutely, or what the military used to stand for. But
Well,
the
see,
military,
it's still what it stands for, and it still is what it means. But just like we had said, it's the person wearing that rank now, right?
yeah.
They're not upholding what that position entails them to uphold. So
They're
it's
not
not
upholding
it's
the
not
oath.
that, it's the
That's what it
person.
is. They're not upholding their oath.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So let's see here. The vaccine stuff. Stop it. Where am I?
So you did the meeting with the
Oh, yeah.
15 soldiers that were in there, and the individuals trying to pitch you guys to get the vaccine.
Right. Okay, and these are like weekly or bi-weekly, no, not bi-weekly, every 2-week meetings. I remember. Okay, and every time the number is smaller, even if it's by one person or two people. But here's the thing. So I get immediately PCA'd to the 26 STS Special Tactics Squadron, also on this base, and that base is solely for PJs and combat controllers, and I think Sears in it and other special operations stuff like I can't remember the other ones at this point. SR, Special Reconnaissance or something. I don't know. I haven't even heard of that in the Air Force. So I'm now there, okay? And again, I'm big into CrossFit still at this point. And I know that these PJs and all these operators, they kind of like, they bully. I don't know what's a euphemism for bully? They press supply, like they press them, they don't respect them, and like respect is earned. I get it, but like they talk down to them, they try to get away with things, they try to take advantage of supply, right? So anyway, like the mentality I had was like, hell no, that's not flying with me. There's no way, especially when I start to see what these PJs look like. Dude, like they're sloppy back then, compared to what I remember. So what I did was, and this isn't unlawful at all, but I set up a barbell because I had all my weights, all my equipment, in my house, my own garage set up. So I brought my barbells and my bumper plates and stuff, and I set up a 205-pound barbell right in front of the door because you come into the warehouse and then the office was in the warehouse. So right there in the warehouse outside my door. And I told every PJ and CCT person that you need to at least attempt to power clean this 205. And you know what's hilarious? Like they all tried, like they're all down for it. And that's the mindset. So I appreciate that. Appreciate that. They're like, okay, hell yeah. They take their shirts off, their blouses off. I mean, and they try, and most have failed, but the fact that they still try, and it's fun. It's fun. I was laughing, they were laughing. So it's not like they hated me and I hated them. Not at all. It was a good camaraderie, where they respected me for challenging them. And I'm sure there's there's no supply person, at least in that squadron, to have ever done that. To literally tell them, like, I'm not going to help you until you could do this. Obviously, I would help them if they would have said no, right? But I don't even think one person said no. Even the first sergeant tried doing it, and he's not even an operator himself. So that was hilarious. So that was 3 months of me working, and it was a chill job. It was nice. It was a nice change, So let's see, August, September. Okay, so September, October, November, December, actually 4 months. So 4 months go by, and now I'm told that I'm gonna be moved back to my squadron that originally PCA'd me. And the reason that they said that they're gonna move me back is due to Manning. Like Manning is actually okay. The reason why I was being PCA'd, they said, was due to Manning. Like there's not Manning there, there's
Real
one other
quick,
person.
Did you receive any counselings or anything from this point for refusing the vaccine?
Zero.
No, zero. No,
Zero.
and even better, nothing. So other than that Article 15 that I talked about in
Back in the
2008,
past, way back there.
Yeah.
18, 19, 21, 23, 16 years ago, that they try to still bring up, man. And like it's gonna get extremely crazy here with the rest of my story as we progress to today. Like I hope you guys catch some stuff and you ask me stuff, and like constantly ask me stuff because like, let's piece this together, man. Like I this is what I do now every day. This is my AFSC right now. Because I have not done my AFSC supply job for like, dude, almost 3 years now, due to what I'm about to get into. Okay. So I'm PCA'd back to the squadron. Okay. But this time again, they're lying. They're lying. I can't prove they're lying. I know my hunch. My hunch was this has to be because I'm not vaccinated. I had to have been moved here because I'm not vaccinated. But guess what? That worked out into my favor. Like I didn't want to at first, but I did, and I actually enjoyed it there more than the weapons vault. And that was great. But then when they were moving me back, I was like, wait, what? And they told me because the Manning is good. Manning is okay. And hell no, it wasn't, dude. There was a guy who just retrained into TAC P. There's another one who was just deployed. So there was just a female there. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was not good. And then I find out once they move me that they put a new person in my position after they moved me. So look at that, right? Straight liars.
Yeah.
But I can't prove it. I can't prove it yet. I got no subpoena text messages. I got no ADC interviews. I got no. Well, guess what? I'm gonna get everything here. IPE section. I'm no longer weapons vault. I'm now customer service, right? And I'm pissed. Like inside, I'm pissed, right? Like, damn, this is like just liars. Now it starts to get nutty. Okay, this whole time too, I'm waiting for my accommodation to get approved, right? Like his name's Lieutenant General Slife. I think he was AFSOC commander at the time, or slash Surgeon General. Do you know anything about that, Scott?
The Surgeon General, the guy in Florida.
Yeah, General Slife. You know him or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he ended up. Well, I don't want to jump yet, but I'm waiting at this time for it to be approved, right?
Your religious accommodation?
Yeah, my religious accommodation exemption RAE. I'm about to have some documents here. Let me think. Let me look. Decision on religious. Okay, here's his decision. We'll get into that here in a bit. Okay, we're still good. So let me set this up. It's January 2022, February 2022. I'm now moved back. I have like 70 days of leave, right? So I'm now deciding to burn it. And when I say burn it, Monday through Friday, not weekends, because I didn't go anywhere to save that. And I go back to work Monday, submit leave on that day, Monday through Friday, and I just do this like almost repeatedly. Here's the first piece of disciplinary. Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Why were you submitting those repeatedly?
Because I didn't want to be there, I didn't want to be there. I wanted my accommodation approved. Like I wanted an answer. This is just months and months of us not knowing what the answer is. It was like a rumor that we're all getting kicked out. There's people getting kicked out already that didn't do religious exemptions, actually. And then the whole bullcrap of like just of how they wanted us to get vaccinated. And it's not even like, I mean, obviously we started learning about it, dude. It's not a vaccine. Then you find out the FDA changes the definition of a vaccine. Then you find out what mRNA is, and it's DNA altering technology or whatever. And it's dangerous, man. There's no like proof of it. I mean, there's no long-term studies of it. Right. It's like questionable.
Were you getting PCR tests? Like, were they trying to make you PCR tests at work? Were they putting you in different formations? Were like, was there anything going on that you were just like, I got to get away from here?
No PCR, no. And I know you had to go through all that. And when you told me that, like, I never had to go any of that, which is weird, right? Freaking weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's just
on my base, if I can interject real quick, on my base, they didn't mask and they didn't do any PCR tests either. They just wanted everybody to get the shots. And then they split everybody up. They segregated everybody and split them all up. So we didn't have to go through that either. And I don't know if it was just Air Force, you know what I mean, versus Army versus all the other branches, whatever. But that's how it was on my base too. So I can understand where he's coming from. That we didn't get that either. So,
and what base? Was
go ahead, Lance. Go ahead. What you were saying?
I just want to know what base were you at, Rafa?
I was at the 911th Airlift Wing. It's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, nice. Dang.
Not so nice, but yeah.
Anything sounds nicer than clothes, honestly, at this point. You could have said North Dakota. I've been, whoa, dang, cool. Alaska sounds amazing, actually.
So you didn't get.
Go ahead, John.
No, you're good, man. I was just gonna
See,
recap, but go ahead.
So no tests, no nothing. And you're putting in your leave to burning 70 days, right? To stay away from the base so you don't have to deal with any of that garbage because they didn't they didn't approve your religious accommodation. Is that correct?
At this time, correct, yeah.
Okay.
January 2022. Yep. So here we go. So EPR time, right? I find out that, well, they send it to me. That's how I find out. I have to sign my EPR of what they decided. I get a 2, which is equivalent to a not ready now. Oh no. Yeah, not ready now, which is bad. But that's the modern day equivalent to a what? A 1?
A 1.
I don't know. Yeah,
it's equivalent to a 1.
Which is like, you're a dirtbag, dude. And someone once told me a long time ago, man, and it stuck. Because when this happened, it stuck. And they said that, okay, to get a 5, a firewall 5 or whatever, that you have to be able to prove that in and out, right? Like your supervisor has to be able to prove that on you, all the schooling and volunteering stuff that you're doing. And he said, and I don't remember who said it, but he told me a long time ago that that's also equivalent to a 1. They need to be able to prove you're a dirtbag and you got paperwork, right? I mean, it makes sense.
Yep.
And that you have counseling and they like, just guess what? I had nothing in my PIF, literally. And I'm saying this with every intent to submit this link to the base, Canadian Air Force Base, where Colonel Bergen's going to be watching this and his leaders. Like, I hope this thing gets tons of views. I don't see how it doesn't. But
so I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Coming from the Army anyway. So when you were with this unit and you moved over to with these other guys, and then you moved back, was there no like? So we have like change of raters and stuff like that for our annuals. Yeah. Was there one of those before you came back, or they just said no, we're not doing that, and the unit you were with just wrote it?
So the unit, well, which one are you talking about? The 26 STS, the spec ops one? Yeah, I didn't have no rater on that one. I had a supervisor, but I didn't have a rater.
Okay.
And those could definitely be different, which is awkward that when it is, but it was. So I never had an official change of rater from the last place that they moved me from, which is also weird, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. So I get a do not or not yet ready or not. God, yeah, I still can't remember it, Scott. Not ready now. Do not promote. Yeah, not ready now, which is a 2 out of 5, which is bad.
Yep.
Back then, a 3 is average. 3 is you're not shit hot and you're not a dirtbag. You just do what you need to do. And then 4 is you're badass, and then 5 is you're a hero, right? But now 1 is you're an utter garbage today, and then 2 is your average, and then 3 is you're good, and then 4 is you're a hero, whatever. So I'm pissed. Like, I'm like, what on earth? How did I get this? And I don't accept it. I'm not signing it, right? And I tell my supervisor, and I tell, like, this is how I start this crap. I tell them, like, okay, first of all, why? And they said, well, we asked around there at my other section, right? The one that I was just moved from. And she told me that they said that I'm late to work when I don't even have like anyone to check into. So I already knew that was cap when she said that. Late to work, like I had disciplinary issues or counseling. Okay, like great, prove it, right? And then like I was just a dirtbag, I guess is what they're saying. So I get the EPR. It took about 2 weeks. I'm sending emails out. I have all the proof to that too. And again, they're just going back and forth. They're blaming it on them. So since they're blaming it on them, I contacted them, right? The head section lady there, Master Sergeant, I don't remember. But and then she tells me that like I was good, right? So now we got conflicting stories, and it's so contradicting to the point that I even schedule a meeting with the STS commander. And it wasn't Lieutenant Colonel Hodges, for any PJs watching this thinking it's Cap. It was the one after him with a lot of hair. I don't remember his name at all, but it was the guy after him. And I think Colonel Hodges was just leaving at the time or deploying. Anyway, and I had this on recording, okay? This is the first time I'm starting to record too. I recorded the whole conversation that they said, the commander himself said, and his officers, flight commander, and the couple other officers in there and senior enlisted leaders, they told me that they've heard no issues from me. They thought I was doing a great job. They were surprised that I got a bad promotion rating. And under their understanding, again, like no issues. And I freaking have that recording. And the thing is, never even had to show anyone that. I just relayed back to my leadership that that's what they said, you know, and guess what? It was changed. And that was a first victory. I was like, damn, you fight hard for something you really want that you think is wrong, you can really make some damn change, dude. And what the funny thing is, a couple of NCOs, because I was an NCO at that time still, a couple of NCOs told me, like, don't even fight it, man. Just do better and just move on. You know? And I was like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Don't fight it. What? Like, oh my God. And those people exist. Those people exist to not
Well,
create.
On the same note, man, when I wasn't taking the vaccine and I was talking to other individuals that I knew that I thought were like really good friends, right? They said the same thing, like, don't fight it, man. You're gonna get kicked out. Just take the shot. And I'm like, no,
Right.
that's not.
Oh my God.
That's not. It's not legal. Like, I'm not gonna take some experimental shit, right? But that was what I was getting, and
Dude,
same
it's so
shit.
crazy. Yeah, and I'm gonna name drop too, and I'm gonna be respectful as I can, right? But my supervisor was Tech Sergeant Beller. She's now a Master Sergeant. But I remember her and I got into an altercation about her telling me, like, you've gotten previous shots, anthrax and blah. Like, why this one? Why now? And I think I told her it's mRNA. None of the other shots were that, you know, like, what's the whole point of this vaccine if you're not getting the live virus in you for your body to fight against it and to build immunity? Like, what? And then there's another woman, Master Sergeant Harvey. I asked her something about Fauci at the time, Dr. Fauci, and she literally goes, wait, what? Who? So I'm like,
Really?
are you serious right now? All you have to do is watch the news for 5 minutes and you would know who Dr. Fauci is, I guess. So yeah, I was at that time where I definitely had an awakening of these leaders, man. These are the leaders above me. And we were talking about how you
got moved, but you didn't have a reason to get moved, really. And then they sent you back, and then you got that freaking that bad annual, I guess.
Yep.
And then you called back, got it checked out, and then you freaking you had it recorded. Did you play the recording for that commander?
No, they never asked for it. I just had it in my phone as a last resort.
Yeah.
Last resort, yeah. And they did, yeah. They changed it. They changed and here's the funny part. They changed it, and the guy who signs it, the new commander, who is this commander, like, we're about to get into it, who is insanely unlawful, man. Like, he signs it, so he acknowledges that he acknowledges it. He puts his signature on it that I need to get my APR changed from a not ready now to a promote. And he tries to use this in court. I'm just going to jump super fast in court of how I've had disciplinary actions before coming to his squadron, which is cap. Like, dude, the amount of lies that I could write down that he says in my court martial, dude, he's gonna have some serious perjury charges, man, like, soon when it's my time to attack legally.
The commander is your first sergeant and your commander, right? At the company level or squadron level, I guess.
Squadron level, yeah. Okay. This is squadron level.
Yeah. I'm learning.
Yeah, well, battalion, that's a wing. Is that group level, Scott and John? Battalion for Army?
Battalion would be John's department. It's the same thing as squadron.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. You have your high enlisted, your supervisor, your senior enlisted, and then you have your 01, 02, 03s and your commander.
Yeah, they're all branched out the same structure. It's just putting the rank. The rank structure is a little bit different. That's why I'm trying to figure out where they're at. So that's all. But yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, the commanders are the commander's a lieutenant colonel, and then there's the colonel. So lieutenant colonel is your 05, your colonel is your 06.
Yeah. Yeah. And 06 has to be a commander in the Army, or no? Like, can 05 be a commander in the Army, or 04?
Well, your 03 is your captain, so it's a company commander.
Oh, is that like a flight commander, Scott? Yeah, it's so crazy.
Yeah, it's your wing.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So I get it changed. February goes by, and then I get I could screen share this now if you want. This is the first thing I'm gonna screen share. This is the denial.
Okay.
And then Scott, tell me if yours looks like this too, and John, yours too, actually. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna hit that screen share group 3.
So what's the denial? Is it's just like a counseling or?
Yeah, well, it's a MFR, memorandum for record.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it's just a blanket denial, man. Like, can you guys see this?
Yeah, if you can make it just a little bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his accommodation. That's his religious accommodation.
Yeah, that's good, yeah.
That's his appeal. Basically, what they did was they denied him his initial request.
Yeah.
Of his religious.
I never did a religious accommodation because when I found out that it was EUA, and I found out that was illegal for them to force me to take it. So I was like, I don't need to do a religious accommodation because this whole entire thing's illegal. And that's what I was trying to show them so they could stop. But obviously they didn't.
Well, they didn't stop on this either. So every avenue that anybody went, they denied everybody. So what they even did is the chaplains are the only ones that could approve a religious accommodation. So what they were doing is, you know this too, they were kicking it up to the wing commanders and everything, and the people above that, and they were denied straight up. They have no religious preference whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Only a chaplain can dignify that. So they were already breaking rules at the get-go.
Yeah. I actually forgot to say something extremely important. You just reminded me. So I'm gonna backtrack just a little bit. We're in February? What is this? What date is this? Oh, March 2022. Okay. So backtrack to October 2021. I actually get saved and baptized and all that stuff as a Christian, for the first time on my own accord, man, because like I had a couple Christian friends who were trying to, for the longest time in Albuquerque, try to get me to go to church and all that stuff. And I was like, no, I'm good, stuff like that. It took me a while to come around. But I would say this stuff really helped me, man, because like from the people who denied it, not just in canon, but like all over, were the people who were like strong in their stance of not wanting to get it, due to their religious beliefs, whatever, like of their violating their conscience or it going against fetal cells in the testing or them using fetal cells in the testing, So when I saw that, I was like, holy crap. Okay, well, I used to think Christians were pansies, but everyone else is getting it who aren't Christians, and only the Christians and Catholics, whatever, seems like they're the ones not getting it. So who's the real tough ones here? I kind of like, it made me think a little bit. So I started going to church a lot and all that stuff. I got saved by Pastor Smotherman, Legacy Church here in Clovis, and it's like a chain in Albuquerque of Legacy. Man, that guess it was awakening. When you start reading the Bible, the stuff that just like reading Proverbs and just like the bomb that it drops, and like if you've lived it, what it says, and like it resonates with you, and it's like changing kind of thing. So I wasn't raised as a Christian or anything like that, or spiritually or anything like that. My parents never taught me anything about that. So in a way, I kind of like that I got to learn it on my own, and it's not like I was brought up with it. Not that would be a bad thing. We all have different paths here, but I need to state that. So because you brought up the chaplain, that's what made me think of this. I can't believe I even forgot this, but I had to have a chaplain interview. So yeah, I had a chaplain interview, and I had my pastor on the phone, 3-way, right? So just in case you need to help me, and like I wasn't faking anything, because the chaplain asked me questions. It was cool, and I got his approval. Sorry about that. Okay, they're good. And I got his approval. And who's the other, like, who man, it makes me so upset. Like, I got the chaplain's approval who thought I'm sincere, right? He deems I'm sincere. And then for anyone else to question it, like my commander, to deny it when they're not chaplains themselves, man, it's just like, I'm sure like, you got any stories of that, Scott, on your own?
Yep. The same thing happened. There's the same process happened that happened to you. I have here. So I understand what you went through and everything. It's crazy. And but at the same time, you're standing your ground and you're still in the fight. So just keep on battling through. That's all.
Right. Yeah. So okay, we'll jump back to February. Okay, so I'll share this memo again because we're gonna start going through this list. So yeah. When was your appeal denied, Scott?
I put mine in at the get-go. So mine was, I submitted in October of 2021. And the first denial was November. Then I appealed it. And then my denial of my appeal was, I would say, mid-December. And then I got my first LOR that I ever got in my entire military career in January. I haven't signed a document since. I refused to sign every single document they gave me.
Right. Same.
Yep.
Crap.
Yep.
Exactly. and they took it as defiant, like absolutely defiant, you know. Okay. Just look at it. Can you guys see this again?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
Hey, just looking at it now is like insane, right? Like while some of these duties maybe, can you see my mouse cursor right here?
Yep.
Yep, I see it.
No, on the side or no? Doesn't show that. Oh, it does show the mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're okay. While some of these duties may be completed remotely, institutionalizing remote completion of those duties permanently would be detrimental to readiness. Like, oh my gosh, just looking back at this, man, like readiness when it was far.
That was their
readiness.
whole key was they took the readiness role for everything.
Yeah.
So, look at that.
We
Good
have to be
order.
ready. We have to be ready for war and this and that. And then this is affecting our manning documents, basically.
But the thing
this.
is, realistically, now that everybody took the vaccine, those individuals are affecting readiness.
Right. I was gonna mention that. Yeah. Yeah. Good. It says
Because
right here,
they're dropping like flies, and they're not coming into work because they're sick.
Exactly. It says
affects
good
readiness.
order. Yeah, I hate this part. The good order and discipline. But now, you know, the mandate only lasted what, a year and a half tops. And then all the people that got it, including young airmen, how about that for ruining the good order and discipline and unit cohesion? Like, it's just, oh my gosh, dude, it's so aggravating how straight up brazen that is, just right there. And they use this over and over on me. I'm affecting the good order and discipline and blah 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 when I'm not, dude. Because now look what I'm doing. I'm sending base wide emails twice now of my wing commander, right? And I would not have done that if they would have helped me. I just don't, like, there's no other option other than to keep voicing my opinion, keep voicing my concerns, finding you guys to help, like finding guys like you to help that are passionate also. That, like, oh my gosh, dude, I'm getting upset. Just how nutty and loony. And these are our leaders, dude. Anyway, here's a great part. We must be able to leverage our forces on short notice as evidenced by recent worldwide events, your health status as a non-immunized individual in this dynamic environment, and aggregated with other non-immunized individuals in steady state operations will place health and safety, unit cohesion, and readiness at risk. Foregoing the above immunization requirement would have a real adverse impact on military readiness and public health safety. There are no less restrictive means available in your circumstance. Dude, those as effective as receiving bullshit like remote working. That is absolutely effective without violating the members' religious freedoms. Are you joking? Wow. And look at this guy, right? Oh, I redacted all this back then. I wish I could unredact it now, but whatever. His name's General Slife. And I'll probably get to him as well of filing civil lawsuits when his time comes, once I handle everyone else under him, you know? Like, I want to take this to the top and do this for years and years, just like you guys. So anyway, this whole thing, dude, he said this exact thing to all his denials. Like copy and paste, other than the name.
He just changed the name. Boom, boom, boom.
Right. And that in itself is unlawful. And I forgot the AFI for it, but I remember reading on that it needs to be like real thought out denials, like legit real wide like denials.
Yeah, it's like he didn't even read your reasoning for your religious exemption. He just got it and then typed your name up and kicked it back.
Yep. They don't read it. They didn't look at anything. I guarantee you they didn't, because I know they didn't do it with mine. So,
oh man,
because I even asked my MSG commander at the time. I said, "Did you even read?" She wanted me to sign something. I said, "Did you even read my rebuttal?" She said, "No." And I said, "I'm not signing this."
Oh my!
So,
are you serious?
This is the same thing. This is the same procedure, though, John. This is exactly what they
did. At least you
did to
didn't
him.
get lied to. I mean,
I don't give a crap.
at the least.
Yeah. But well, I mean, it's not any better her saying no, but at least she was honest, right? Mine say yes, they have read my rebuttals and stuff. Water. But they haven't. They haven't though. But I think if you would have recorded that and went to the IG and of her saying no, like she has to read your rebuttal, man.
I put 2 IG complaints in EEOC, and they swept it all under the rug.
They don't
give a crap. They didn't give a crap about nothing. All they were doing was hiding everything, just like they do with you.
I guess the only thing would be a civil lawsuit at that point. You know, I don't know. Just keep making waves. Okay, here we go. Now it's March, and here comes the orders. Since my thing's denied, here comes the orders of this guy. Where's his name at? Commander. Okay, whatever. My fiance redacted all this crap. But his name is Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez. Enrique Vasquez calls himself Rico. And there's that. Rico Vasquez, if you're watching this, sir.
Suave.
Watching this, sir. Hey, sir. That's all I'm gonna say. How are you doing today, sir? All right. Anyway, because his SJA team's gonna be watching this, and they're gonna look for any little thing they could try to spin of any derogatory information that I state. You know, like if I said hypothetically, and I'm not even gonna use his name, F that mother F John, or I didn't mean to say your name, but you know what I mean.
Oh, that's all right. I get that all the time.
But I say Vasquez, dude, that's some charges that we're gonna have to defend, you know, in court. So I'm not even gonna get to that. Like, I don't even need to give them that. They already have the AWOL that they think that they are saying I'm violating, and the disrespect. Maybe disobeying orders too at this point, but that's like present day. Okay, here's his first order. 18 April 2022. Okay, I also did an Article 138 on him at this point. I had someone who would help me with it. He denied it. I don't have the paperwork, but whatever. He denied it. Again, like a blanket denial, saying I don't view your complaint, I don't even remember the word, vital or something like that. So I already did Article 138 on him. He denied it. I could have brought it up. I didn't know how to do one then, but I'm telling you, all the bombs I have now, the legal bombs that I'm about to unload respectfully. And again, I gotta say this. I gotta say these little stupid terms, right? Because it's obvious, respectfully and generously. Because again, they've tried to use and spin my words that I'm coming out. Because I have said in jail I'm coming after my entire command legally, but then they said in court that they said that he said he's coming after his command, which is why you shouldn't release him, Judge. And they didn't release me. So when you're in confinement, you have a 7-day review, and it's the magistrate, your PCRO, who's overseeing the case, and he can release you if he deems you're not a threat to society, and you could be on house arrest, right? Or restriction. Like confinement, pretrial confinement is so serious. It's so serious, like there's hardly anyone in it for it. But the straight up abuse of what my commanders have done, Colonel Roche Berry, previous group commander, and Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez Enrique. And again, I'm just saying the truth here, right? So I don't even know how this is derogatory if they try to deem that. Like they used it on me is what I'm getting at, man. And okay, here we go.
Let me ask you a quick question. Did the judge see the video of what had transpired with you? Has the judge seen the video of what happened?
Yeah, the cell extraction video. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. She watched it.
And then does she have these documents too, or no?
Yeah. She had my entire PIF. Absolutely. But here, oh my God, we're gonna get into it, man. I'm telling you, I'm setting this up pretty right now. I'll give you a little hint. The prosecution team. Okay, so first of all, my PIF. What's that called in the Army, by the way, John? It's a personal information file. It's like bad conduct stuff.
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's like a file digital file that they have on Air Force members if you have any derogatory information. That's a PIF.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
yeah. What?
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm gonna take that PIF and stick it up their ass. There you go.
My PIF though now is over 200 pages. 200 pages. It's like 40 attachments, but obviously those attachments has substantial evidence that they think necessary. And it's just wild, dude. Over 200 pages, like it's literally like this thick, man. Where's the thing?
I believe it.
Yeah. I just, yeah. So
Scroll down on this document a little bit. Let's see
Yeah.
what else we got here.
yeah, so anyway, yeah, this document though, he orders me to get it. I do a rebuttal. I don't
Yeah.
have it attached here. So
Sorry.
he denies it. He denies my rebuttal.
Right.
Look at the date, May 9. It's the same order. Look at this. Okay, that's fine. Number 3, it says there's no record, you being partially or fully. Okay, let's go look up. Number 3, they're at most. Oh, here. Where's it at? Okay, something. Oh, letter of reprimand. Okay, damn. Okay, this is my LOR. Sorry. There's the order, 7 March.
Yep.
Okay, I completely messed up the order. Okay, here's the order, 7 March. I did a rebuttal. He denied the rebuttal. Here's my LOR. There we go. For it. Yeah, my bad. I think I said that wrong.
That's all right.
Okay. And then repeat. There's the order again. Exact same thing. There's no record of you being partially or fully vaccinated. I order you to receive an initial dose of a COVID-19 vaccine with full licensure approval from the FDA. Funny, because none of them had full licensure approvals other than Comirnaty that didn't exist in the United States.
Bro, let me just stop right there. This document's like another year. Like, this is like a year later than when they initially put it out.
Right.
Like, look at the dates. And then, so what they did was, see, I got stuff like this in 2001. So what they were doing, it looks like to me that they were doing it in waves, John. So wave of people, and then there was a second wave of people until 2023 when they rescinded the mandate. See what I'm saying?
Right. How do you think those waves work? Do you think it's like last name or just by
It just looks to me that it was waves, because my documentation is all 2001 when it first started up until, well, you have May 8th, 2022 is when I went to the IRR. See what I'm saying? It looks like it's in waves. You know what I mean? So your documentation shows another set in 2022 to 2023 until they had to rescind the mandates.
Yep.
That's how it looks like to me.
Yeah.
So go ahead, scroll down.
Yeah. So May 9th. Okay, there's my reprimand. People can pause that. My LOR again. I don't have my rebuttal included, but I definitely did a rebuttal. Okay, here we go. Now it gets beautiful. So we just went through this twice, right? He ordered me. I rebutted it. Oh, no. Dang. Okay, here's the order if I messed it up. He ordered me. I didn't do it. He wrote me an LOR, and then LOR. There you go. Rebuttal to there. Okay. And then you repeat. We got that whole crap. Now that we did it twice, there's my discharge recommendation from him.
So 13 June 2022.
Yep.
Okay.
I am recommending your discharge from the Air Force for misconduct, minor disciplinary infractions, the authority, okay, whatever. This section could result in your separation within under honorable conditions, general discharge. I am recommending that you receive a general, like, do all the scare tactics, huh? Even today.
At this point, how many years in the Air Force have you done?
I just hit my 17-year mark right here.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 month before this, 17 years.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you look at where he's at now, it's another 2 years. It's 19. Yeah, it's 19.
Okay, so you're at 17 right now in the Air Force, and he's recommending your discharge.
Yeah, and isn't I still confused on this? Maybe you guys know the sanctuary period. Is it 18?
It should be 18.
It should be 18.
For the Army's 18.
But it's weird because even with that, for me, I was already past 18. I was at 19 years, 6 months.
Dang.
So it didn't even matter because I put in I had initial leave and everything, and I already put in for sanctuary from that point on. And they were like, nope, you didn't take the vaccine. You're not getting, and they put me right in the IRR. So sanctuary had nothing to do with this at all. That was, if you were going to try to get out through that, it wasn't going to be a win for you.
Right.
They basically what they did, they cut off all exits, man. It was either you get it or you're out. That was it. That was the choice.
You're right on, yeah. I haven't seen the document in a bit. So it says, this is the discharge, obviously. It says, okay, I love this part. You having received a lawful command. Notice how they have to always say lawful.
Yeah, they always say that shit.
Like, it's like a Freudian slip, right? Like, it's not lawful, so let's just say it's lawful. Command from Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez Enrique, Commander, your superior commissioned officer, then known by you to be your blah blah blah.
See, and that's the thing right there. That right there in its own is proof that individual, Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez,
Yeah.
gave you that order to
Yeah.
take a fully licensed vaccine, but there's no fully licensed vaccine. And you already shown him that information, and that means he's guilty. Like right
Yes.
there, boom. You just
This-
signed
what it really
your
mean-
own
what it
fucking.
really means is he's a piece of shit. That's what
Yeah.
it means.
Exactly. And these guys don't understand all this shit's gonna come back to them. Like
Yeah.
they don't fucking get it. But yeah, keep going, man.
Okay. He says here that willfully disobey the same. For this misconduct, you received an LOR. You having received a second lawful command from Vasquez, your superior commissioned officer entitled. I added that in title. Then known by you by your superior, blah, blah, blah. Again, dude, you're and provide proof. I did willfully disobey the same. For this misconduct, you received okay. You have the right to counsel, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's it that I have of that. Okay. Now I added this for a little bit of spice. So January 6th, and we jumped a little bit. I accidentally get this email. See how it's in the first sergeant's distribution list? CC.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a first sergeant, but I accidentally get it. I'm included in. I don't know, man. I don't even know how I got it, but I got it, and I see the email traffic, and this guy, I'll blast his name. Where dang, they're not okay. I don't have his name, but his name is Christopher Turner, Master Sergeant Christopher Turner, if I remember correctly. Well, I don't even know who this is. He says here, sir. Okay, first of all, commander's endorsement. Okay, sir. Here's the process for the religious accommodation. I'm also including the vaccine order. Now here we go. Pay attention to paragraph 3 where it says with full licensure approval from the FDA. That's the part of the letter the Air Force messed up, as it refers to FDA approved Comirnaty and some very specific lot numbers of the Pfizer that have never been available at Canada or the United States. I recommend changing the verbiage to with approval from the FDA. That way it covers the EUA vaccines as well, dude.
Wow. You want to talk about entrapment, bro? That's a friggin'. That's just as good as the one that I've got with the vaccine waiver form that I got that had it said 24 November 2001 and had COVID on there and all the other vaccine waivers. It said, so where's this vaccine waiver at the get-go when you guys were forcing everybody to get a vaccine or a bioweapon? Let's call it that. Now this document here that he's got, dude, that's killer. That just coincides with everything that we've been talking about.
That's fucking.
And then look at the date. Look at the date, John. Go up. 6 January 2023 when they rescinded the mandate.
Yeah.
Right? They would have rescinded the mandate then. Because that's when they were going to start letting. I put my stuff in to come back in end of January, almost mid-January. So that came out right when I was put my paperwork in to come back in.
Wow. And here's the crazier part. Like, I've done nothing with this yet. I'm just.
No, you better hold on to that shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got tons of copies of this. But just if we look at the green, right, with full licensure approval, that would be illegal. If that was legit, that would be legal. If it was literally had full licensure approval. But he's recommending a commander and various commanders and other first sergeants to change with full licensure approval.
Yeah.
To
change the verbiage on it so they don't get busted.
First of all, the
FDA found out. So here's my point, real quick. Here's my point that I think is what's happening here. They got busted. They figured it out that, oh shit, we gave everybody a bioweapon. We're gonna change the verbiage to cover our asses. Basically, is what that looks like to me.
It's the fucking cleanup job, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're covering their asses.
Dang, that's legit discernment right there. You nailed that. Absolutely.
Talk about a big shitstorm coming.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, okay, July goes by. I get an LOC from my supervisor. I don't have it attached, but I could talk about it quickly. And I went to a sapper class that I was supposed to, but I failed to sign in. And I absolutely did forget to sign in. I showed him a picture of me being there because I'm big into like showing pictures of where I'm at. That's what I do, I guess. And they try to use that against me later on. But anyway, I get LOC, I take it, whatever. I'm thinking I'm getting out, right? Like, I want to get out. Get me the heck out of the Air Force, blah, blah, blah. Get me out. So I don't even care. Like, I took the LOC. I did write a rebuttal, but I didn't even refute it or rebut it. I mean, I just took it, but it's so insignificant at this point to even talk about that.
The LOC is you talking about letter of concern?
Letter of counseling.
Yeah.
Letter of counseling.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right,
All
if I
right,
click this
we got
tab,
you covered.
What do you guys see right now if I click that tab?
Says status update PDF.
Oh,
and then
cool. You can see exactly what I click. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. So actually, so we're in 2022. Okay. So actually in October, I think the month before October, actually, October 2022, the mandate gets frozen actually. So the mandate gets frozen. Does that sound about right, Scott?
It was January 2023.
No, that's when it got rescinded. The mandate got rescinded. But
that's right.
But yeah, for me, it got frozen, as in like no court. I mean, no board hearing. Everything was just frozen temporarily.
Yeah.
Was that because of the lawsuit?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
The Supreme Court one from all the Navy SEAL one, whatever that one was called.
Yeah, that was Navy SEALs versus Biden. That was the first one I was put in. I was put into that in February, into Liberty Counsel lawsuit. That was the first one they put me in February 2022.
Jeez. Okay. This is January, but before we go hit this, I'm just gonna state. So now we're in October. Okay, November supervisor who were cool at first, and then December I get an LOC and an LOR from him same day, and the LOC was for calling him silly in a text message. And John talked to me about that. Like I was big into smiley faces and all that crap with him. With everybody. I was doing smiley faces a lot back then. I'm just very
but so there's the whole recording that I listened to, right? And like I think so. And the whole thing is like after you did that stuff, right? Which wasn't too big of a deal, right? But like I told you, I said I would have called you as if I was your first line, I would have called you immediately and had a conversation with you, right? But the thing is that individual, I don't remember his name, but he didn't do anything. He just completely ignored it.
Right.
What kind of fucking leader does that?
Well, and that tells me it's acceptable and not disrespectful, right? It's like if I call my commander by the first name and he allows that, how is that's not disrespectful if he doesn't view it as disrespectful? Does that make sense a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, they're allowing it. And like I told you, when I was a platoon sergeant and I have my soldiers and we're on the same group chats, like I only conduct business. So when they're joking on that chat, I say, hey, stop. If you want to do that shit, go somewhere else, right? And if I was disrespected or I felt disrespected anyway, you're gonna get a phone call immediately. Like I'm gonna be like, hey man, what's going on? Like, why are you doing this to me? Like, you need to fucking stop. That's not how we conduct business. You know what I mean? But and he's what a master sergeant, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
E7.
Like
E7.
You're fucking E7. You know, this is me talking, and you can't call this individual to give him some leadership, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just my opinion.
This dude's a piece of crap, man. Then they say too, it says that indicators that insider threat. You gotta be kidding me, dude.
Oh yeah, it gets good. I'll leave it right here.
You know what I think?
So real quick though.
You want to know my opinion, John? You want to know my opinion on that? I bet you 10 to 1 that they knew he had that one piece of information. Because if you see the date on there, and if you look at the last sentence on there, it says he shouldn't have any information, valid information from inside. I bet you 10 to 1 they know he has that other document.
Wait, what? Where? What valid information?
Go back to it.
This one? Oh,
it's the last sentence on there that's not highlighted.
Okay.
And then after that, if you could explain, Lance, kind of that situation we were just talking about a minute ago, so people kind of understand what happened there.
Absolutely, I'll get deep now.
So real quick, see where it says, and should not have access to any sensitive materials or areas until after this pending action is resolved. I bet you they know that you've got that document.
And should not have access to any sensitive materials. Wait, I'm sorry. What document? I'm trying to
from that first origin, that email that you got. where they said that they switched the EUA thing over to it. I bet you they know you got it.
I've never thought of that. Let me think.
Because why would they say that for any other reason?
Yeah, because that's what
Dude, I've
February
never
23.
thought of that. I've never thought of that.
Go back, check it out.
The other document?
Yeah, move that up a little bit.
Scott, what
There
are
you
you,
go.
a lawyer,
Yeah,
man?
right there. No, I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, dude, when you have something like that,
Yeah, what are we looking at here?
nothing.
I'm sorry. My dog used them.
You're good. I'm good. I'm just saying that it looked to me like they know he has this, because if you look at the date here, Friday, 6th January, and you look at that document that he was reprimanded for, it said the 13th, which was a week later. And it has that evidence to not have any, he shouldn't have any information like that.
Approved, fully approved, basically.
Exactly.
And then what
Because
does it say? Go back. Oh, yeah, you gotta go back to the other. Oh, so, but it didn't say.
I'm just saying, if you read it and you interpret it, he's saying he should have no permissions whatsoever for any insider information.
So that's what that's about.
Because,
technically, possibly.
Because I look at the date, it's a week later from this.
Yeah.
That's why I possibly think that that's why they did that. Because why would he put that in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, that's a good point.
Could be possibly pertaining to that.
It's not like I was hidden in the thing. My name was on it. Oh. Yeah, dude. I think, man, that's called a hunch, right? That's definitely a hunch.
Well, that's bait and switch right there, John, just like we've been saying all along.
Yeah. Who's the email to?
Man, I got the straight up one somewhere on here. Let me get the straight up one. Hold on. Okay. So this is my 2023 PIF.
Holy shit. That's bigger than mine.
Oh, bro.
Yeah.
You got that one, like, dude, that's like a 4-inch binder. I only got like a 3.
I got 2 3s, but
damn.
I don't think it's as much as that. I don't think I needed 2 3s. I think I could have did like maybe A4.
Oh man,
bro, we gotta get him in there doing the affidavit. If he did his affidavit of truth, dude, to be here for a year.
He needs to do all my work for me.
Shit.
He's on fire on there.
Here's my court-martial documents.
Damn, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, man, that's the crazy shit. I mean, who's the email to?
Dude,
because that individual that he sent it to knows that there's no fucking approved vaccine on that fucking post, period. And every fucking thing you got in trouble for is all fucking bullshit. And whoever fucking knew that, well, I mean, I don't want to say what I'm thinking right now because it's probably not nice.
But John, I understand where you're coming from, because that's how I feel too. If they know he has this, they came after him full-blown, full force, dude.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, right, if he has the redacted one of that, they're done. I mean, their goose is cooked now, but that even proves it even further, bro.
Well, I mean, that could be, I think I see what you're saying, the indication on why they're going so hard at him.
Exactly.
Because he has the fucking piece of the puzzle that fucking takes everybody down.
Exactly.
So you guys were right. That'd be nuts.
That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe not. I shouldn't say in so many words. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't go back and look for this really. Here's a paper copy of it. See?
Shit,
okay.
dude.
Yeah,
So his name's right here. Tell me if you can see his name good. All right.
There's some cell numbers on there.
Oh shit.
Holy shit.
I'll take it off. Don't worry about it. Maybe if I remember. J. Chris Termal, First Sergeant. Turrell?
Yeah.
Who was the email to though? That's who wrote it, right?
No, I don't have that. I cut it off, I think.
But they could subpoena that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the date. They have the time.
Well, we got a name up here. It says Randrick.read. I think it was to Randrick.read. And I think it was a
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the hell that is, but it's a.
Yeah, where does that fuck work?
I'm gonna have to find this now.
Yeah, let's not
Dang,
get
that's
stuck
good.
on that, but that's fucking boom. Like that's fucking
That's what's
crazy, man.
wild.
I
All right. Well,
you know, I feel like someone fucking sent that to you purposely, possibly.
no way.
So you
No,
can have it. Like
no.
maybe
You, you want to know my opinion on it?
yeah, go ahead.
Because of this is just me, John, and I'm just saying this. When I was going through mine, it was spiritually led. I guarantee. You've heard this from me.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not going to interrupt his story or anything like that. But spiritually led, I was able to hit everything, and all this stuff was brought to me, to my face, just like it's going for him. That's why he's noticing it. You know what I mean? And he's going through this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's right before our eyes. It's like they're screwing up, or God's presenting it to us like, hey, here's the evidence.
So like I said before, the first fucking time they forced us to get vaccinated, August 31st, 2021,
Yeah.
was my birthday.
Yep.
So yeah, and I agree with what you're saying too, Scott. Like, yeah, I agree.
And the one document that I signed to come back in the military was on my birthday last year, which was crazy.
Yep.
Because I was supposed to be in before all that shit, and then they want to throw the flu shot on me. And I fought that, and that's why it took longer. Because I was supposed to be back in March of 2023. And it wasn't.
Yeah, they fucking held off, man. That's what it is, man.
Yeah.
I agree with that too.
But that's why I can tell the reason why he feels the way he feels, because, dude, if I would have saw that too, I'd have went friggin' ballistic myself. Because I saw shit. I have documents here that show proof as well.
Yep. Like these motherfucking people, whatever, you know, they know about this shit. They're getting they're sending fucking emails back and forth about this shit. Yeah. And they're fucking trying to fuck everybody over that is fighting against it. And
because they're going to get caught. That's why they know they're busted. Yeah. That's the whole point.
Because they're fucking slipping, man. But go ahead, Lance.
Yeah.
Well, me and Scott can blow up for hours.
All right, we can go all day here. So
you keep going, bro.
It's just fascinating to me. That's all. When we see people's different stories, not hear people's different stories, but seeing evidence of this, that's a different story. You know, that's a different thing altogether. Go ahead, Lance. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. So before that. Oh, you're great. Before we get into the insider threat stuff, I got this document here. Let me screen share this one. All right, you guys are gonna love this one. This one's pretty shitty, man, because this has got no justice yet, but it's all good. I'm just building this all up now. When I say mountain of evidence on them, like they really don't believe. Like even the thing that you guys just brought to my attention now that I've never thought of, that's big, you know. Like I never thought that could have started it off too. I don't know. Okay, so this is a non-recommendation. So I couldn't test for tech sergeant this year, 2022. It says this is to inform you that you are non-recommended for promotion to tech. Blah blah blah. Under this rule, you will be ineligible for promotion. Cannot test. Can be considered if already tested. Blah 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 blah. Okay, now this is big. This doesn't look big, but this number 2 is crazy. The period of this action is for the 23 E6 promotion cycle. The specific reason for this action is due to the member having multiple admin actions in his PIF from the 2022 reporting period, as well as getting 2 more LORs added to his PIF in early January for insubordination. So why this is big is, okay, first of all, multiple admin actions. Okay. So at this time too, the COVID stuff was removed. The mandate was removed, and what had to come with that was also the disciplinary action that came with. So they had to clean members' PIFs that received disciplinary actions for not receiving the vaccine. But when they say having multiple admin actions, and the only other action I had was the LOC I told you guys about that I didn't sign into a class because I forgot. Yeah, that's a lie right there. That's a straight lie right there. And I would not be getting a non-recommendation for E6 if I just missed to sign in for the class. And at the time, I was stressed out. I was diagnosed with anxiety. I forgot to say that. I was diagnosed with anxiety at the time as well from my PCM.
Like the issues are happening. Like
And
17 years in Air Force.
that's
I'm
the
pissed
one you
off.
said you took
Yeah.
the picture at when you were at the class, though, right?
Yeah. Right. And then moving on, it says, as well as getting 2 more LORs. When that's BS. I only got 1 LOR from my supervisor. The LOC that he gave me was for calling him silly. This LOR was for missing a work suspense that I have in text message as proof that it was a 12-minute work suspense. He told me to sign something and then like 12 minutes ago, and I didn't do it. And it was my EPR actually. And I didn't get around to that. And he wrote me up for that. Like, but I didn't know he wrote me up for that at the time. So like it's just so deceitful and it sounds so silly right now.
He wrote you up because you didn't sign something?
Or complete a work task, which is to sign my EPR at the time. And the reason why I couldn't sign it is because the freaking thing was locked. Like you had
What?
to have a code to sign it. And I have all the text messages for this, right?
What's the
If you
EPR?
don't care. Oh, the enlisted perform your annual
Okay,
thing.
okay, your annual. Okay.
Yeah,
The
and I was
sponsor.
trying to sign it and I couldn't sign it, and I had a chaplain appointment after. And again, everything that I'm stating, they can use against me if it's false.
Dude.
So I need to make sure what I state is facts.
What the fuck, man? Who
So
fucking who cares if you didn't sign it? You just
Well,
fucking go in,
yeah.
you sign it the next day. There's been so many
Well,
fucking times where
yeah,
that's so fucking asinine, bro.
yeah, I know.
I've never
Well,
fucking written anybody up my entire career. I've never heard of anybody getting written up because they didn't sign their fucking shit. Oh, hey man, I forgot. Okay, just fucking do it tomorrow.
yeah,
There's suspension times on those things, and then that you can also extend them out.
yeah,
Like, what the fuck?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, crazy. And this document's bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's just so much that have drowned this, you know. Like I said, it's just false. It's false. It wasn't 2 more LORs. It wasn't. As of this point, with my COVID stuff removed,
Mm.
right? Oops, that's ugly. But with my COVID stuff removed, it's false. And he signs a false document or whatever it's called. Like that's falsifying a document. It's false information, man. And like if I did that, they'd be all over that. You know, it's a UCMJ violation of what's it called?
Falsifying
Whatever it's called.
documentation.
Yeah, that's what I got my Article 138 for. I mean 15 for it when I was what, 22 or something.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
20 or 21 or whatever. I don't know. Okay, so we got this out of the way. And this is big too, man, because it's gonna come back to bite them in the butt later on. So let's X out of this. And now I guess I could bring this up real fast. Hold on. Mental health. Okay. I'm gonna pull this up real fast just to also keep track of the diagnoses too. Little diagnoses anywhere?
PTS.
Okay. How about hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I see some, yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
now.
so okay, yeah, these are okay, those are new. But you see that mental health resources that say that or no?
Yeah, Mental
Yeah.
Health Resources Inc. Incorporated.
That's not what I wanted, but it don't matter. Do you see the insider threat? Look that now? The insider threat or no?
Reportable information for
Okay.
security. Yep.
Go to the what's it called? Insider threat. There we go. Oh yeah. That's crazy. Okay. Please feel free to. But now this is January. The date's right there. But I don't know of this until March. And this is in my PIF when I request for it. So incident date is January. But like I said, I don't know what's happening. This is one of the biggest bombs I have. Whoops. Let's see here. This one needs to be hit absolutely hard here. I'm just gonna read it for everyone that's watching too. He's undergoing several actions at the commander level. He has consistently been dishonest about his location. And again, I have no paperwork about me being a liar. So that's a lie that they said that people he has met with or actions he is pursuing. He has been aggressive to M-Flight personnel, which is just members of the squadron, the first sergeant and True North personnel, who is the mental health licensed clinical social worker civilian for the squadron within the LRS, Air Force, and U.S. government at large. He has told other airmen that they are going to hell. Again, just completely out of context, man. And the supervisor from his previous work center believes he may be an insider threat and that he has been potentially radicalized by an anti-U.S. government group in the wake of his refusal to take the COVID vaccine. They literally say it right there. And then this is part crazy. It's straight up ostracism, which is unlawful. I've instructed the in-flight personnel not to meet with him one-on-one, to avoid all interactions with him, and under no circumstance to go to his home. I believe Sergeant Castle exhibits almost every indicator of an insider threat and should not have access to any sensitive materials or areas until. Okay, so real fast, the last red. I believe Castle exhibits almost every indicator of an. I've done a lot of research on that, and they skip risk factor. There's a study and an article from I think they call it NCIS or something like that. Does that sound right? I don't know. Yeah, some military organization, but it goes risk factor and then indicator. Okay, they don't even say Castle exhibits risk factors. The whole difference of a risk factor and an indicator is you're already committing the crime, the terrorist act. A risk factor is you have the potential.
Yeah, the risk factors for the insider threat would be like you have money issues, you have issues with your spouse, you just went through a divorce, you like, you know, all those are risk factors of somebody that could be an insider threat.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty crazy. And okay, this document looks pretty severe, right? Criminal conduct. All these people start to get complicit. Captain Lawrence. Okay. Now, why this document is about to get blown up? Well, let's just continue with it real fast. Notice that at this time I am suspending. Oh no! At this time, I wish to provide supplemental documentation to the DoD CAF. He says no. Like he doesn't even want to substantiate why he believes I'm all this crap. Commander's comments. Look at those beautiful comments right here. Nothing. Vasquez, of course. 8 February.
So
And now,
you're accused of this, but there's no documentation to get sent up.
Zero documentation. There is no documentation. That's why. Like with how criminal they're acting, I'm so surprised they didn't make up.
So it's just hearsay. Technically, it would be hearsay, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we gotta fucking fix this."
You know what's shitty about hearsay is that's preponderance of the evidence, and you could be arrested for hearsay. You could be in confinement even longer up until your court martial for hearsay. Like, what kind of system is this? And there needs to be complete changes to how much authority a commander has. With like, I want my whole goal of this whole thing is to get case study for this, so this doesn't ever happen again. At least this is egregious for the years to come for other military, any branch at this point. Like this is terrible. And if they would have done this to a different person, that person could have taken their life. Canada Air Force Base is like a suicide on this base every other weekend. Yeah. Like if they did this to the right person, dude, they could have killed somebody. I could have killed myself, if I was that type. Yeah, bro, man, that's just crazy. Okay, now how do you make this document even worse, right? Like how? Okay, you freaking make a second one. While removing some information. Okay, what? So this is the second one.
Can you make that a little bit bigger?
Yeah. Okay, this is around the same date. So, but look, I have become aware of an individual's involvement in not reporting to his assigned section in several weeks. He's undergoing several, like it says so this is AWOL, but they don't charge me for AWOL up until like months later because I'm still checking in. I'm still on base, going to my appointments, going to, and then again, the supervisor from his previous work center believes he may be an insider threat, blah, blah, blah. They leave the COVID in there. Okay. Guess what's missing? The ostracism. Okay.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say for the other one. That's what it was. The supervisor from your previous work. So is that when you were? Oh, fuck, man, I don't know your units, but that was when you were doing the Fuck, I don't know. So when you got moved from your initial one to the other unit, and then you got pulled from that unit back to this unit, that middle unit is the one they're talking about, right? The one where
wait,
you
what?
got fuck, man, I don't know. I just
No, there's no middle unit. No middle unit.
yeah, there is. But when you
The
first,
proof.
so COVID came out, you were with this unit, the TJ, what is it?
That was 27 SO LRS up here, yeah.
Oh yeah, so you were at the LROS, right? And then you moved to where?
Yeah, I just moved around within the squadron, but ultimately I was moved to the 26 STS,
Is that what
and
they're
that was
talking
for
about? You when you were at the 26 STS?
no, they're not. No, because I talked to them too, and they
Well, I
said
mean,
that
what
was
is he
great.
saying there? The other previous fucking unit or work center or whatever. The
This one?
supervisor from his previous, it's the same thing as the supervisor from his previous work center.
Yeah. Oh, that's just a section.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you
Same
moved
squadron.
sections.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just think of it as
That's
different
where I was
outfits.
confused. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's all good. That was great.
Why do they say work center? It's fucking
Air Force.
That's where they're at.
okay.
That's what they call it. Work center supervisor, blah 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 blah. Your work area.
You guys are killing me. I'm glad I have you guys here because I'm fucking trying to figure it out. Okay. You good?
You're lost today, Johnny. Good thing your co-host is here to help you out with Air Force duties.
I'm not in my element with all this Air Force stuff going on.
That's why I'm here to help you.
Exactly.
Okay. So document 1, document 2, they take out the ostracism. Why would they take out this one here, the yellow? I have instructed the in-flight personnel. So squadron has tons of flights in it, John, and then like maybe 4 flights or whatever, depends. So the flight I was working at, it's like just think of a section of it, a quarter. This officer, Captain Liam Lawrence, like he's writing it. I don't care if he did it or not. Or if he tries to say he didn't do it, he literally wrote, I have instructed the in-flight personnel not to meet with him one-on-one, to avoid all interactions with him, and under no circumstance to go to his home. That is a highly unlawful, illegal, because of the serious of the ostracism, ostracism and segregation, man. But look, they remove it. That's why it's even bigger, you know? They remove it. And I'll have to prove to you how
legal looked it over and said, hey, you can't do that.
There you go. There you go. Okay, we continue with this number 2 document here. He says that here at A, I have suspended unescorted access to restricted areas. So I'm now getting doors locked on me, key codes changed on me, door locks changed on me.
Did you get your clearance taken at that point?
Yep. Okay, not right here on this date, but
not
I
right
do
there.
like a week later.
Later on.
That's document 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's all combinations to safes, vault, secure rooms I have access has been changed. So wow, this is just nuts. And look, currently I do intend to discharge an individual. So he's intending. This is January still, right? The COVID thing's lifted now. The COVID thing's lifted now. Like he loves to say that we removed everything from your PIF that had COVID in it, but they didn't remove their retaliation and their resentment towards me for not abiding, for being the only one actually in the squadron. Remember how I was talking about the office meetings went from 15 to 13? I forgot to say it eventually went to nobody. I mean, like everyone got it.
Was everyone went and ranked, they made everybody go ring the bell. That's why and give up.
Yeah.
You didn't. So
okay, well that's the document there. And here's the date. Let's start looking at the dates and times. February 8th. Right here in his signature at 10:56 a.m. Okay. I'm gonna write that down real quick. 10/8, 10:56. Okay. 10/8, 10:56.
And you're at is it 18 years now?
17. I just hit 17.
At this point still.
Yeah. And then look at this date, right? 7 February, the day before, and then Vasquez signs it on the 8th.
Yeah.
The date for this, the time for this was what does that say? Crap. I know it was before. I can't see it. I'll have to go look at my
my physical copy. Okay, but this was before. Sorry, my shit's live now. Okay, here we go. Document 2. Guess what's after document 2? Document 3. They try to re-edit it again.
Again?
Again. And before we read this, let's look at the date on this one. Crap. Right here. Same date, February 8th. Sorry, when I zoom in, it keeps doing that. 123. So 13/23, same date. So we went from 10:56 a.m. of him signing it to 1:23 p.m. Same date of him signing it. And then that first one was the same date, but it was before 10:56, but we can't see that time. They're just gonna have to take my word on it or bring me to court where I can prove it. Right here, right? 10:23. Yeah, it looks like it says 10:23 or whatever right here. Okay, I'm just gonna write that. 10:23.
I can't tell.
Right here, 10. That looks like a 10 to me.
That looks like a 10, yeah.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's 10, I guess. It better be 10. Like, yeah, because the other one's 10:57. Okay, so we got 10. We got 57 right here. We got document 3 at 10 or 123. Okay. Now, what had they removed from here? Okay, they kept COVID vaccine. They left the ostracism out. Good. Okay. Going to hell, supervisor from previous works believes that he may be an insider threat and that he has been potentially radicalized by an anti-user group, blah, blah, blah. I believe Castro exhibits almost every indicator of an insider threat and should not have access to any sensitive materials or, yeah. I don't know, actually. I can't remember of an insider threat. I mean, all the other bullshit's out, like the code locks and stuff, right? I mean, it is a notification to myself, but there's no code locks in here. The code lock from all this. Look how in-depth this one was. I intend to discharge him. The safes and vaults and secure rooms have been locked.
Fuck.
You know, it's a lot, man. It's a lot, dude. And oh man. Okay, whatever. People can pause it and figure it out for themselves, I guess. Okay, now this is the last one. How do we make this one worse? You ready? We do a final 4th copy, and this is their final product. This is the final one that I get. I don't get the other 3 because they think they removed it. Now, if we look, COVID is out. COVID is out, and that's all you really need to know. COVID is out.
Go back to the other one real quick.
It was on there. I saw the last 2 documents. It's on there.
Okay, hold on.
Go back to the first one real quick.
The original?
Yeah, I just want to see something.
Okay.
That's the original one? Okay, go to the next one.
Yep. Okay. Number 2. Right there.
I'm trying to figure out why they keep fucking changing it? Like,
probably because, like you said before, I bet you they sent it to legal. I'm telling you, I think they sent to legal, and legal told them to change it.
What date was that signed?
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
February 8th. February 8th. Okay. They're all February 8th.
Except for the last one.
Yeah, except for the last. Well, they had time. They had time on that one. So this is the 3rd one.
So why did they sign it? Did they sign it and give it to you? Or they just
nope.
They signed it and gave it to me. Look, I even signed it like a dumbass, but it's just acknowledged, receipt acknowledged. And I think this is my last signature.
And then they changed it. And then they gave it to you again. And then they changed it.
No. This is the 4th change, but to me, this is the first one. I didn't know of this yet. I pieced this shit together like.
Yeah, how'd you get those? The other ones?
They're in my PIF. Like my PIF is 200 pages. Like there's no sole person who's as passionate as I am on winning this, you know?
How the fuck did they get in your PIF?
Dude, that's the thing. They could just throw whatever they want in there.
They put that's your personal information records.
But
they put them in there. I have one too.
Or is it in your fucking
No, it's in recruiting and stuff like that. They have it in recruiting and retention.
Okay, because I know in the Army we have our OMPF that has all, but it's not all negative paperwork. It's just everything.
Oh, yeah, this is negative.
Yeah, I
But
don't
the
know.
I
biggest
didn't
I don't
have
know
thing,
anything
anything,
about that
man.
shit.
I'm gonna read the pink. Your
Well, I just
local
don't
entity clerk-
understand. I don't understand how it got in there. If they were like, did they sign it, send it up, and then fucking, oh, I'm gonna sign it again, send it up? Like, how does that make fucking sense? If that wasn't the final product and they were fucking trying to figure
They
it
were
out, like,
sloppy.
they were sloppy. And I think it's because
They always thought this is the only thing that makes sense to me. They always thought that was a final product, you know, and then they thought about it again and they did another final product.
but they couldn't remove it from your PIF.
they could have, but they didn't to. They didn't. They failed to, and that's what I caught also.
How are they so fucking
Dumb. I
smart?
mean,
I say
yeah,
smart.
yeah.
It
It's just
just
a,
doesn't make sense to me. Like if I put something somewhere and I fucked up, I would take it out and then put something in there that, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because you're more strategic. They weren't. They never thought it would ever get to this level, dude. Ever. Like, why? This commander probably has never had one person challenge him ever, right? Like, I don't know.
So,
That's why. You
and
think the Air Force?
so
You think Air Force is smart, man? Like I don't know, not what I've seen in my squadron.
so Colonel Vasquez himself was able to put that paperwork in your PIF.
Probably not himself literally, but if he tells a first sergeant to do it, then that's pretty much the equivalent. So yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not. I don't.
they could throw whatever they want in there. They don't
Okay.
have to have legal proofread it or anything like that. That's why like a commander is like God in a squadron. He could
Okay.
almost do whatever he wants, unless he does it to the wrong person, like us three here,
Mhm.
that we won't stand for it, you know? So again, the biggest thing that I want everyone to know is COVID is removed. Why is COVID removed? Because it's February 13th and the mandate is rescinded. That is some criminal shit right there. Damn, dude. All right. So I get this. I get an Article 15 on top of this for calling my commander, my supervisor silly. Okay, let me show that. I don't think I've shown that ever before. Um,
And
a little
does
bit.
that go back to what we were talking about earlier?
yep. The
Okay.
silly stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Correct. You guys can see what I'm pulling up and stuff here.
Yeah. Google Workspace.
Factors.
Yep.
Risk
See it.
factors. Article 15. Here we go. All right. Let's blast this live. I've never shown this before. Article 15, 26 January, it was issued. It was served, but then it goes through its process and crap.
Mhm.
Okay, we just look through all this stuff. Okay, so this right here on D, I request a personal appearance before you and that it is not public. I sign that, which I'm entitled to, and we do have a meeting around February 6th that I have fully recorded. That will be one of the biggest bombs ever of my UCMJ charges that I'll get into as well.
So you had a meeting on February. You said 6th,
Okay.
and
Here are my
you recorded that meeting.
yeah, audio.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Let's see here. Here are all the commanders that went through. Burberry Road right here. So remember I said I was in Oklahoma? This guy was actually my flight commander there. Now he's the commander of the group here. Like, how many years has passed since that? 15? Isn't that wild? I think that's crazy, dude.
Mhm.
Yep. Okay, here we go. First charge. Did at or near Kennedy Air Force Base, New Mexico, on diverse occasions between on or about 4 January 23 and on or about 8 January 2023. If you look at those dates, it's like Wednesday. It's like Wednesday through Sunday. Let me actually get the exact dates what that is. Okay, January 4, 2023. Damn.
I'm about to take that social off again.
Yep. Wednesday to Sunday. January
Wednesday to
8th
Sunday.
is a Sunday. First of all, Monday was New Year's Eve or New Year's. We were off. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday were duty days. But they want to charge me from 4 to 8. They're ridiculous. I don't work on the weekends. My hours aren't on the weekends. Okay, right? It's so bad. It's so just elementary. Okay, so on or about without authority. Here's the big one. I wish I could highlight this right now, but without authority, fail to go at the time prescribed to your appointed place of duty
On the
to
weekend.
wit. No, it's to wit. Wit is like some legal term because I was like about what the heck that was. To the customer service section, blah blah blah. Okay, and the text messages that I have that I sent up to Colonel Roche, who is the group commander, appealing everything. I'm telling my supervisor, hey sir, I'm at the chaplain, or I'm going to the chaplain, and he tells me Roger. And I give him updates during the afternoon. I'm like, hey sir, I'm still the chaplain. We're working my blah blah blah. He's like, okay, sounds good. Make sure you check your email before you leave work or before you leave there for the day. So stuff like that, you know. And no one took that into account. So that's why I got demoted here, because of that stupid little thing that they're trying to. Oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. But that's charge one, and my second charge is the disrespect, which is right here. I'm just gonna read from right here. Okay, 16 December on or about 5 January. Disrespectful in language towards Carrie, a senior commissioned officer. Or sorry, oh my gosh, can't even read. A senior non-commissioned officer, then known by, okay, I hate reading this stuff. Yeah, let's get into the good one. Who was then in the execution? Oh my. Okay, there you go. On Cannon Air Force Base when they watch this to know this part. Who was then in the execution of his office by saying to him, "See you soon, silly." When told to report to Carrie and asked to stand at parade rest, you refused, replying, "I'm fine," or words to that effect. You were also talking over Carrie now, saying, "I'm good," and refusing to go to your new place of work when he was administering your paperwork. So on top of silly, they add all this other extra stuff. Which is crazy. Like oh my gosh, I have all the evidence that to prove that this is just like almost benign, dude. And he testifies in court. Anyone listening to this, you can go on my YouTube channel, just look for testimony from Carrie. Listen to how he answers the questions. If you're really that serious, looking into this, whoever's watching this, including SJA. And like he even gets grilled from the judge. So he made me come in also from my exodus. I was supposed to start the week off, Christmas exodus, and he took that week off from me. I don't know, like a power move. They did give me the next week off for New Year's, but it don't matter because all the plans that I had for Christmas exodus.
So you had your leave form in already signed, already good to go.
No,
and then
well, it wasn't leave. It wasn't leave. It was just
okay.
Air Force has this Christmas exodus thing where they give you a week off for either Christmas or New Year's. Is that true with you too, Scott, or no?
I was reserved, so I never had that.
So those days were just scheduled, 4 days or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
But everyone is afforded that.
Yeah.
So like if they take it away from anyone, it becomes ostracism. Also, like it's not fair. Kind of crap.
Looking at his reprimand, how sanctimonious this is. Such behavior negatively affects good order and discipline. You're gonna be seeing this a lot now. Shows a lack of respect and directly impacts the unit. So he's saying me not standing in parade rest, which I do though. I do end up standing in parade rest. I just hesitate because of how angry I am and my blood pressure rising through the roof and me feeling a little dizzy as well. Like they don't care about. And I'm saying all that because that's what we told the judge, the truth, and like they leave all that out.
So you have, but just so we're there, like you have high blood pressure issues and certain other diagnoses where when you're saying like, I get dizzy or my heart rate goes up or I have high blood, you actually do, like, and that's legitly like in your records basically.
Absolutely. Here, let me show you guys. Not my record,
and they knew all this, like, right? Your chain of command knows all this shit.
Yep. There's my stuff right there. And not that I'm proud of it, but that's the truth. So there's ADHD I got diagnosed with in Saudi Arabia and again in Cannon Air Force Base. Then the anxiety stuff in May 2022 and all this stuff was going on. There's the PTSD. And again, if you guys want me to show the documents for that, I do not mind at all.
No, it's
watch.
We're good.
Yeah.
My question is though, because I watched a lot of those videos that you posted, I believe on YouTube, not videos, but I guess the recordings, and I watched. It was court recordings and stuff. But during the whole time I was listening, the only like question, like they said that you never gave them any, I guess, documentation that said you had like PTSD, this or that.
Right. I love it. I love it. Freaking love it, dude. Freaking love it, man. Crazy. That's lies. Straight lies, man. I could prove it with an email too. You want to like prove that right now or no? Like I
Yeah, go
prove
ahead.
that from the.
Yeah, yeah, because that was my question. Like, but I did they were saying that they wanted like a on post behavioral health or
Yeah,
social worker or whatever you guys have, and you were
yeah,
going
that's
off
nasty.
post, and which I think is stupid. Like if you're seeing a medical provider, you're seeing a medical provider.
Yeah.
What the fuck ever.
All right, let's see. Cool. Okay, so these are the emails of the flight commander, Captain Lawrence, and I on March 27th, 2023. I tell him, good afternoon. After having a few discussions with the first sergeant, I was told to email you to discuss my dire concerns with needing a change of raider. I've expressed to Master Sergeant Carey and leadership since January this year that I no longer feel safe around him. My mental health and physical health is at a serious risk due to him being allowed to continuously psychologically harass me from all the deceit and defamation he has done up to this point. Let me zoom in a little bit. That he's done up to this point. Where the heck am I? I lost my spot. All right, is that a little bigger though?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Done up to me up to this point on me. I told the first sergeant I will no longer have communication with him anymore. I am committed to this. I am committed to this. He yet continues to text me after I have told the first sergeant of this. Until a change of order happens, a mediator would be appropriate. Me being in his presence would not be wise for my mental health disabilities or the longevity of my diagnoses, treatments that have even begun, that haven't even begun due or the longevity of my diagnoses, treatments, okay, that haven't even been, oh my gosh, begun due to him having the illegal authority he has. I believe he has the, I believe he is the main reason for my mental derangement. And again for leadership to condone his manipulative acts. If you're free tomorrow, I would very much like to come in and explain to you the proof I have on all of this. That will come to light soon. It is extensive. Thank you for your time. Okay. His response, that was March 27th. His response as we go up. Okay, his response is this March 27th at 2:52 p.m. Mine was at 1:30 p.m. He asks me all this. I don't know if you want me to read all that, but I'll
Yeah,
just look for
you
the
could summarize it.
highlights. All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna do the last one. I have been concerned with some of the behavior you have demonstrated thus far this year. As always, my expectation is that members report to their assigned duty location at the hour dictated by their supervisor. In this case, the expectation is that you be at customer service at 07, blah, blah, blah. The expectation has not been met and cannot continue. Is my response, like I'm telling him that I'm being harassed and gaslit by this guy, and he says the same thing that's still happening today. This expectation has not been met and cannot continue. It is my responsibility to ensure that it's more of the same BS, okay? Anyone can pause it who's watching this as well. Okay, I respond back by telling him, well, first of all, I respond back the next day, right here, 3:18 p.m. on my civilian email. I say, good afternoon, all that crap. Okay, here we go. In this session, I text message, okay, 3 pages of diagnoses and clinical notes from Next Step Psychiatry, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I provided this because he asked for that. Let me go back. Let me find that. He asks for that right here. Tell me if you guys can find it too. Oh, right here. This paragraph. If you would be willing to share some documentation from your physician, I may be able to make a more equitable determination. Okay, so I don't attach, like it's an attachment to that email, and I'm getting
Yeah.
it right now. My
Okay.
fiance is working on it, but this is the email to that, and I definitely want to show that for transparency. So this is where I put it in here, and again, she's getting it right now, but it's not an attachment to the email. It's like a huge picture to the email. I messed that up when I did that, if that makes sense. But
Okay. Yeah, that makes it's like a photo basically.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, a photo to it. And I tell them all this stuff again, like all this stuff. Okay, and I'll prove that. But let me show you guys this real quick since we're on the topic. So here's mental health resources. The date's January 31st, or sorry, January 25th. There's post-traumatic stress disorder right there. Okay. Anyone has questions about that? Here's the next step psychiatry one. Let's zoom into this. So this is one that I provide him. And again, I'll prove that here when she gets that. But I gave him a couple of documents. I was 36 then too. Funny looking at that now. Shit, dude. Oh no, phone numbers are fine. That's the company, and that's fine because it's a. All right, there's my phone number too. Anyone wants to hit me up? There it is. Here's my diagnoses that I'm showing, and I will show you all too that I provide this to him. There's post-traumatic stress disorder right there on January 31st. He also diagnosed with the irritability and anger, major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety, blah, blah, blah.
This is your off post.
Yeah, off
provider.
post one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, going back to the email right here. Okay. Like, so I provide that, and then I'm talking about how, like, look at that, right? And then he responds back telling me pretty much no. Pretty much in the officer term, no. And he gives me, look at this, all his duties and crap, blah, blah, blah. And I put my foot down. And I, again, March 29th now, I said, good morning, sir. I apologize for the confusion. And as stated previously, I am not able to be around him. Like, they don't get it. And it's happening again with different people higher ups now, though. Like 206s that I'm dealing with right now. Colonel Churchill and the wing commander, Colonel Bergen. Most importantly, in direct contact with him. With him being, because he knows how to get like a rile out of me, man. And he's a liar. He smiles and he lies. He's extremely deceitful, you know. Due to the seriousness of my PTSD. All right. Yeah.
So
Okay.
he had already pushed your buttons on the phone, right? And then if you could just do that, like, what was that conversation about again on the phone with the text message again?
The emails, yeah, it was about me not being safe, feeling safe around my supervisor, Sergeant Carey.
Oh, so you weren't at work, and I
Yeah.
remember he said he was sick, and people were hitting him up, and
Yeah.
and wondering where you were. So he reached out to you to ask you, like, hey, where are you at? And then can you fill the rest in real quick?
Yeah. Well, that's not even it. The main thing of why I started to feel that it was dangerous to be around him is because I've received an LOR LOC that led to an Article 15, my rank demotion, and he was lying about me not standing in parade rest, that only I know the truth, right, of what happened. Like straight blatantly lying like that. I'm not standing parade rest. He says I called him silly, which I did in a text message. But these are Article 15 punitive charges of like little ass bullshits that it's crazy. Oh man. So it's that. So
basically, if you're to go back to
I
work,
saw that this is what's happening.
Yeah.
Huh?
Basically,
my hunch.
if you were to go back to work, this type of behavior from him would keep happening to basically try and get you to do something to where you could slip up again, so they can throw something else at you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. It gets crazy. So okay, I'm up forward for the court martial. They subpoena my lawyers. I had 3 of them. They subpoena his cell phone, and it shows the text messages of him and this guy of the emails, Lawrence, of them. And I want to show that here too, of them saying absolutely unprofessional crap about me, making fun of my religious preference, saying that I view the vaccine and anyone who gets it is ungodly, and that they ask, like, have you heard his 3-hour spiel on why the vaccine is so ungodly? Like, they're making fun like that. 3-hour spiel for a sincere religious concern. That's terrible. They stalk me. They drive by the damn chaplain to see if my truck is there. You know, so stalking is a form of harassment as well. What else was there? Oh, and then he's the one who recommends the bolo to have me arrested and confined. Like I'm telling, they're just okay. Oh, okay. The biggest thing is they're making these meetings. They're making these meetings for me to go to that I'm not going to go to, and they're setting it up in these text messages. I should just show that here after this actually. And they know I'm not going to go to that, but I go to the meetings with Lawrence and Crispin, the first sergeant. It's just I don't want to be around Kerry because at that point, dude, like I said, I knew what he was up to. So that's in text messages. Okay, so they were like, yeah, he's not going to go to that, but I think he'll go to this meeting. don't worry if he doesn't go to this. We're gonna have another. I'm writing him another LOR right now. Man, I should just really just show it actually. Shit. Okay. Can I just show that after this actually? Because I'm like going in depth on that.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Okay, so this is the same email because I sent it through my Gmail. Okay, Liam Lawrence, there's the date, March 29, 109, right? Okay. Castle has been brought to my attention, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is the original one. Let's see here if it shows. Okay, blah blah blah. Rolling down. There we go. Here it is right here. So, okay, this guy Lawrence also testifies, which is on my YouTube channel. He testifies that he wasn't aware of my diagnoses. He straight lies to the judge, which is perjury, because this shows that he was aware of it. Because we even talk, he asked me, can you show me some diagnoses? So I show him these diagnoses right here. Let me zoom in on this bad boy.
What's the date on there again?
This email,
It
March
said like
28th.
I think it was January 31st or something like that. I think.
Oh, the diagnoses, yeah.
Yeah, it was back in January.
Yeah. Right here. Where the fuck is it? Sorry. Oh, there it is right there.
Yeah.
There is a diagnosis.
Yep, January 31st. Oh, I'm good.
Yeah. So when I get around to it, yeah, that's gonna look bad in his civil lawsuit as a defendant that he lied straight up lied to the judge, man. Oh my gosh. And I'm not even anywhere near this is still I haven't even been arrested yet. I haven't even been dude, like this just gets like we could keep going to midnight. I'm saying, and I know we're all getting tired here, but this is exhausting. This is exhausting, right? And I'm obviously skipping over massive details in January and February. I don't know, man. I'm just like whatever guys you want, whatever questions you have, I can answer right now. But I'm glad you asked, man. I'm glad, John, you asked. That was a good one. No one's asked me that before. Like you're thinking, both of y'all are thinking. I love it.
So let me ask a quick question. So with all this that's transpired up to now, that includes the video that is out on social media. And I know that John's going to put the clip in this so that everybody can see the treatment that you were given by these morons. What, I'll tell you what, I mean, with everything that I've seen already, this is just blatant, in my opinion, blatant attacks, on you because you stood up and because I know you have, you've showed us the information and everything like that too. So it's just some wild stuff. But how, what are the judges saying? Like, what about do you have an attorney? What are they saying?
Yeah. All I can say is, because that's another damn chapter, he grills my commander, she grills him, and like they grill. That's why I got a full acquittal, and no one's like rarely anyone's ever heard of 7 counts. Like I said, we're literally that saying tip of the iceberg. Like we're in it now, like we're in it now. Man, it's a travesty. It's a charade. And again, here's all my court martial stuff I post on my YouTube. I was trying to find the text message for you guys.
Scott, when you have, I mean, you do too, because you've been in 19 years, but you guys know when you have a problem child, right? And maybe you're in there with the first sergeant, and they're just like, "Hey, just next time he messes up, put it on paper so we could start a packet."
They're trying to entrap him because they know that he stood up and he's got evidence on them.
Right, but the difference between, well, other than that obvious difference, the difference is they're fabricating things or manipulating it to make the packets, because he's not actually a problem child that's going, because you know who I'm talking about, the guys that's going to fuck up no matter what. Like you tried everything, you can't fix it.
They're just setting it up to where they can trap him. That's basically it. They're trying to set up a trap for him so they can bust them on something, actually come up with something legitimate on them that they haven't had for the past 3 years. That's my point. They're trying to set it up. I mean, it's blatantly right there in front of our faces. All the documentation he showed us plus the stuff that he hasn't shown us. I mean, you could put the puzzle together right with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And this is what we're in March, right? March, yeah, March 2023.
Yeah.
Was it March, April, May, June, July? That's a year and 4 months ago. And the
Yeah.
stuff that happens in the next year and 4 months. So here's my YouTube. This is the opening statements of my attorney, one of them, and the bombs that she drops immediately, and it is insane. And I labeled it part 1, and then it goes to part 2. This is the corrupt Master Sergeant Carey, senior NCO, plus Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez part 1 witness testimony. So if anyone wants to go on to it, that's watching this later, not y'all too, like the viewers.
Can you put it up? Can you put it up there because it's not being shared right now? But
Oh, it's not.
I think
Oh,
it's-
crap. Man, thank you so much. Yep. Okay, sorry. Part 1. Okay, so all these parts is my court martial, and then post court martial for anyone to following. Oh crap, that one's private. That one's a secret one I have just in case something hit the fan on that. I got that. Yeah, yeah. So I'll just say it. Some girl called me that I used to be acquaintances with, and this is the audio of her calling me, and I recorded the whole thing and answer all her questions, and you could just tell she does not care. She's like, "Why'd you punch the cop, huh? Why'd you punch him? Why weren't you going to work, huh?" And I'm telling her, and you can just
Trying
tell.
to set you up, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I recorded that just in case she wants to say some crazy crap. Like I don't
See,
know.
I told you they're trying everything. The more that they try to trap him, the more they're trapping themselves.
Right? Because
Freaking
yeah.
stupid asses.
Yeah. Well, they don't know though that I'm gonna keep fighting this till the death. And yeah. And that's why. So I have an order to no longer record anymore from Colonel Churchill. And once he told me that last week or 2 weeks ago, man, I can't go to the base anymore. I have to record. I have to record. And I can tell you guys why here soon, but damn, it gets crazy. Okay, so part 1, opening statements of my attorney, Captain RF. She opens up with big bomb saying like I don't know, maybe I should just try to play it a little bit. She said that like what the heck is all this? That the government failed me. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Part 2 is right here. Sergeant Carey, his testimony. This is the guy I'm talking about. That they subpoenaed his phone and they grill him, and they bring up the conversations in this testimony, and he tries to answer for them. And then at the end of it, Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez starts his witness testimony, part 1 and 2, and then part 3 is the yeah, dude, it gets crazy. 6 people testify throughout the entire 3-day court martial. Dude, I don't know, but yeah, whatever. Part 3 is like Lawrence. Part 4, I'm not even going to order. Part 6 is Crispin, my first sergeant, who testifies. Part 4 is Lawrence. Part 7's more of Crispin. Yeah, part 2 of his. Oh, part 5 are the 2 security forces officers, the MPs.
Here's the thing too.
Yeah.
Cause I watched, I think most of those. I might have missed that security officer one, but I listened to most of those. And I think I was telling you before, I don't know, but when you're listening to it, and as you're listening, these individuals are being asked questions, obviously, and you can almost identify their answer, whether it's going to be a yes or a no, or if they're going to say, hey, I don't remember that. Or if it benefits them, they're going to sit there and answer the question, right? You can almost just like, that's going to be a no. He's not going to remember that because it's going to make him look bad, right? So the whole entire time, it was so ridiculous.
Absolutely nailed it. Yeah. Crazy. And
then you had the one with your lawyer too at the end, his closing remarks that I listened to as well.
Yeah, and that one's getting a lot of views. So I'm trying to find the Carey and Lawrence subpoenaed just to show it real fast. Text messages. It's on my YouTube channel too. I'm not gonna read. I don't have to read all of that, but I'm gonna like pause at the good stuff, I guess. So this is just building it up, like what I'm telling him, all my concerns, like I constantly do. That's now evolved to me emailing the entire base, right? And the secretary of the Air Force and the chief of staff, like this is how it's evolved.
Okay, Carrie's sending my screenshot to Lawrence about Monkey.
something that I think is fine dire. Okay, so this is Liam Lawrence. His first name is Liam. This is Sergeant Carey's phone, and my lawyer has his phone legally, you know, and she's recording it. No, sorry. Well, this whole video is me recording it on her computer, but it's, you know, from originally her phone. Recorded from his phone. Does that make sense a little bit?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Let me rewind it a little bit. Okay, Chief is tracking. We will be at Crispin's office. That's the first sergeant tomorrow at 0900 and can see if he shows up. So, okay, so to see if he shows up, it starts like that. Carey tells him, Roger, this is the flight commander again. So this is equivalent to an army, like the army captain when you call it captain, John.
Yep.
Yeah. He says, I don't expect him to come, but we'll be there and we'll sign if he doesn't show. The E7 says, Roger, it's funny. I was just saying that to my wife. It's something he doesn't, what's it say? Will have ever, okay, he'll even have more paperwork shaking my head. Let me see if I can pause it. He will even have more paperwork shaking my head. Yes, I'm going to write him an LOR as well. So they're already planning to write me more paperwork before I even met this new damn flight commander that I'm telling him my concerns on. And look, he's conspiring with the dude I have issues with. Like, what though? This is like high school stuff. He says, I'm going to write him an LR as well. I do expect him to show up for my 1100 meeting with him and Crispin, who's a first sergeant. He says, yeah, he hasn't given you the 3-hour spiel. You try to call it. Well, it says spiel. Oh, right there. Spiel on why I'm evil, and he meant and, not abs, and the vaccine was ungodly. Honestly, I'm surprised he actually reached out and made that appointment with you. He says, I'm surprised as well. I'm going to keep the meeting short and to the point. I don't have time for the spiel. But that meeting I dragged out to 90 minutes that I recorded. That's also on my YouTube channel. But just look at that right there, man. Like, I'm going to keep the meeting short. I don't have time for his spiel and then my spiel is my concerns, my religious accommodation. Like, dude, to me, that's disgusting. He said, laugh out loud. Good luck, sir. And look, this is an excellent opportunity to grow my leadership skills. Like, how freaking I'm still in shock looking at this now. I can't have you hogging all the growth. Sir, honestly, I don't mind sharing, especially in this experience, blah, blah, blah. Next day comes up. Wednesday, March 29th. All those emails that we read were from the 28th and 27th, if you guys remember that.
Yep.
Good morning, sir. See you still coming around 0900. Are you okay? They were like, they got it out for me bad. He says, can you have Cleveland? And she's going to enter this big time by calling me by accusing that I'm targeting members within the squadron to essentially kill after I'm declared an active shooter coming up with the next case. He says, can you have Cleveland send me the email no shows for Castle this week, consolidated in one document? I'm going to give him 2 LORs now, one for no show with our appointment and one for no show to work. But they know why I'm not showing up because I know I'm being set up.
What's his name?
And look what, yeah, but mostly because I know Carrie's setting me up. But look, I would never have thought that Lawrence is in on it. They're setting me up here. He said, yes. What number do you have for Castle? He gives them my number. Is there a different number? The copy, that is the one I have. He just isn't replying. I don't know about that. Oh, more than like, okay, this is how utterly ridiculous this guy is. He says, oh, more than likely he has his messages do this thing with something where it will only show delivered, not read. That's why email his work. So he doesn't even know iPhones have read receipts. Crazy, freaking crazy. He said, that's fine. I'm issuing him 2 LORs today per commander direction. Now the commander's in on it, but I hope he doesn't show. And again, this was all in court too. This was all displayed in court for the judge to see. And man,
and this wasn't enough evidence to put these clowns out. Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, that to me is like in the bag.
Oh,
Like,
the trial wasn't for them though, so it didn't matter.
Hey, is that legal?
Exactly. Trial wasn't for them. Exactly. It was enough evidence.
Yeah, we need to go.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely every freaking thing. Okay, I have to.
Hey, is that legal?
But it's a couple more text messages. But you can see how it's progressing into complete. Okay, gosh, not this shit again.
I get it
I
wasn't
don't know
about,
what this is.
but I'm just saying there's evidence that shows that they were
Hey,
against
is
it.
that legal?
Right. Which is why I got a full acquittal after she saw all the facts. And yeah, I don't know what's happening. My bad. Hold on. Sorry.
So what's the
Freaking-
next step with this stuff now that they use it for the acquittal?
Yeah. But
Now
that's the
you
thing.
turn
They're
around,
still.
you turn around and use that as evidence. This is my question. Against them? I mean,
Oh,
that's,
hell yeah. Oh,
I mean,
hell yeah.
Jesus.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And this is almost called exculpatory evidence, which is evidence so severe it automatically dictates one side, like either guilty or innocent, you know.
Okay, so with
Yeah.
that, by that rationale, they know you have this. This is what I'm getting at, John, from before.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I
So
agree.
he has all this stuff. So they're going to come at him harder, and they have been. And this is my point,
Well, yeah, and like you said, they're gonna keep fucking
to
the
try to
business
set
over.
him up. This is what I mean. If they did that, they're going to go after him even harder.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And it gets so severe that I'm now diagnosed with delusional disorder at the mental health here. I don't know if you knew that, Scott, but my primary is delusional disorder, which is hilarious, right? Because now they could be like, oh, look, he's just delusional. And that was a hell of a play. That was a hell of a chess piece on their end. But all right, sorry, here we are. There we go. Okay, we're almost done here. Okay, here we go. I hope he doesn't show. He set that trend already, and I'm sure he isn't happy with the conversation you had with him yesterday. He said, "We shall see." He didn't attend TAPS today. Oh gosh. Okay, so during that meeting in audio that it's on my YouTube, proven that I'm stating right now that I know everyone's gonna watch, like the SJA service. What is it called? Staff Judge Advocate, right? So if I lie once here and they can catch me, I'm done. So that's my biggest weapon, is being honest and being able to prove and back up what I say. If I can do that, dude, I don't see how they can get me. So he says here, we shall see. He didn't attend TAPS today. In that audio recording that I have of the day before that, he gives me the day off. He's like, you could, okay, take tomorrow off, readjust, regroup, give all medical and mental health, all the documents from off base that they say they don't have. And even though I already did, but he gave me a whole day off to get all that stuff in line. And then he tells him that I didn't attend TAPS today. When he gave me the day off, and then he ended up emailing me that I have
But
TAPS
he
on my
knew-
Gmail.
He
Yeah.
knew you had a TAPS appointment,
Yes. And
and
gave
then
me
he
the day
gave
off.
you the day off,
Yep.
hoping you wouldn't go to your appointment.
Yep. And he even wrote an MFR in it stating that I missed my TAPS appointment. He doesn't say he gave me the day off. He doesn't say that anything like that. And yeah, and these guys are like, this is just criminal.
That is some dirty fucking shit, man.
It gets worse, dude. It gets way worse.
If that was his intent, I mean, obviously you got to prove that. But if that was his intent, that's a disgusting fucking individual. If that's the case.
Let's see right now.
Well, I will say one thing. They are all going to go to hell, because I mean, you know, God is the final judger. You know what I mean? And if it was me, I'd be telling them too.
I'll be telling them to repent, but they man, like, they don't even wanting to repent. Why would they want to? You know what I'm saying? I don't even know.
Well,
I don't know. Yeah, but then anyway, it gets okay. Not surprised, honestly. So I don't know if Carrie is in on it, or he doesn't even know that Lawrence set me up and not telling Carrie about it. It's even deceit. It's even deceit within themselves of what they're. Okay, it gets better now. Trying to get text messages, screenshots. Hey, that's my truck.
Oh, I remember.
Copy. I hate bringing Garcia into this, and Garcia is the one who labels me an active shooter coming up. He says, but Garcia needs to tell him tomorrow if he isn't there, he is in violation of the commander's orders and will need to report to work This is literally happening right now, all over again. I'm getting these text messages again from a new person saying I'm in violation of the commander's orders. Me getting acquitted of all my charges. I was not in violation of Vasquez's lawful orders, which proves to be unlawful. Right. So like it's already happening again. Carrie says, Roger, can you have Garcia talk to Senior Master Sergeant Brack? I want to make sure we are all on the same page. Yes, sir. What kind of
My truck wouldn't start, so I got it towed.
Talk about my truck. Blah blah blah. He wants us to tell him he isn't allowed to go to the chaplain. The chaplain is 100% enabling his behavior, where I stayed at all day, and that he knew of. So they went by to see if I was even there. He says he's trying to bait us.
He said, hold on. He wants us to tell him he isn't allowed to go to chaplain. Oh, he's talking about you?
Yeah.
Okay. I got it.
Yeah. And then Carrie's like, he does. He is trying to bait us. Like, they're so smart. And then he's like, okay, here we go. He says, okay, was right at the bathroom when you call. Okay, that's not important. He says, no worries. Can we communicate to him like, Senior McCastle, you are ordered to report to your duties section immediately, or you will be in direct violation of the commander's orders, and we will have to act, or we will have act accordingly. He meant have to act accordingly. Then put a bolo out for him, which is be on the lookout. And you do bolo for cars. I don't know if you guys know that. Obviously, probably guys do. I didn't know that. But a bolo for a person would mean arrest. Be on the lookout. And he's the one who suggested it. Like, at what point is enough? Enough. Is enough? Just asking for my edification. The flight commander says, I honestly don't know. He had an appointment. Okay, let me rewind that a little bit.
Picture of your truck.
Honestly don't know. He had an appointment at 1500 today off base. I did. Off base, which was a mental health provider. Thank goodness I had
truck.
that. Today off base. So today is sort of a wash, but I'll message him tomorrow morning when he doesn't come in. And then Carrie's like, oh yeah. Okay, my bad. This is my
truck. It was you.
Yeah. Damn it. See how it's doing that? It was you. Okay. Oh yeah. I meant tomorrow, or in the future in general. We will see. Just let me know what I need to do. He says, I think in theory that is the plan. Says Roger, thanks, sir. Yeah. I don't know when we hit that point though. Yeah. He says, honestly, I feel like we hit that point 3 months ago, actually, which would have been late December.
Was that Carrie that said that?
Yeah, 3 months ago, late December, before I started to remain at the chaplain all day. He says, I agree. I'm not sure what we are waiting for. I'm not sure, sir. If I knew, I'd tell you. And he said, Castle sent his rebuttals. So I sent my rebuttals to my commander's orders and LORs. He issues me 2 LORs as well. We're not reporting to work. And for, what was the other one? And for,
disrespect?
No, I think it's missing taps.
Oh, okay, the tap.
Yeah, I think. We can go look though. I saw it's wild. And again, it's wild because of how I speak in my emails, like the ones that you guys got today. It's like that on a lower level. Now I'm like out of control now. He said, right, a direct slap in the face of the commander. I was offended for him. I am trying to trust the process, but this needs to be addressed. Sorry, not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just over this whole situation.
Somewhere.
Like, he's such a sycophant, dude. I completely understand. There is a way forward that will hopefully go into place. In the next few days, it is a slap in the face. So there's a hint that they're going to now talk about trusting me. He says, legal asked me, was Castle at work? Am I supposed to be tracking that again starting today? Cleveland is on leave and Garcia is at Sapper.
What day is that?
April 10th. Oh, okay. Shit. The day of my arrest. Damn, I didn't even know that. He said, good morning, by the way. And that's it. He said, good morning. Okay, hold on. He said, good morning. No, you're good. I got a hold of them.
I thought they were stalking you.
A big bomb that here. Oh, Roger. I don't even know what the frick he said.
We're stalking
Roger. Happy belated Easter too. Again, sick of.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then they have a conversation. I missed you at the squadron picnic, but I'm happy to hear whatever feedback you've got. Also, this is my Discord username.
Pictures of your t-shirt.
And now you guys need to read this. This is just
taking pictures of your
t-shirt to me, but it's so okay, fuck it, whatever. I'm not going back. But they're just kissing each other's ass. Like, sir, you are the
forcing him to take it. That scene is emblematic of
anything, blah blah. It's that
crap.
Well,
say that again. Say what you
After
just
they
said
just
again.
did what they did, yeah. After they just did what they did in the text messages, the last text message in that thread is them because Lawrence was PCSing and he's gone now. He's in Ohio. And Carrie is telling him, "You're the best officer I've ever met, I've ever had," paraphrasing, right? And if you need anything ever, sir, blah, blah, blah. They're just patting each other on the back. Like, you're the best leader I've ever had, you know? And then he says the same thing back. Like, we need more senior NCOs like you. And
That
like
doesn't
airmen
address
of the Air
fucking things
Force.
and lets things slide and fucking make
They
shit
just each
up.
other's
Fucking
ass. That's what they're doing.
Again, it's on my YouTube for anyone that wants to go back and look at that. Unless you want me to go back now, but there's so much stuff, right?
no, it's
Okay.
fine.
And yeah, and that's April 10th. And
Yep.
now I'm arrested this day.
Well-
Remember the TAPS no-show document? So here's that. My fiance sent
Yep.
it to me right now. Here's that. Can you guys see that at all? I'll zoom in.
Oh, you got a screen share again.
Yeah, sure.
Oh shit. I thought I double clicked it. My bad.
That's all right.
Okay. There we go. There's this TAPS no-show memorandum. Subject. Okay, first let's look at the date first. Okay, can't zoom in, but let's see. 3:30, March 30th. There we go. So anyone trying to put this together that watches this, there it is. Okay. On March 30th, and it says right there anyway, Lance Castle did not attend his commander-directed TAPS appointment on 8:40. Sherry Hartman confirmed that Castle did not show for a scheduled TAPS appointment. The member was emailed by Crispin, the first sergeant, on 2 March, notifying him. And guess what? On 2 March, I was on leave, which I have proof of. On 2 March, notifying him of the requirement and offering him 2 potential course dates. The member did not respond. On 7 March, guess what? I'm also on leave. I'm freaking also on approved leave. On 7 March, Tech Sergeant Crispin notified the member he would be enrolled in the 30 to 31 March course. On 7 March, the member received the official calendar invite from blah, blah, blah. Captain Lawrence reminded the member, he even talks about himself in the third person, dude. He's the one writing this. Captain Lawrence reminded the member of their appointment, 29 March, via the member's personal email, which is true, but I didn't check my freaking personal email because I'm not required to, because it's my personal email, right? Like, that's the craziest thing. He gives me the day off in this meeting, and then he emails my personal email later on in the afternoon, like you said, hoping maybe I don't see it. I don't know. Like maybe he's doing everything he can to cover his ass.
Sorry, I just lost
But
my train of thought.
oh shit.
They sent it to your personal email.
Yeah, send it to my personal email. Okay, got it again. But he doesn't text me. All right, first let me backtrack. The 90-minute meeting this same day, none of them tell me about it. And I have the full recording on my YouTube again as proof. Without my audio recordings, dude, there is no way to fight this. There is no way to fight this at all. And I have 2 phones now.
Well,
You
because
know, like-
they're creating a paper trail,
Oh yeah.
and that it has everything against you. But like you said,
Yeah.
without those audio recordings, you can't combat that trail that they're creating.
Yeah.
At all. It is game over, dude. It is game over at that point. Oh my gosh. Okay. So my charges, right? Now this is gonna be the audios are gonna be extremely crucial.
This is why
Um,
they arrested you at the gate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm gonna show the charges of my not guilty verdict. Charges of wait. Maybe I could find it. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see here. Insider threat court. Oh wait, damn, no, dude. I didn't even show the 2. Oh my god, like see, I have so much evidence here. Here, watch this. Before we get into that. Oh, cool. All right. So backtracking a little. Oh no, it's not even backtracking because we're at March 30, the TAPS no show. So April 3, I'm gonna definitely read this. And I know I redacted it. I was trying to be even more chess master type back then, but I don't know. This guy is Staff Sergeant Garcia, and he's gonna be held liable for this. Like, who told him this? Okay, well, let me just read this first for everybody. Concerning the issues with Castle, there have been concerns amongst the NCOs that have been involved with this situation. There are clear indicators to which we are trained on to look at for a potential active shooter. There is a clear motive in this situation that could end fatal. For some individuals that work in building 620, the communication between the individuals involved here escalated from trying to help as much as we can to you are in clear violation of the commander's direct order. I understand the severity of the issue that this may cause, but for the safety of not just myself or my NCOIC, but the airmen that this could possibly affect, I please ask we make a push to have Castle removed from the duty location and or have him removed entirely from the Air Force. Again, there are clear indicators that could end fatally for individuals involved in this matter. He does not say one indicator. He says there are clear
What are the clear indicators?
There's none, which is why he doesn't state them. So who told him to do that? I honestly don't think he did this on his own. I honestly think that Carrie, and I'm just over here speculating, dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how deep the corruption really is in this, or what they have planned now for me, But that's the thing. I welcome it.
I mean, you got to say what the indicator is.
Yeah, I know, right? And why does no superior leader above them?
When was that? When was that meeting with the security force prior to you going on post? You know what I'm talking about?
Me, security forces.
You weren't in the meeting. It was your command team, security forces, and supposedly mental health, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know the exact dates. I know one for sure was on the date of arrest.
But it was prior to this document?
Yes. Well, there were multiple, though. There are multiple of those. I call them secret squirrel meetings.
Yeah.
Which they're having now. They're having now again on me. So yeah, it was a various amount of times, and yes, definitely before this, because
so I'm wondering if the security force was involved. I mean, they were involved in that meeting because it was the meeting that they're talking about in the court martial that the judge says was the security force there. And did they know about you going to the TTM? And that was like, they said it was like 2 weeks or something like that before you actually got arrested.
Dang, you really, That's good that you remember that. That's crazy.
And I feel like, I don't know the date. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
This is like Clue.
Yeah. It's interesting, but it's fucked up.
Yep.
I feel like maybe the security force could have been in on that document. And you know what I mean?
Yeah. I never thought that again. You guys are giving me crazy ideas. Yeah. Holy crap, man.
Because why would they go along with it if there is no clear fucking reasoning for them to say that? It doesn't make any sense.
To scare them.
Yeah, scare tactics. And better yet, OSI investigates me, literally investigates me, and this is because my lawyers told me this, that OSI, and I actually I did a FOIA request for those documents, which I haven't gotten yet. They have like 90 days to give me that. It's been like 60. But they investigate me and nothing comes back positive. Like I don't even own weapons in the system or whatever.
What's the OSI?
So yeah, what is OSI? It's the shit, what is it? Scott.
Yeah, Scott.
It's like the I don't know what it stands for.
Office of Investigation Services, basically, though. Okay.
Office of Special Investigation, I think.
Oh, okay. Something like that.
The acronym everything.
It's kind of like CID, basically. Kind of like that.
Yeah. So, okay, the very same day, her signature is April 3. I just saw it, even though it was all blacked out right here. Before it opened, I saw it for like 3 seconds, but whatever. I could produce this document if I wanted to, or if anyone asks, right? So this girl who was a supervisor of him, she's a tech sergeant. She's Staff Sergeant Garcia's supervisor. She says there has been an increased safety concern for engaging with Senior Airman Castle. I, Cleveland, am worried for my work centers and my family's safety. The longer the situation goes on and we engage in text messages, emails, or other communications has led to a potential target on myself or the people around me. I want the record to show I am addressing my potential endangerment concern for the people around me, both family and coworkers. It has been stated that there is a concern about Senior Airman Castle collecting names and targeting members who are in communication with leadership or who have crossed him. So there's definitely her and him worked on this together. They're all in on it together. There has to be. You're kidding me? Like, this is just so obvious, dude. It's so obvious. Yeah, I'm getting mad. This is mad that they think they could do this and get away with it. Like,
John, what do you think about this? When you see this, what's your interpretation of this?
That's what I'm trying to put together in my head right now. But it seems like, so this is how they do things, and this is what kind of it looks like here. But it's like they take the truth, right? And let's say that you, right, had some negative interactions at work. And I'm not saying they're blown out of proportion reactions or small reactions. I don't know what they were, right? But obviously, let's say you had some negative reactions at work, right? I don't know if you did or not, but let's say you did, right? So these individuals see that there's some sort of conflict, right? We can say that when what was your Match Sergeant
Carrie, Master Carrie.
Match Sergeant Carey's trying to read you your LOR, right? And you didn't go to parade arrest at first, so he's telling you to go parade arrest. You go to parade, so there's some sort of negative interaction there, right? So people see that, right?
Yep.
So that can be construed as you being negative towards other individuals or slightly aggressive, right? But for me as an artillery guy, I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, that shit happens all the time. I've had first sergeant come up, fucking chew my ass out. This guy's getting yelled at over here. I got fucking NCOs smoking fucking soldiers over there. I got, I'm fucking yelling at people because I'm fucking tripping out about something. You know what I mean? So, like, for me, that's like an everyday thing. I'm like, whatever, right? So they take that small thing, and the way they're wording it, they're kind of blowing it up a little bit. Like, so that's like, if I'm yelling at Scott, right, and then you hear it and you're like, oh man, what's going on? I kind of feel for my safety a little bit. So it has nothing to do with you, right? But that's how you feel. So they're using that to blow it up into something it's not. Like, oh, did you see that? Okay, you probably felt bad for your safety, right? You feel like you're going to be harmed. Oh, let's document that. You see what I mean?
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Case in point, John, like what you're saying, that's what the media does to the American public.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
And
blow it up.
I think in maybe, I don't know, right? But maybe in your situation, you're not, that atmosphere you're in, and I don't know, I'm guessing, right? Like, if you take an infantry dude, right, and you stick him in an S shop with a bunch of people that are just like, shot people, and they hang out and work, and they don't cuss, and they're all happy-go-lucky, and then you throw a fucking infantry guy in there and just throw him in the shop.
Yeah.
And that infantry guy's like mad and hits his computer and fucking slams shit and cusses everybody out all the time. Like, that is like, oh my God, I'm scared for this is the way these people act. I'm scared for my, I'm being threatened, or he's always so crazy. I'm worried. I'm scared to go to work.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, dude, that nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
When realistically, in the atmosphere that I'm from and other soldiers are from, I guess I don't want to say that, but where they're from, like, it's like a normal thing. This is how we fucking operate, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, or maybe it's just easier for certain individuals to bring other people in. Hey, did you see this? Right? Do you feel for your safety? All right, let me get you to write something. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's the way it played out, but that's kind of how I see it.
That's the best explanation I've ever heard. Actually, I've never heard of an explanation other than the ones that I've thought of in my head. So that's awesome.
I already told you my opinion on things, so I'll stand firmly on that.
And let me screen share this now. Let's see here. My whole screen 2. Okay. Well, yeah. All right. You guys can see this, right? The whole thing. Okay.
Yep.
I want to show this real fast. Like, a lot of people don't know this, man. And like I said, I want this podcast of y'all's to be watched from everybody. I just got a text right now. I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not even gonna say, try to give any hints of who he is, but he's on Cannon Air Force Base. That's all I'm gonna say. And he just literally texted me. I'm gonna read it actually. I'm not gonna say his name to get him in trouble. But he literally just said, um, he said, all the airmen in my shop have heard your story and have seen your emails and are rooting for you. People are on your side, sir. And again, what the heck? Like, this is an airman, right? Like, damn, this
Because
crazy.
people know.
Yep, they
Right.
know.
Right, man. This is gonna make waves.
People fucking know, man. And it's
Waves.
the more time that goes by. I mean, me and Scott's been doing this for a while, and you know, I've probably been going at videos for almost a year, maybe.
Damn.
Awesome.
Just trying to get the information out there, and we're watching people growing and learning and understanding. Even stuff coming out on the news, coming out on Twitter, like slowly coming out, like it's coming. And
Yeah.
these people, whether it's your chain of command or not, I don't know. But these individuals that are participating in this shit and doing the wrong thing, they're about to
Yep.
get fucked.
Oh yeah.
Literally.
Yep. That's why I'm saying that's why they have to kill me to bury this. But you guys know this now. Like, I don't know if they can even do that. But that's why I'm saying, like, it's a possibility that
They're
I
not
could be.
They ain't got the balls to do any of that shit. They're freaking too scared. And people who do shit like this have all they're doing is they're just trying to save their own ass.
Well, I
Yeah.
think they're in the position now, and I mean, and
They're
we're just talking
You see it
BS
right there
here.
in the information. They're running scared.
But
That's it.
Really?
but here's the thing, like, if they were gonna do that, they should have did it already, right? Because now it's been so long, and if something happens to you, it's good. It should immediately point to them.
Yep.
Because of the fact is, it's all the shit that's been going on. So if they wanted to, they should have did that shit already, technically. And I think they
Yeah.
might have tried. And I'm just saying, this is not true. We're just, we're wargaming, right? But they might have tried previously when they were trying to get you to go to mental health on post.
Mm.
Because that's the system that they use. Because they deem you crazy, they lock you up, you sign the paperwork, and then they shove you full of medication. And sometimes them medications don't mix.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
That's wild. Yeah. That's crazy.
Just don't
Yep.
sign the dotted line.
Okay. And that's
Mhm.
April 10th. And
Yep.
now I'm arrested this day.
Well,
dude.
so
it's fucking-
you're
Yeah.
supposed to have is it a TTM meeting?
Yes, heck yes. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yeah, okay. So also in late March, and I have all the proof of that. My medical records are binders thick over there here in this section. So Vasquez, he schedules me a TTM with the mental health provider and my PCM. And the judge even asks him when it comes time to that, did you think that the TTM was necessary? And the reason she asks him that is because it's valid, right? It's a valid question. Why did he schedule me a TTM if he had me arrested, right? So it's more so like the judge is like so strategic. She's like a genius, like a crafty detective, right? Because if he says no, do you think the TTM was necessary? And if he says no, that is straight brazen abuse of authority. You cannot be using mental health appointments to trick someone into being arrested, right? So he says yes. He does what he needs to do, and he says yes. But then she gets him, and she says, well, if you thought it to be necessary when he was apprehended at the gate, why didn't you have him brought to his TTM appointment? And his answer was, I thought it was a done deal. And that is quotes. I thought it was a done deal. Like, my God, I don't know what the hell
And then
that
he
means.
said, I didn't make any more
decisions after that. Yeah.
after that.
And then another
Like-
charge, she
Like,
asked
you're
him,
fucking arrested. Good. Peace out.
right. How old? Yeah. So that's a euphemism. I think it's a done deal is a euphemism, Okay. So all the jail experience happens, man. And like, again, I don't know this is hours. This is hours. I'm going to start skipping fast now. These are hours of discussions. The whole jail thing, I got all these injuries from it. I missed the
So,
birth of my child.
Real quick, man. I'm sorry. Just to
go
go back a little bit. So you had your off post, right? You had your TTM meeting you're supposed to go to. So you go on post and you get hit at the gate, And that's when law enforcement snags you up and arrests you. Right?
Yes.
They get a hold of your commander, say, hey, we have this individual in custody or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
your commander's like, cool, I'm not making any more decisions. And then
Yes.
now you go to on post jail, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And a better thing off of that is, so there's a community side here in Clovis for the housing, but so it's on base. But okay, so you have to drive off the main base to go to the community base, right? Have you guys ever seen one of those bases where they have housing off base, but it's on base?
It's on
Yeah.
base.
Yeah. It's just one of those. So I wasn't even able to drive off that community base because then they can't arrest me. Yeah, okay. They can't arrest me unless I'm on base. They can't. Yeah. So if I was able to drive off base and I drive onto Cannon Air Force Base, and I saw like I could have reversed out legally and then left, but then I don't know how I would have gotten home because I live on base. So anyway, they just snagged me at the gate before right before I exited, like 5 feet before I exited. They put a cone there, they told me to get out. I asked him, what are my charges? Like, are you guys serious? I'm going to my damn medical appointment. What are you guys talking? What did I do? And they just ignored me. No one told me my charges until like 5 hours later. And I wasn't even read my Miranda rights too. Okay, so here's so if you get arrested, they're required to do a 48-hour memo, which is the group commander. He has 48 hours to write this memo. Once it loads here.
So when you got arrested, they have 48 hours to write a memo.
Yeah, well, this though, saying why.
Okay.
And his reason is, I'm gonna try to find it. It says, right here. Okay. Find adequate probable cause that the following offenses, triable by court-martial, were committed, and that Lance Castle committed them. That's why.
Well, you got to read that again because that don't make sense.
Okay, here we go. I being a neutral and detached officer when he's not neutral. Like, dude, I sent him my appeal from Article 15 that he didn't even read that he said he did. So that makes him negligent, but I don't even think he read it. He just said he did. And I have it on audio recording saying that he did. Yeah, it's not neutral and detached, in my opinion. But he says, I, being a neutral and detached officer acting within 48 hours of imposition of confinement under military control, find adequate probable cause that the following offenses, triable by court-martial, were committed, and that Lance Castle 27 Special Operations Logistics Readiness Squadron committed them. Yeah. So
then we're going into the offenses.
Yeah, and he's saying he thinks I committed them because Vasquez is saying that I committed them. Vasquez is yeah. So here are my 4 charges. I end up getting 5. Like they're gonna tack one on, not yet, but after my subtraction, they're gonna tack on assault.
It's 10 April, the day that you got.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So there it is. Desertion. Man, I'll talk about these here in a bit. Disrespect towards a commander, willfully disobeying a commander's order, which is a superior commission officer, and then insubordination. All these I have massive amounts of evidence and could talk about each one for like 30 minutes probably. And then he says, additionally, I have reasonable grounds to believe continued pre-trial. Like I haven't even had my freaking okay. I'm not even okay. This is crazy. I'm not even classified as assaultive yet, right? Because I haven't like punched the officer in the nose when he was on top of me. None of that stuff happened. So I'm not assaultive yet. But he's saying before that happened that he already thinks continued pretrial confinement is necessary because it is foreseeable that the confinee will not appear at a pretrial hearing and that lesser means of restriction would be inadequate to ensure the confinee's continued presence and maintain, here we go, the good order, discipline, and the, oh my gosh, that's a trigger. Listen to that.
So he's saying anything less than pretrial confinement it's not gonna work.
Right.
So what is that like? Like maybe being confined to post, not being allowed to leave post, house arrest.
Exactly. Anklet, if they could do that.
Monitor,
Why can't they do that and monitor me, right?
I mean, I don't know if they can or not, but it sounds like they could. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, why not? Why couldn't they? I mean, I know. I'm just saying anything's possible. Why can't they do that? They have all the taxpayers' money, the government, obviously.
I mean, honestly, they should have just fucking left you alone and hope you wouldn't make the fucking trial.
Stuff. I remember what group that was. Oh shit. Okay, look, I just passed over all the confinement staff text messages. I didn't know it was in this one. Look, there's me right there. That's what my jail cell looked like. Shit. Right there.
Oh, there's the camera.
Since we're on this topic, like I'll show you the illegal thing that they said. Look, here, okay, let's just start here. I told him a while ago that he needs to be awake and he refuses. What we could do is a cell extraction, and this is coming from the
Oh, these are
NCRIC.
text messages.
Yeah, group chat actually.
Okay.
Of all of them.
There, Catherine, Caitlin, and
But this is illegal. What we could do is a cell extraction. Like, look at the proof. Because I'm not awake, because I refuse to. Like, they're not even giving me my Bible. I have nothing to do.
Oh, is that at that time? So you're there sleeping?
Yeah, or trying to.
And so they took. Is that there? They took a picture of the cameras while you're sleeping.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sleeping. I'm just I had a massive headache because I have migraines, diagnosed migraines, and that light is bright. And I even have a accommodation to have the lights dimmed after this,
Yeah.
So yeah, I just want to show this right here. He says what we could do is a cell extraction, like the when that's not what that's for, man. Cell extractions are for like immediate threat, like to
you're
the
laying
person.
there with the fucking blanket over your head because you have a headache and they want you to get up.
Yeah, comply.
He needs to be awake.
Yeah.
For what?
Oh, right. And I'm not giving my medications. I was on like freaking 6 prescribed medications at the time then. I have not received anything that morning. This is in the morning.
They cut you off basically.
Yeah. Cold turkey.
No wonder why you might have had a headache. And
right.
So they just want you. Why do they want you awake? Do you know?
Compliance. Do what you're told. Compliance. That's it.
But so they weren't actually going in there to take you anywhere or do anything with you. You were laying down, so they wanted you awake.
Well, that's what they wrote in their witness report. They wrote that I had a medical appointment that I was refusing to go to. So they took me out of the cell to get me ready for my medical appointment. And that was one side. And then another side was I was being belligerent. But the video, thank goodness they recorded it, right? I'm not, like, my furniture is chill.
To the soldier
there
in the military. But look at this, Rob. Look at this. Look at this.
Get on the floor.
Anyone hear audio?
Stop resisting. Where's the handcuff? I need a handcuff right now.
Look at trying to put it on.
Here, get the handcuff to the legs. I need a handcuff. I'm going for his left arm. All right. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. You will get tagged. You will get tagged. All right, right to
Wait, dude.
I got left cuff on. Stop resisting or you will get tagged.
You should have yelled, I can't breathe.
Yeah.
I had to get off him.
Dude, how is he breathing down there? Look at this. 3, 4, 5, 6 people behind him.
I got put him behind his back.
No, that's good. But when you see something like that, General, that kid, that guy signed up to serve. And if they're doing that to their own, you know how easily these people will turn on us if they're called upon it. To the soldier.
Let me ask a quick question while we're on this subject.
Okay.
What the hell was that like? I mean, I'm seeing it, but like, this is what I'm saying. Like, what was it like? Like all those people on top of you and everything, like doing that. Like, in your mind, I'm asking you, what was that like for you on a psychological level? How they have treated you? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, dude. I love that you asked that. Oh my gosh, I don't even know how to describe it, honestly. They separated my shoulder during that literal cell extraction and tore my MCL in my knee during that. And then I had to do the entire 66 days in confinement with those injuries. And I didn't even know that I was injured like that until I got an MRI eventually, on that. But so yeah, the pain that I got from that, dude, it's crazy, man. It's just, oh man, it's so hard to answer. It was so hard to answer. Like, obviously my adrenaline was high, my blood was boiling, but that dude has me in a rear naked choke. And my lawyer, he brought that up because this guy's like 6'4", 235 pounds, right? And I'm only 5'8". and 195 pounds. So he's like towers over me. And dude, full rear naked choke. There's 6 guys total.
Yeah.
Literally, it's not an exaggeration, right? Like
This, Rob.
so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look at this. Look
Six.
at this.
Yeah, there's 5, there's 6. Okay. And yeah, dude, it was traumatic. And actually it's even worse after. And I'm not trying to be like be a bitch about it, but like I'm pissed. I'm pissed that they even would dare do something like that, you know. Oh, and I didn't even tell you guys this. Holy cow, I didn't even tell you guys this. I'm telling you, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse, dude. So that cell extraction was, I didn't even tell you guys this. That cell extraction was unlawful.
Did you
There.
have a medical appointment?
Yeah. Well, apparently I did. Well, I'm saying that because they said I had that, so I don't freaking know. But
So
did I go to a medical appointment? No, I
did
didn't go
you
anywhere.
know you had a medical appointment before that
No.
happened, before the
No.
extraction?
Oh no.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
So why the fuck
No.
would you have to get up
Yeah.
if you
And
didn't
they
know,
don't even
you know?
tell me. Yeah. They don't have proof of saying that. All he says is take the blanket over your head. Take the blanket over your head. But this right here, this guy's also named Lance, but his last name's Tan. At this point, he is so non-compliant a cell extraction would stun him. So that was big. Like they did a cell extraction to stun me into compliance, which crazy. And again, here's more of their text messages. I mean, oh my gosh, like I said, we could just talk for hours about this crap, dude. Blah blah blah. Dude, the corruption is deep. Deep. And look at this. All their
Well,
witness reports.
Well, I got a question about the cell extraction.
Okay.
Now, I'm just wondering, like, they're all in a group chat together, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they all like in the same area as each other?
No, there's different shifts.
Okay, so they're
Yeah.
talking with each other on different shifts and
yeah.
okay, okay.
Yeah. Different
So,
shifts.
okay.
Yeah,
It doesn't
it's
make
just-
sense. I'm like, why are they even texting each other and all that shit?
Yeah. Well, there was only one guy there in the morning is why, I guess. And he was just texting out. So yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it was being planned
Yeah.
by whoever was there for other people that weren't there. So basically, they can possibly come in or at some point do this extraction.
Yep. But the guy in the morning was the E3, doesn't know what he's doing. But the E6, who's NCOIC, he's the one who had the authority, and he's the one who condoned that.
Yeah.
Yep. And then again, the cell extraction, I mean my YouTube videos, the security forces testimony, like it gets deep into that, man. It gets deep into that, man. Like, oh, I can't wait till the day I have my court martial or whatever, right? Like I'm so ready for this. But the judge asks the guy who did the big dude in the cell extraction, whatever. She asks how long did they have? First of all, he's not even trained. Okay, let me start over. These 6 guys aren't even confinement. They're pulled from the gate. They're pulled from patrol. So they are security forces, but they're not confinement. They're not trained for cell extractions. They only had a minute brief, literally like a minute or 2-minute brief, whatever. And that's what they're saying in their testimony. I'm saying what they're saying, right? And the video is on YouTube for anyone that wants to counter that. So they're not even trained. They don't know my diagnoses. They don't know anything that's going on because the judge even asks, like, were you aware that he had diagnoses or he was supposed to be going to mental health? They all say no. So if they're being honest, they weren't told anything. So the NCOIC kept it to himself. And if he didn't know anything, then the commander kept it to himself and didn't tell anybody. So, it's just going to keep going up to like who was really, really guilty of it. Yeah. I think that's what I wanted to say about that.
So what was the outcome of the cell extraction?
Okay, so yeah. So all these right here too, it's their witness report. People like there's 19 cops, this witness report. There's even there's medical they were standing by. Okay, let's look. I'm on it actually. This is perfect timing. Holy crap.
Okay, so they did the extraction, but part of that extraction group is having medical on standby.
Yeah, outside the cell, yeah. Yep. And then those 6 guys leave. I never freaking see those guys again because they're not confinement. They just go away. But here's one of the medic notes right here in the middle, he says member member had tiny laceration on his nose, which he claimed from when he was extracted from the room. Member was calm with us. So yeah, there's 3 of them. Medics notes. They're saying I'm calm and respectful to them, right? Which proves like I'm not insane because I would also be belligerent to them. But the fact that I'm rational with who I'm compliant with and not, the judge saw, obviously. 30-year colonel judge, you know, she's now a dummy. This medic says that my handcuff, or I was handcuffed and his feet and wrists. Okay, sorry, I'm messing up. When we arrived, they extracted the individual from the room and had handcuffed his feet and wrists. Okay, one of them talks about how insanely tight it is. Like it was cutting off circulation, the handcuffs as well, and around my ankles. They said I'm complaining of shoulder pain in one of them. They talk about my high blood pressure in one of them. This isn't my highlighted one. But look, lacerations to my face. So they were rough, obviously, right? Again, to shock me into compliance. Yeah. But you know what's funny? They end up giving me my Bible like an hour after this. So they kind of like rewarded my so-called bad behavior. And then here's my commander writing a memo on it. So my security clearance is already suspended at this point, but he further suspends it or he further revokes it. I don't know. But he says here, I've determined your current access to classified information may not continue until further notice. And this is the cell extraction of what he's talking about. Again, his side. Here are my accommodations for the jail, for my remainder of time in jail. This is my PCM, the doctor. These recommendations include the following: low lighting with flare-up of neurological condition, use of pillow and home. Like they don't even give you pillows to use there. And I have back issues now. Workout equipment, like not like crazy ass, like a wall ball or a jump rope, you know, crap like that. With flare-ups. Because dude, my back is in worse condition now than it was when I was doing freaking CrossFit. And I think it's because of like the constant amount of working out, like motion is lotion, where my body's feeling good, always working out. Now I'm just like, you know, stagnant. I feel a lot worse now.
You think you might have tweaked something during that extraction?
Well, I just had an MRI on it, and there's tons of stuff that they found on it, like a root compression and a disc herniation. So yes. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. This is crazy, huh? How many hours have we been in? Look, we're now getting to the court.
Probably like 4, maybe.
4. It's almost 1 o'clock here.
Dude, and we're now getting to the court. This is it. Like, and I completely
real quick though.
over the jail. You get me? Like,
what injuries did you occur during that extraction?
Oh yeah, so I received 2 tears in my shoulder at the rotator cuff and 1 tear in my MCO. I already had an MCO tear, actually, but then they added a new one to it because when the surgery happened, the doctor found another MCO tear that was not present during the MRI, you know. So there's the proof right there. And then, I mean, you compare the medic note saying I'm complaining of shoulder pain, you watch the cell extraction, you look at my medical records, there's no shoulder pain or anything throughout, and now there's shoulder, like it doesn't take a genius, right, to put that together. Because I actually had one guy on YouTube comment that I'm trying to like blame the cell extraction for those injuries. So that, which was awesome, because like I said, I love any questions that make someone think like that, so I could try to counter it, which I haven't been stumped once yet, which is easy because I'm just being honest. Yeah. That's the thing. That's the freaking thing, man. Yeah. So here are all my charges. I don't know how much more energy you guys got. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Keep going.
Huh? Okay.
Keep going.
Okay. So the whole cell extraction happens. I mean, sorry, the whole jail confinement happens for 66 days total. That cell extraction was 2 days. 2 days in. I didn't even say about my first day.
It was 2 days in?
Yeah, that was a morning. So yeah, that was a morning of the second day. I didn't even say about the first day, dude. I need to say this too. They did a strip search on me against my will. They threw me in a chair. They cut all my clothes off, like 7 guys, and there's witness statements of it. So that like their story of it, which is kind of accurate, pretty accurate. And they cut all my clothes off, and they literally just like I'm butt naked in this restraint chair for like a minute until they finally clothed me. But the whole point of the strip search was to what's the whole point of a strip search? To check cavities to see if you're smuggling contraband. They don't even check. I'm not complaining that they didn't check my cavities, but they don't even check my cavities. So what was the point of it? And then obviously to like, dude, lay down the law. You're in my jail now, right? You will do as I fucking say. It's like that. My new name and rank is prisoner as of that moment. Prisoner and detainee for the next 66 days. And I'm not even freaking convicted yet. This is pretrial confinement. How dare they and dare they call me prisoner? I don't know, man. That's like there's some serious changes that need to be done for pretrial confinement, man, in the military, and just a commander's authority to throw someone in there. My gosh, it's crazy. I mean, it is hard though. It is hard. A commander can't do it on his own. He has to get the group commander to sign off on it, and then ultimately the wing commander, I believe, who has convening or court martial convening authority, needs to sign off on it as well. So okay, it is maybe hard, but it went through all them, and even the judge on my 7-day review, he agreed with it all and kept me in jail. Like it went through 4 freaking commanders, literally. I'll name them all: Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez, excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez, Colonel Roche, Colonel Taylor, who was a previous wing commander, and then Colonel LaFavor, Lieutenant Colonel LaFavor. Like, wow, they all missed it. They all missed it.
So either they
on
just they took the word of
Yeah.
that commander and was like, okay, because I mean, throughout the entire period, I'm sure there was plenty of briefs that went up the chain of command about you and kind of the situation and what's going on, because they got to update the chain of command. So that individual at the top and everybody in between probably already heard your name several times, figured you're a problem child, and then when the time came, it was like, hey, this guy did this and this, and they're just like, okay, and they probably didn't even look into anything that's going on. That's one scenario, right? That comes to mind. The other one is it goes back to that email, right?
Right.
I mean, and that's all I need to say. Like, but that's the other scenario in my mind. So I can only think of 2 things why it would get passed like that and pushed.
Yep. This is why I'm so I guess brazen myself with denying unlawful orders, but they're classifying as lawful. And I'm just chilling in my house. I mean, like I said, I don't know if I said this already, actually. I wake up at 7 o'clock every morning, put on my uniform, and take a picture of myself with my face shaved, send it to my first sergeant with my other phone so he could see the timestamp, so I don't like I'm not trying to be sneaky at all, like just straight up. I'm just trying to get someone to listen that can do something about this. And it's so hard to find someone in the military that even wants to even tackle this or help me with this. It's crazier.
They don't want to get involved at this point because they see where you're at, and if they do, they're going to be in the same position.
Well, I'm gonna say this too. They're kind of stuck now. My leaders, and they listen to this. They probably know it. Okay, so if they bring me to court martial, okay, if they arrest me and they bring me to court martial, and I get acquitted of all charges because of all the crazy, even more so amount of evidence that I got, how insane would that look, dude? 2 arrests, 2 court martials, 2 full acquittals. Seriously, they need to think about that. Okay,
that's true.
And the other thing is they've now all said I'm in violation of lawful orders, including the wing commander. He said I'm in violation. He said if I continue to act out my misconduct or whatever, you're in violation of the UCMJ. So the scenario for that is if they don't do anything, if they let me have my MEB and get out of the Air Force and I get my honorable, they already told me that I'm in violation of the UCMJ. They're just gonna tell me that and not do anything about that. Like that was bad.
What about their violation of the UCMJ for all the setups and all the bullshit that they?
Oh hell yeah.
Their violation.
I can't. Yeah, we're still on screen recording. Damn, my bad.
Yeah,
Okay,
what about
but since you
fucking
brought that up,
US Code
you guys-
1107 Alpha with your email? They know about that shit. What about that? What
Yeah.
about violating fucking federal law?
Yeah, dude, they don't care. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't know. That's what my civil lawsuit will be for. Scott, have you heard of this before? Title 10 USC 8583 requirements of exemplary conduct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna read this for all them watching. Requirements of exemplary conduct is this freaking statute. All commanding officers, and I made this in red because I don't know if they can even read at this point, respectfully, and others in authority. And others in authority, dude, in the Air Force, like your supervisor, falls under this. To show themselves in good example of virtue, honor, patriotism, and subordination, to be vigilant in inspecting the conduct of all persons who are placed under their command. And this one's red. To guard against and suppress all dissolute and immoral practices, and to correct according to the laws and regulations of the Air Force all persons who are guilty of them. And then the fourth one, to take all necessary and proper measures under the laws, regulations, and customs of the Air Force to promote and safeguard the morale, the physical well-being, and the general welfare of the officers and enlisted persons under their command or charge, dude.
Which they didn't do.
Which they didn't, and they continue not to. And the biggest amount of evidence now that I have on Senior Master Sergeant Hunt, who is a SEL, which is a senior enlisted leader to the commander, he admits in text messages, because I got him to admit it, that he believes that I believe I'm being harassed. Because I asked him, do you believe me? Do you think I'm lying or do you believe me? Thank goodness he answers. He says, yeah, I believe you. I believe that you believe it, but I don't believe it. So he doesn't believe that I'm being harassed, but he believes that I believe I'm being harassed. So that alone right there, though, that's terrible. You replace the word harassed with raped. It sounds egregious. Watch. If a girl said to her supervisor, sir, I'm being raped at work, do you believe that I believe this? And he's like, yeah, I believe that you believe it, but I don't believe you're being raped. And then it ends up she is. That guy is in trouble. He's in trouble regardless for not looking into it. And there's an AFI on it right here that says zero tolerance for unlawful discrimination or harassment. It is a policy of the United States Gov, the Department of the Defense, and the Air Force not to condone or tolerate unlawful discrimination of any kind. Now in red, the zero tolerance policy ensures that once lawful discrimination or harassment is alleged, that's what I'm doing here. I'm alleging that it's being done. They're not convicted of it. To investigate and resolve the actions or allegations, any airman, military, or civilian who engages in unlawful discriminatory practices or harassment of any kind may face disciplinary action, of course. Blah, blah, blah. And the last red, leaders and commanders will ensure all types of unlawful discrimination or harassment are stopped and behavior corrected as soon as possible once they are made aware. I've sent this to them so many times in text messages to the wing commander, and they ignore it. I tell the superiors above them, the AFSOC commander, General Barfine, and the new one, General Cohen, I think is his name. They ignore me. I go above them, the SecAF, Secretary of the Air Force, Miss Dalton. It used to be Frank Kendall. They leave me ignored. The only people I haven't hit up yet is the Secretary of Defense, the Vice President, and Biden. And I don't even want to email them. How are they going to help? What the? This is
Well,
chaos.
they're probably sitting there thinking it's not my problem, and those commanders should be able to handle this situation without me interfering. And it's obvious they fucking can't. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, it's ridiculous.
It's like everything else. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and
don't care.
This one I skipped. It says the department does not tolerate or condone harassment. Harassment jeopardizes combat readiness and mission accomplishment, weakens trust within the ranks, and erodes unit cohesion. Well, no shit. Weakens trust within the ranks. I have no trust for them due to the harassment. Like, it's all right here. Policy written by generals or whoever wrote this that they don't abide by, but they tell me to abide by my AFI 1-1 crap. Man, it's so hypocritical. And I want to read this too. Take no part in the worthless deeds of evil and darkness. Instead, expose them. So this is my duty to expose them to the best of my ability, respectfully, peacefully, lawfully. You know what I'm saying?
See, what's going to happen is when people see this or people understand your situation, what happened, right? They're going to look at their leaders like, what the fuck did y'all do? Like, what's going on? And they're going to lose trust with their leaders if they haven't lost it already because of the whole COVID fucking debacle anyways. Yep. And then what the chain of command is going to do is they're going to try and blame, I'll just say you, for fucking, disrupting the good order and discipline of the fucking post. When if you go to the core of the problem and we go all the way back to the beginning, they're the fucking individuals that did this whole thing. They could have put a stop to it. They could have not gone this far. They could have just but they kept pushing, and they're obviously bluntly lying, making shit up, forging documentation, right?
Yep.
And like, but they're not either. They're stupid, and as I always say, is like either these people are stupid or they're just going along with it. Like,
that's what I said too. They're either negligent, which is not okay, or highly malicious.
Yep, that's exactly.
And both are shitty. Both are bad. Both are bad, equally as bad, right? Like, dude, crazy, huh?
Because if you go on the stupid side of it, like if they're they don't know what they're fucking doing, right? The problem with that is you've already, well, like me and Scott and probably you as well, a lot of stuff you're showing, like these individuals are doing this, so we actually show them that it's illegal, and we show them the laws, the rules, the regulations that they're violating, and they just don't give a fuck.
Right.
So I don't think they're stupid.
Right. Same.
I believe it's purposely being done.
Exactly. Right. There's no way they're that dumb, dude. No way.
I mean, logically, that's the outcome I would come with.
Yeah, and that's good for us to give them the benefit of the doubt too. That we don't think they're dumb.
No, I don't. I
don't think our government is dumb.
If anybody can read, and you're showing them, hey, you're violating this, you're not doing this right. If they can read and comprehend what they're reading, like I just it has to be purposely done. That's my opinion.
Right, because there's no way all these people could be negligent and dumb, like just constantly dumb. There's no, dude, the possibility, or sorry, the probability of that is extremely low. Sure, it's possible, but the probability of that, like, dude, you're right. I think you nailed that, man. Yours is way more probable than the latter.
Yeah, exactly.
For sure. I never showed these before, actually. Here, let me do this one. Screen 2. Yep. Okay, so here's that's what after my trial though, they should have let me PCS, like a new base, and get out of here and hope I freaking just move on with my life.
Yeah.
But they didn't let me. They denied it due to all their bullshit reasons again. And not only that, they put me right back in the same squadron. Denied a new work environment. My lawyer was wanting for me to work with her at her office. They denied that. And I have on recording from the first sergeant at that time saying that the commander thought it was best for me to be within my squadron and work environment or whatever, like my AFSC. What? Like, are you kidding? So, I mean, I'm grateful, bro.
Does your commander not like understand the situation and understand that the work environment that you're going to are the individuals that kind of turn their back on you and lie to you and put you in this situation?
I don't think he does understand it. But the commander under him, Colonel Churchill, I have in recording that I recorded him in front of his face, like on the table. So he knew I was recording him. I asked him if he was aware. Okay, I asked him if he's aware of my charges, and that 4 out of my 7 charges were fabricated. And we can go into that here in a bit soon, because I know we're still on that topic. Fabricated, made up. and I'm gonna get in detail, made up, man, made up. And the other three, there were extenuating circumstances. Was I AWOL? Yes, but my reason was so severe that the judge deemed it valid, right? Yeah, that's what an extenuating circumstances. But even after I won my court martial, I have audio recordings that they're saying that they don't even paraphrasing, they don't agree with the judge's verdict.
Well, I
You guys ever heard
remember there's a piece of it somewhere where somebody basically kind of states, or you state, or whatever it is, but it's basically saying that it was kind of like the judge gave you a second opportunity.
Yes.
Basically.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna tell my fiance to get that for Vasquez. Fine 10% for Vasquez. You're in TTM. Okay. So, okay, yeah, sorry. So this is the 48-hour memo. And then after this, it goes to a 72-hour memo. And this one's going to become beautiful. This is Vasquez, my commander, who charged me. 13 April, I'm already in confinement. He wrote all this crap on me. Number of children, 0, even though he was about to be born in May, June. 2 months. You know, okay, he talks about my Article 15 that he gave me. I don't know. He talks about these LOCs for failing to attend. He says failure to attend a SAPR training when I did attend it, and I can prove I have attended it. Like, you see, is that purposeful? How about failure to sign in? Failure to sign in for that, you know? All this bullcrap. Letter of reprimand for using disrespectful language, which was silly, and displaying disrespectful and threatening behavior, which was refusing to stand in parade rest for 4 seconds, you know, and stuff like that. Like, look at the language that they use.
Why did they say threatening behavior?
Right? Good point. Good question. Good question.
I don't.
Good question. I don't know. I do not know.
Were you pasting? Because I remember them saying he told you to go to parade rest.
Swaying.
Okay,
like
swaying, right? And then
freaking my blood was boiling, man.
I know there's some comments that you got into. I don't know if it was First Sergeant's face or got close to his face or something, and he told you to back away.
Oh, that was recently. That was like 3 weeks ago. That was recent.
That's after all the court martial shit. Okay.
Yeah, dude, I'm on my 8th first sergeant right now. Like, there's been 8 first sergeants now that I get being transferred to. This is my 8th section, actually. 4 before court martial that they moved me around, and 4 after court martial that they've moved me around. They continue to deny my telework recommendation from 3 providers completely with false reasons. And I have like 9 reasons that they came up with at this point. Crazy ass reasons. One being from Colonel Vasquez saying that he needs to be fair to his squadron, and that if he approves my telework, he would have to approve half of his squadron to telework, which is so arbitrary to even state, because half of the squadron don't have recommendations from that PTSD diagnosis, right? So he's just crazy like that, dude. Like, he reminds me of my mom, and I love my mom, but my mom's crazy like that. And my mom has no right to be a commander, and she's not, thank goodness. But he reminds me of my mother, literally, man. Oh my gosh, crazy. Okay, and then check this out. He uses everything he can at this point. The confinee has willfully disobeyed the orders of his supervisor, Carey, flight commander Lawrence, and myself to report to his duty location during the prescribed hours. He has sporadically reported for certain meetings and appointments, but has blatantly refused written orders. Okay, now this gets insane, because during the court martial, all of a sudden my supervisor, Sergeant Carey, right, is changed. They all state to the judge and to all of the lawyers that are grilling them that they changed my supervisor from Master Sergeant Carey. They don't say who, and they don't even get asked. So I think that was a failure of my legal team to not asking him, who did you freaking change it to? But there's a lot.
That's the thing that. So I listened to this part as well. And your commander, your first sergeant, I believe, and even Master Sergeant Carey, to include your new supervisor, never told you that you got a new supervisor.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you weren't coming into work, because of Master Sergeant Carey. So they actually removed the issue that you were having. And that's why you weren't coming to work. And then they fucking never told you they did that. And then so you never came back to work. So they were basically saying, hey, we got rid of the problem. He still didn't come back. Right?
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
no one told you.
And how can 4 people of high leadership not tell me? Well, the flight commander says that he thought leadership would have. That was his reason. The first sergeant also said that he thought someone else would have. Sergeant Carey says he didn't have the opportunity to when he could have texted me. Oh crap! I'm still screen recording. Screen sharing. Yeah, and then Vasquez states that he actually takes accountability somewhat. He says that he should have. He says they should have. Then he says I should have, and that we missed that. So I mean, he took accountability on that for the first time. That's crazy, though. Right?
I think if they can have a group chat with each other and discuss, possibly putting a, a bolo out on you and doing this and that, and they can discuss all that with each other, but they can't say, figure out who's going to call you and tell you got a new leader.
Right. So is that real? Like, are they really that all inept, or was it malicious once again? And they talked about being in consensus for the court martial, and we're all going to testify that we changed the supervisor. Like, what was, man, that's why, like, if the judge would have asked who was I changed to, that would have been great, but no one asked that. It was weird. Well, active shooter was never been brought up either.
The new supervisor should have just fucking called you. And like I was saying, before I was talking to you, even Scott can attest. Like, if we get a new soldier, right? Hey, you're going to be assigned this soldier. Here's the number. Here's the name. Blah blah. Like, maybe that soldier's not at work that day because they're maybe getting their household goods or something, right? So what are you going to do? Like, oh, okay, whatever. No, you're going to call the soldier and be like, hey, this is Sergeant whoever. Like, I'm your new supervisor. Like, you're going to have that conversation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know what kind of leaders are over there. Like, maybe they all need to go back to the NCO Academy again and start over. Like, I don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
But like, I never heard any of that shit in my entire career. Like, it's fucking like if I would have done that, I would have got my ass chewed out by the first sergeant. Hey, did you call?
Really?
Did you call that new soldier yet? No.
Yeah.
Well, you need to fucking call that soldier. Roger, I'll do it right now, first sergeant. That's a real first sergeant. Like, where was your first sergeant? You know what I mean?
In on it.
I don't know. That's just frustrates me, man, because it's common sense.
Right.
They don't have any. They don't have any.
Right. I don't know.
No.
Man.
Nothing. Let me tell you what. Anything that happened to him and you and me and everybody else, it doesn't surprise me anymore. Like,
no.
I'm angry. I'm angry for him. I am. Like, when I saw what I saw there, I felt like I wanted to jump through the damn TV screen and go in there and start smacking heads. I did. That's how I felt. That's because I know it's wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe that's my instinct.
Yeah.
This is just I don't put past them. They know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have the text messages like they were doing. They wouldn't be conspiring against them or anybody else. So they know what they're doing. They're on the wrong side of town, as far as I'm concerned. And none of this shit, I don't give any excuses to it. They're all complicit in it, period. And it all needs cleaned out.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is in the evidence that you fucking obviously have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where are we at?
Like, thank gosh, dude, I got a good judge, right? Like, how scary would that have been if she was one of them, man? Oh my God, I can't even imagine that. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. Just thinking that there's judges out there. I mean, like hypothetically, right? That are as evil as my command. Just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
huh?
I said, oh yeah.
Yeah, like what after that, dude? If I got convicted of anything, even assault, which is a federal conviction, I would look nuts. Like if like me trying to tell my story, like, dude, they convicted me and they're wrong. Like there goes my story. Dude, no one's gonna listen to me, right? Like, dude, it's over. But the fact that I got full acquittal raises red flags to non-military members, non-military leaders, I mean. Like it doesn't they like leaders don't even care about that. Again, I asked Colonel Churchill, are you aware of my charges and stuff? And I posted this on my YouTube recently, and he says yes. And I was like, okay, then, like, what? Like, what? How am I supposed to trust or whatever I said? And then he says some weird stuff like, because of your actions and words, depending on how you use them, will further advance the story that you want to tell. But that's like zero empathy or understanding as a commander, as a leader, like what I've been through
Well, I
with
think
this.
you asked him too. You said, what were my charges?
No,
Is that
diagnoses.
converse? Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, that one though. That is that one. Yeah. And since we're on that topic, I asked him because he's giving me orders of expectations within the squad. Like I can't, it's so bad now.
yeah.
I can't even record. I can't even be on my phone. Like literally, can't even like he says I can't use any recorded device or whatever like that, you know? Not yeah, which is a phone. And I even asked him, I was like, so I can't use my phone. And he said, during lunch you can, but during your duty hours, you're here to work. You're here to work, blah, blah, blah. Crazy, dude. And
And
I asked
I
him,
was thinking
yeah,
about that, and I had a conversation with somebody else, but um, like, yeah, I understand that you're at work, you're supposed to work, so you shouldn't be. And I think about using like YouTube and social media and all that shit because you're supposed to be working. And I don't know if that's like an Air Force like regulation or I'm not. I haven't been in the military for a while, so whatever. But if it is, cool, like whatever. But you're specifically being targeted for that thing because if you go to work, tell me fucking one person that doesn't turn their social media on while they're supposed to be
right.
working. One person.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guarantee if there's a room of 10 people, 10 people are on their fucking social media. And then if your leadership walks in there and says, hey, you're on your social media, fucking come with me, you're fucked. And all the other 9 are cool. Right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Well, then they go in their office and the colonels are on their friggin' phones. So they don't even know their own rules.
Exactly. Well, yeah.
It's all bullshit.
And then I know you said like, well, I don't know your exact words, but basically like the only thing that saved your ass in this court martial, right? And you said this basically, but these are my words, but I agree with you, are the recordings that you had.
Right.
Because that's when the truth actually came out.
Right.
And so you're being told not to record people that you obviously don't trust and you don't feel safe around.
Yeah.
And they're trying to fucking imprison you. And they lied about all your fucking charges, right?
Yep.
And the only thing that kept you out of prison from watching your child grow up is fucking recording. And now you can't do it. And this is basically why you're saying that you're not going on post, right?
Right. Absolutely. I can't protect myself. That's me protecting myself. Literally. Imagine the shit they can do if I don't record. Like, oh my God, this game over. And then if I do record, I'm violating his order, and they got me again.
Yeah, you're backed up against the wall, and whatever you do, you're wrong. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, he did state though, I need to say this as a caveat, that pending his permission. Okay. How am I supposed to get his permission? Man, I don't have his phone number. No one's gonna give me his phone number. I've already asked for it. I'm just supposed to email him. Hey, sir, can I record this conversation with the first sergeant here? Like, I need to be recording everything 24/7, because I wasn't recording the first encounter with that guy from mental health clinic that you just brought up, Ike, of the, I got in his face, whatever. Like, that's a whole debacle too. But if I would have recorded the first half of that, just walk around with my phone recording, like it would have even been more egregious of my defense of why I did what I did, which I think I was in the right. I walked away from the situation. And I'm even ordered to walk away from situations with my no contact order on 8 certain people.
So,
Like,
but
it
that first sergeant wasn't your first sergeant, right?
Oh man, I don't even know anymore, dude. I don't even know. He is because I'm at the 27 SO LRS, right, on paper, and he's the first sergeant for the 2 SO
Okay.
for that sec. But my orders now are to report to the FSS first sergeant, Sergeant Cahoon. Who I like, he knows I report every day on the phone now. I don't even like Ike. Ike is like, what, dude? Oh my gosh, I have so much stuff on him with auto recordings too. He's not my supervisor. He's not my boss. He's not anything. But he says he is when he doesn't even know my whereabouts, like lawfully. He doesn't know my duty hours that Calhoun gave me. Are they crazy? They're freaking crazy, dude. Yeah, this is a. But again, like I always force myself to be grateful for this, right? Like this is so rare. This is a rare, unique opportunity that I have here. As in like all the evidence that line up to destroy them. I'm talking about everything across the board. And it's so severe that, man, the normal person would think like there's no way. There's no way it goes up to the wing commander and then the AFSOC commander.
Yeah.
What? He's emailing the whole base and no one's like, he's crazy. But man, like I have all the
we're all a little
receipts.
crazy, man.
No, I'm saying that they think that probably.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm even diagnosed with being delusional. Yeah, I still love that one.
But I was,
Yeah.
you know, and I've told Scott this before. Like, if I was still in, that's what I would be doing. I would be getting evidence on all this shit because of everything that fucking happened. So I mean, you're literally doing stuff that, you know, I mean, more so, but that we've thought of. Like, if I was still in, I would be getting more because I have, you know, I have my evidence. Guy has his evidence.
Yeah.
You know, Mark has evidence.
We all,
this guy has evidence. Yeah.
In the beginning, not to interrupt, but in the beginning, we all thought that we were alone. You know what I mean? We didn't come together until there was a certain time that we were supposed to. But all that time, we were gathering our evidence, our own evidence, in whatever way we could. And then when we started seeing the writing on the wall and we started meeting other people with those same scenarios and same situations, maybe some worse than others, but we were all together in it. You know what I mean? We're all here for each other. And that's what the American people need to understand. What has happened, what has happened in our military is absolutely disgusting to the point that you couldn't even fathom.
Yeah.
We're here to clean it up and expose it and then wake people up and get this shit fixed.
Yeah. Actually, I want to share this real fast. I feel that this is extremely necessary. So the new acting commander, her name is Captain Abdulwali, who I believe has just been promoted to major. Now she's a field grade officer. Okay. I knew she was going to be trouble. And she became the commander like a month ago. The acting commander took Vasquez's spot. I knew she was going to be trouble. And here's the email I emailed her. And I'm just jumping into it. There's so much context before and after, right? But I tell her, this Title 10, right? USC 8583. Constantly, I'm telling you, I preach this, which is required of you, Captain Abdulwali. Not suggested. I'll provide you the link along with what the law states. Okay, here it is, blah, blah, blah. Look at this. You still have done nothing to address the issue. And again, you asked me to draft up topics. Yeah, man. So, golly, like I said, this will take a full week to like really get into it with when I get my prosecution team all ready to pounce, you know. So like look at this, you can just see how upset I am. Like I'm sending this to everybody too. Like no one sees this and cares. Like her superiors, this is just wild. During the TTM, you answer my question. Okay, so I asked her in this TTM that I have recorded and already posted to YouTube. I have all these recommendations from off-base providers for me to telework, right? Which makes sense. Get me out of the environment. Get me out of the environment, and I could try to work from my house to help alleviate my stressors, right? No, no one wants that. She tells me no, and I'm quoting her, and she says, because it's not helping with what we're after right now. Right now, we're trying to help you get better. You say that you've been diagnosed with PTSD. How is teleworking going to be help? How is going to help you get better with your PTSD? Like common sense. So again, either she's extremely negligent
Is
or
she the
malicious.
one? Is she the one that says I have family
Yeah.
members that had PTSD? So
Yeah.
like maybe she doesn't understand that there's different forms of PTSD. Maybe she thinks PTSD is just like PTSD. She doesn't understand that you can have PTSD for X, Y, and Z, and
Yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
else.
Okay.
Maybe she just
Yeah.
thinks, oh, PTSD is just PTSD. And
Yeah.
I don't know what she thinks, but that's fucking insane, man.
Yeah, but here's the counter to that. Okay. Who cares respectfully what she thinks? She's not a mental health provider. And there's two mental health providers in this TTM. This was like on May 30th, actually, like this year, May 30th. And she's giving me, look, all this. I know we can't read all this, and I don't even want to, but this is all me and her transcribed back and forth again on my YouTube channel. Like maybe my sixth or seventh most recent video of her saying this and me saying this, right? Like she's giving me all her advice on PTSD. I want to find something. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the red because if I highlight something in red, man, I'm pissed. You state that's fine. I'm not worried about you liking me. I'm worried about your future because PTSD is long term and you're going to have to interact with people. And there's triggers everywhere. So you need to get the help that's offered. I said, but I wouldn't have to be interacting with the people proven again that had direct involvement. She says it may not have be the people right then and there, but who's to say in the future that somebody else that has caused another trigger, I'm after the treatment. So now she's going on all these what ifs, right?
She
Like
doesn't
what if?
understand how it works, or she's
I
just making some
know.
shit up
Right,
to
right,
fucking
right.
con you into fucking into getting a reason for you not to be able to fucking telework. Because
Oh, so
like
true.
I've
So
been in
true.
a fucking IED, right? So when I hear loud noises, right? If I see the noise and I know it's coming, or depending on the sound of the noise, it doesn't bother me. But sometimes if it's a different sound or something else, or it just hits me out of nowhere, like I get those fucking like, oh my God, right? And I fucking jump. I don't jump all the time, right?
Mhm.
But occasionally it'll happen, right? But it has to be connected specifically to the event, right? Specifically to that event. So she doesn't understand that. And if you're going to work seeing these same individuals, even the face of those people
Right.
probably fucking upsets you. Just
Oh
seeing
yeah.
Yeah,
their face. If I showed you a picture right now of those individuals,
Oh,
it would
hell yeah.
probably just upset you.
yeah, because he's in enemy territory when he goes on there.
Yeah.
That's why. I felt the
Right.
same way. Once I saw what was going on, you didn't even know I went back. You know what I mean? Every drill to keep myself relevant to fight back and everything. I knew where I was. I knew what I was up against. You're in enemy territory. Period.
Man. Yeah. Dude, I can't even tell you guys like obviously how you get it, it's common sense, like, but no one is like this in the military that I'm in. Like no one just says the stuff that you just said. Like you're an enemy. I get it. You feel like you're in enemy territory, blah, blah, blah. Dude, no one fuck, dude, it's so oh my God, it's disgusting. Like it's at this point, man, like throw me in jail at this point for 8 months until my court martial. That sounds better to me than to continue like living like this, I guess, like just oh man, because I would know a court martial was looming, that's why. Which I don't even know when's gonna happen, dude. I don't even know if this is all a scare tactic. Because look, I'm telling them I'm ready. I'm actually thinking of turning myself in either next week or then a week after. But why would I have to do that? Why wouldn't they come to my house and arrest me? Like, oh my gosh, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. I don't understand why I'm not. I don't understand why I'm not arrested already.
I don't
But yeah, dude.
understand why nobody in your chain of command is going to come to your house and talk to you. and not any of the individuals that had fucked with you and all the shit's going on. Like maybe a commander, right, at a higher level, would fucking just go out there and fucking actually check up on you and see what's going on.
Right.
Out of
That
some
was
sort of concern. You know what I mean?
right.
Like, hey, your company commander, or what is a squadron?
Yeah.
A commander obviously wouldn't go there because there's some serious issues and conflict there, right?
Mhm.
Maybe her boss or her boss's boss, like if they don't know what's going on by now, they're fucking drunk. Like, they should be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna fucking give me this guy's number. I'm gonna fucking call him. If he doesn't answer, I'll text him. And I'm gonna say, hey, I'm this fucking officer, right? And I'm gonna come see you, at
Yeah.
this time on this day. I want to talk to you specifically and see what's going on. Like, or just, hey, I want to check on your fucking health. I want to see how you're living. I want to make sure everything's good, okay with you. Nobody gives a fuck about you, man. Right?
No, yeah, and
No,
I'm cool with
I mean that's the way I
Yeah.
see it. But it's like they obviously
Yeah.
don't fucking care. And I know you're cool with it, but it's like,
Mhm.
as a leader,
Yeah.
who's gonna fucking be a leader?
Right. Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Yeah. I love that you get it, man. I love it. Yeah, and again, I don't need anyone to like I'm not a little kid. But not only do they not care, what pisses me off is they're trying to destroy me, right? And I'm competitive as shit. Like I'm ready to do whatever necessary to expose them.
Yep.
Anything. Literally anything, bro. Like
Whatever you
even
do,
die.
don't give up. We got your back.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that, man.
But the only thing that upsets me, man, is out of everybody that was in charge of you or falls above you, like at no point in time did they attempt to build your trust.
Yeah. Oh, right. Right. It's gaslighting because Colonel Churchill, he tells me that trust is a two-way street. And I remember these little things like they just stay in my head. Trust is a two-way street. You didn't show me. He said you didn't show me, or respect is a two-way street also. He said you didn't show me any respect when he ordered me into the conference room and he expected me to do reporting procedures, knock on the door and about or not about face, but march in attention and salute him. He doesn't deserve, honestly, my salute. And I'm not able to salute corrupt commanders at this point, man. And literally, I can't do that. I can't do that. And he tells me since I didn't show him the proper respect, and it's a two-way street, he's implying that I don't deserve respect, I would think. Wow. Yeah, just think like damn, dude. And
Did you have did you have an escort when you went to go see him?
I have my phone, two phones
No,
recording.
I mean an escort.
Yeah.
Like
No.
like if you're gonna go, like, okay, is that like your battalion commander?
First shirt usually goes first shirt and your chief.
Yeah, correct. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, shouldn't your first sergeant and your commander have taken you up there?
No, they did. Yeah, they did.
Okay.
My bad.
And they didn't tell you? Did they tell you to report before you went in there?
Yes, and I absolutely refused. Just like Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego refused to bow down to King Nebuchadnezzar's statue and would rather be burned. I hope I don't get to that point of me literally being burned. I can't imagine that, but they encourage me, and that passage encourages me to stand up to what I'm doing. Stand up as long as I'm trying my hardest to be respectful and not just dropping F-bombs to their face at this point. I do need to hold myself above that. I'm trying my hardest to exemplify what a Christian should be, and I'm not even anywhere near that, but to the best of my ability,
No.
I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I mean, I don't want to go off on that whole subject, but I don't think even, we today know how a Christian is supposed to be. You know what I mean? And I've heard it before, like Jesus isn't even a Christian because there wasn't Christianity back then. So let that sit for a while. But without talking about too much faith right now, we can do that later. Where are we at? What else you want to go through?
Yeah, I recorded the whole thing too. I haven't posted it yet. I'll just show it here on it. I don't know if you can see me. Let me show you. Hold on.
It's
There you go.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I recorded because I had 2 phones, so one's audio, one's video. I'm gonna put. Let me hold on, let me find a good spot.
Required to respect those appointed over you.
Dang it.
And obey the lawful orders. Discipline and respect are hallmarks of military service. Moving forward, I expect you to show respect. Fear is not.
Yeah, but anyway, that's gonna be going to YouTube here
For the
soon.
misconduct may result in more severe action.
Crazy, man. This guy's crazy. And the first encounter that I had with him, dude, I was boiling. I was advised to not say a word to him due to me talking, and then that opens up the floodgates, right? And maybe I say something that I shouldn't, or something happens, especially with the encounter that just happened with that first sergeant a week prior. So I committed to not saying a word to him the first time. I walked there, I accepted my LOR, and I didn't salute because he's not deserving of that in my humble opinion. And I'm ready to back that up completely if it comes to that. And I didn't say a single word to him, but I was rageful, man. Like, I was staring at him. It was bad. Like, I'm talking like straight staring at him.
Mhm.
I don't even know what my blood pressure as it was at that point, but that's how angry I'm getting now. Like, I've already punched 2 holes in my wall. That I've already told mental health about. And Child Protective Services actually came like 2 weeks ago or whatever, and wanted to conduct everything, which I fought at first, but then like thought about, like, I have nothing to hide other than that, so come in, whatever. And then inspected my son, which he's fine because I don't have any anger or aggression towards him or anybody. It's just towards walls apparently now, you know. But it feels good, man. Like, because I'm not even thinking to punch a wall. I just do it, and it's only been twice, but I have done it, and then boom, like, your anger just like chills out a
Well, I
little
mean,
bit.
you're in a fucking stressful situation. I mean, I've punched walls over stupid shit compared to what you're fucking dealing with. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, this email that I was going over, and definitely not going to go over all of it for sure. Is it back up?
Yep.
Okay, so just more of the same stuff. Like, I bolted it. Like, I spent hours, dude. This took me like 7 hours to write, and not all at once. But like, I go hard in these emails, man. And look at that. And you need to learn how to manage it. I ask her, "Do you have PTSD?" She says, "I don't, but I have family members who had it." And then I'm like, "Okay, but I actually have it though." And I'm telling everyone in the room, and there's doctors in this room that's letting her talk and not correcting her. And I said, and I don't know what everyone is waiting for. And I'm not going to say the words to put me in inpatient, because that's what I also think. I honestly think that they want to throw me in the mental health inpatient and just that's it. But they need to be able to prove, and I'm recording everything, right? And that's the thing. If they were able to say, like, I said that I want to hurt myself when I didn't say that, it's over. They could throw me in inpatient, which is kind of like jail, I guess. A little better than jail. Yeah, but like, I don't want to go to inpatient. So like, who are they to do that? And I don't trust them at all. So again, we go back and forth, back and forth.
Even if somebody says that you said that, then the commander can refer you.
Yeah, it could be taken out of context for sure. Lastly, she says, "I already told you my spiel. I'm here to make sure you get the treatment that you need, and I don't think teleworking is validated. So until the CDE comes back and we actually can figure out what you're being diagnosed with, I got nothing else for you." Like, look how smug and just, oh my gosh, right? So this was before my CDE. My CDE results now come out a week later, and I'm diagnosed delusional disorder, narcissism apparently, trauma specified or unspecified trauma stress disorder, and the fourth one is right, I can't remember. Oh man, well, one's ADHD, and then the last one is irritable IED, intermittent explosive disorder, which I've looked at that criteria and everything, and it's impulse rages, as if a mosquito was biting you and you would slap your neck because of the mosquito, not even know that you did it, kind of thing. Like, it's a reaction, you know. You wouldn't think to be like, shit, am I getting bit? Let me go look. Oh yeah, mosquitoes there. So that's equivalent to my anger at this point, due to my amygdala being overreactive and my prefrontal, like, it's brain stuff now that's being morphed within my head. So who cares, right? She says this though. Like, who cares what she says other than this is what I meant. She says, so until your CE comes back and we can actually figure out, okay, they came back. It's been a month and she's done nothing still, like live, like today, nothing. And look at this. Look, it just keeps going, right? Like, look, I go hard. And then Major Odom, who's a psychiatrist or whatever, he gets in on it too. And he says, he implies, look at this. He implies that I may not be guilty, or no, that I may still be guilty, even though I was proven not guilty. I don't know if you guys were aware of that, but it's insane. And I recorded it. And he's implying that I could have slipped through the cracks, even though I was acquitted of everything. He said, just because you're acquitted of everything, it doesn't mean that. Okay, he says that all it
Maybe
means
you
is
shouldn't
that
be taking the court martial without proof. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
if they're gonna fucking say that you did X, Y, Z, maybe they should have proof before they start fucking throwing charges at you.
absolutely, yeah. And no one in the room defended me or took my back. And we had a chief, that major, who I'm talking about, captain, the commander, my mental health provider, a civilian, who hardly said anything. And then the first sergeant who took their back originally. He's not on my target list for accountability yet, I'll just say. But because he's so trying, he's on the fence, back and forth, whatever. And I have enough people to go after at this point. But oh man, like anyone who wants to read this, yep, it's in the email that I've sent to the entire base, or just message me. I'll be happily wanting. Like I've had people email me or ask me, hey, can I have that email? And I love it. I'm like, yes, absolutely. Here, all yours. Okay, so I showed you guys all this. This is my response to her, okay? Because she wants me. She told my first sergeant for me to email her why I want a meeting after my CDE. And again, I just showed you guys. She just said that until a CDE comes back and we actually can figure out what you're being diagnosed with, I got nothing else for you. Now that it's back, nothing has happened. No TTM has been nothing. And I asked my first sergeant and the SEL, like, dude, what is happening? What do you mean go back to work? As if like nothing's happening, right? And they told me that they told her, and then she told them that she wants me to write an email to her of what I want to talk about. And this is the email that I wrote her, that what I want to talk about, right? Like, this is her request. She requested me to do this. Okay, now I show you all this to show you her response. And that's really, that was setting up context. This is her response, and I need to read this just in case some generals out there are going to watch this and he could put it into this. She says, good morning. Thank you for your email, as I would be more than happy to address your concerns. And all right, like, I'm just going to warn you guys, this gets smug so badly. She says, to start, I would like to address your blatant disrespect to the team and staff at Cannon Air Force Base. Over the past few encounters, you have displayed disrespectful behavior, both written and verbally, and it will no longer be tolerated. Although your diagnosis, IS, like I have 5, she's saying I have 1 here, is severe, admitting it, like, thank you. Like, she's going to get grilled by a judge, dude. It's so bad. She doesn't even know what she's getting herself into here. It does not give you the ability to blatantly disrespect, belittle, or bully the members of the 27th Special Operations Wing. And that is the base. That's the whole base here. You are still part of a professional. Look at this gaslighting, man. I literally feel like punching my computer screen right now, but I definitely am not going to do that because that's going to cost money. But she said, oh my gosh, man, where am I at? All right, you are still part of a professional environment, and I expect you to handle yourself in such a manner. Look at her. Refer to AFI 1-1, Chapter 2, and the enlisted force structure responsibilities for the junior. So since I'm demoted, I really feel that she put that in there to, like, rub it in.
Throw it in your face.
Yeah, I'm no longer NCO on paper, whatever. Look at this. This will be your first and final notice of this behavior. Utilizing this as a baseline, moving forward, I will document all interactions for further action. Secondly, the purpose of the CDE was to, 1, get an understanding of what you are suffering from, and 2, determine the best way forward regarding care. Again, none of these has, like, she states that, but her actions are just nowhere, literally nowhere. You stated you received a notification of your diagnosis via phone from the evaluator. Was a treatment recommendation discussed? No. That's the thing. No. Right? Like, why is she asking me? Ask her, ask the mental health, ask your, oh my God. In previous TTMs, it was recommended and offered to you to go back. Look, to go back in inpatient. I've never been to inpatient ever. See, this is negligent.
She has no idea what she's talking about.
Right. She's just trying to act like a commander because she got put into, she's the acting, which means another one's going to replace her in like 2 months. So she's just filling in that position. Or Rio Vista, but it was met with a what the fuck? Declination with a denial. How about that? The mental health team is working diligently, bullshit, to find what version of treatment will work for you. Oh my gosh. But that cannot happen if you continue to be guarded. I don't even remember like saying this now. That cannot happen if you continue to be guarded and dismissive of the focus on, wait, where am I? Sorry. On the treatment they are offering. And the only treatment they are offering is inpatient and medicine. Freaking medicine. I don't want medicine for being delusional.
Which will fuck you up even more.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And what if it's, oh my God, we need you to help us by providing insight on what's working, what's not working, and why. And again, all my emails have done that.
I was gonna say, wasn't that explained already?
Right. She said, I would be more than happy to conduct another TTM. However, I wanted to strict focus on the plan to move forward with your treatment and not what has happened in the past. What is she talking? Like, this is from the past. Like,
they want you to forget it. That's what it is. They want you to, oh, okay, it's done and over with. Move forward. No. None of this accountability has happened yet. And once that accountability happens, then we can move forward.
Exactly. If you haven't already done so, please sign a hard copy of your medical record that includes medical, blah, blah, blah. This can only be done. Okay, call them in. Okay, this is some bullshit. Please reach out to them. If you have any questions regarding alternate duty locations, work expectations, and directions, then direct them to the LRS and FSS triad. Okay, so she's telling me of all my concerns to talk to them when she's my commander. Dude, this is wild. And let's look at the date just for anybody. June 12th. Okay. Today is July 3rd.
Yep.
Nothing from her. And
nothing.
All the people she CC'd, she just CC'd everyone I CC'd. Let's go through that. Honorable Frank Kendall, did he relay all this to his counterpart who took his spot? The Honorable Dalton, whatever, or Miss Walton. Dalton, I think it's Dalton. Bauer Fiend, who just left. What did he do? Green Anthony, who messaged me once, saying I need to provide grace and have compassion or whatever, patience for my leadership. Like, look at these ranks. He's a command chief. Fosi is the chief master sergeant of the Air Force. It's only one of them. Fleck, the chief master sergeant of AFSOC or whatever. Bergen, who's now heavily involved. Grandin, the squadron commander of the clinic. Like, look at it. I don't know, bro. Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah, well, anyway, thank you for letting me share that. I needed to get that off my chest. And then just look, I'm not gonna definitely not reading any of this, but just look at all the emails that I've done after. It hasn't even been a month yet. Now I'm going to base level. I'm just thinking of, I don't know, I think of new solutions every day, I think. But like this goes all the way back to February 16th. And there's more that I still need to add to this. Yeah, dude. Like, look, real just for everyone to look at that. I've organized it as best as I can. I made it all nice little dates up here. You know, like I made it so easy, I guess, and welcome friendly. Is that a term? Welcome friendly, user friendly, I guess, right?
User friendly,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, no research needed for anybody like of a leader. Here it is, right here, all of it, constantly. Nothing. I've not received a single response to my email from yesterday or today that I've emailed the entire base on at this point.
Yeah, they're probably worried if they fucking say anything, they're gonna fucking get caught up in the middle of it.
Yeah. Well, I already told you guys that text message I got from one of my friends who said that, and then I got Instagram from another person who I don't know, and I'm not gonna rat her out, but she says this. Um, she says, "Did you get a reply from anyone?" Laugh aloud. Okay, hold on. That's a ton. Okay, sorry. She said, "Well, apparently some leadership personnel in our squadron and commander are sending emails to their people saying not to engage or forward your email." And she said, "I just got your email," and I don't even know who this person was until now. She's on Canon. Crazy that now like other commanders are ordering their members to not forward my response. Like what? Look at that. Complicit immediately, those commanders. Instead of them thinking like, is this true? What the is this? If this is true, I need to act. Nope. Hide. Hide and freaking just hide. Sweep it under the rug.
Yep. That's what they do best.
Insane, man.
Like I need to ask you guys, actually, I just thought of it. Like when you guys heard of my situation, did you think that it could have been maybe exaggerated, or there's some things that aren't being said? Like I said with John, I love your questions, man. Keep them coming when you think of them. But has that like just a little bit that you guys maybe have thought, man, there's no way it's that bad, or no?
No, I never thought that at all. I thought that it was true because I saw what happened with my own eyes in my experience, and I met gentlemen like John and you that went through the same thing. What if you look at other stories and everything, especially from Navy and Coast Guard, those guys were people, because there's male and female, were put in berthing areas, totally secluded from the rest of the ship, like POWs. So when something like this came out and I watched it, I was just like I said, I was angry. You know what I mean? But I couldn't believe that people were doing that. But then again, after I saw it, like I said, I wanted to jump through the damn screen and start throwing fists. That's just how angry I was, because I knew it was wrong what they were doing. That's just a gut feeling. You know what I mean? And I've already experienced, not that to that magnitude, but I know how you feel because I was through that already. And I'm pretty sure John knows because he was through it. So.
Well, I mean, for me, this is what I say now, right? Basically, like when something happens like that and there's this fucking unbelievable story, right? I'm like, yeah, like the initial response is now like anything's believable now after all the shit we've seen. Like that's so unbelievable, but I believe it. Like that's sort of, it's so unbelievable, but I believe it. Just because of the shit that I've personally seen and all the story, like I got 47 videos right now that's out. Not every one of those were interviews, right? But I mean, I'll say maybe 20 interviews. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers of actual people, right? Maybe 20. But those are 20 different stories, a little bit different, but because of the same fucking reason, right?
Yep.
And those are just people I interviewed. I know more people. I know more stories that I've heard and listened to and actually talked to. And it's fucking like every story I hear, there's just something in there. I was like, what the fuck just happened? It's so unheard of that this shit happens. And it's so ridiculous that the military won't fix it. They won't admit to it. They fucking do nothing except for terrorize fucking the soldiers that are fucking standing up, trying to do the right thing. It's simple. You're violating laws, rules, regulations, and I'm trying to do the right thing, and I'm telling you you're doing the wrong thing, and I'm trying to get you to do the right thing, and you're just not fucking doing it. And then we're the ones paying for it. Well, guess what? When that damn boomerang goes flying out and it decides to turn back around, it's gonna fucking come back and bite them in the ass. That's exactly what's gonna happen. That's all I got. Just on my little spill.
You're allowed to say it. It's your show.
Yeah. I like to throw a few cuss words out there every now and then.
Why not?
All right. Where are we at, Lance? You on mute?
Probably.
Maybe he got cut off finally, or hey, he was on so long his mic died.
It had to take a break.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it. I'm gonna go take a piss.
Crazy.
We're ready.
All right, here we have the charges, and I'm gonna blast through these. Okay, so this one, desertion. I'll read the part where it says it. Absent himself from his place of duty, which I'm apparently doing again, right? Because I'm not tolerating being harassed and blatantly just discriminated against, man. Look, they're doing it all over again. Okay, absent himself permanently, absent himself from his place of duty, blah blah blah. Located Canada Air Force Base, blah blah blah, and did remain so absent in desertion. There it is, until he was apprehended on or about. Okay, I pleaded not guilty, and the findings was not guilty. Charge dropped. Yep. But with that though, man, that the big one was it got lowered to AWOL almost immediately because they tried to start my desertion date on leave. Like I was on leave in the beginning of March. So like they just completely did not do any due diligence, man. Crazy. Man, it freaking pains me. Like if this stuff is really happening in the military and then like to people and they don't know how to fight this or they don't even dare fight this and they take a plea bargain because I was offered 4 different plea bargains, and the first one was in jail. I didn't say this already, did I? First one was in jail 30 days in.
So. Yeah,
yeah, 30 days. And my lawyer told me that is so rare for a commander to do that because it's usually the first day or second to get it moving, to get that moving and to get him out of there. Really, like get him out processed, whatever's needed, get him the help he needs. But like he did it on the 30th day. On the month of, right? Like the 30-day month mark, whatever. And what does that tell her? My lawyer, what does that tell me? It tells us that it's a flex. Like, look what you did. You paid for what you did. So here, I'll offer you a plea bargain. I'll show you grace, which is not though. And I would regret it for the rest of my life if I accepted it. And I honestly don't even know. I can't say that I wouldn't have because okay, let me say this. So I asked my lawyer because I was playing with the idea. I was like, if I accept this and I'd be general discharge and all that shit, and no GI Bill, nothing, just dishonorable discharge, or not sorry, did I say general? It would have been a dishonorable or a bad conduct discharge. What was I getting at? Sorry, brain fart here.
The plea deal.
Yeah,
yeah. Oh yeah. I asked her, could I get out tonight? Like if I accept this, can I get out like by the end of today? And it was like at noon, if I remember. She tells me that unfortunately, no, it's gonna probably take 2 weeks to process. And I said, get the hell no, then I'll stay. Hell no, hell no, hell no. So if my commander was smart, Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez, I'm talking to you if you're listening, you should have made damn sure I would have been released that night. That moment, like now, dude, how tempting would that have been? Actually, damn, I could get out right now. Woo! I don't know what I would have done, and that's a scary, scary, scary man. That would have been so if I did do that, and then I would have to live the rest of my life. Damn. So anyway, thank you, Colonel Vasquez, for making it 2 weeks, I guess. Okay, so and then I was offered another plea bargain right before the court martial. I denied it. Another one after the first day, which is all like it wasn't like trial. It was just more so the paperwork aspect of it. And there was another one before that too. I don't know, but I denied them all. Thank goodness, because I would have much rather went to jail again, like prison actually, if I was convicted, and if that was my sentence. And that sounded better to me that to go to sleep every night in prison, hypothetically, than to admit fault and guilt for something I didn't do, something I know I didn't do, and live the rest of my life like that, man. Like that sounds so much worse than going to prison for 5 years or how long if what my sentence was, And at least I can look myself in the mirror. At least I could do that if I was in prison, I guess.
Yep.
It seems like, and I'm just wondering, like, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment, but the way they orchestrated everything and did all this stuff, like it makes you think, you know, twice. Like, have they done this shit before?
Man,
You know,
damn, I didn't think of that either. Wow, good point.
and it's almost worth not you obviously, but somebody actually maybe going back and taking a fucking look.
Damn, that's scary. That's scary. Yeah,
100%. Because it's
he
like
loses his credibility. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like it's like they playbooked it. And again, if you didn't have those recordings,
You're right.
we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Yep. And then obviously the order to not record right anymore. He tells me the reason for that also is I need to show respect to them as well. Again, the two-way street thing. So I need to show respect to them. So he's saying it's disrespectful for me to record people like leaders, I guess. Obviously, I wouldn't just record some friend of mine, right? Or acquaintance. But he's saying it's disrespectful for me to be recording without their knowledge. What? First of all, is illegal. One party consent state in both Texas and New Mexico. So who cares? Who cares if it's it's illegal.
You know what? I recorded my commander.
Whoa.
Now that you're saying that, because the same thing. And he called me into his office. It was the battalion commander. He called me into his office. Just all the non-vaccinated people, because he wanted to come up there and talk to them individually and see why the fuck they weren't vaccinated. So I'm like, all right. So I recorded it. Same reasoning for you, not as strong, but towards the same way. Like, I didn't trust him.
Yeah.
So I wanted to fucking record it to make sure that, you know, because I didn't fucking trust him. It's as simple as that. And my situation was not as bad as yours has gotten. But even just for me, like I'm getting kicked out. 17 years in the military, and I'm getting kicked out because they're violating the law.
Right.
So I obviously didn't fucking trust him. So I recorded my battalion commander, and it's in my Rumble videos. I put the whole recording on there. Fuck it.
I need to check those out, yeah.
But yeah, I did the same thing, man. And I understand where you're fucking coming from.
Yeah. Where do you put your phone at? Just in your pocket? Straight up?
Yeah, well, I don't know how you guys' uniforms are, but there's a pocket right here.
Oh, okay.
So I just fucking shoved it right there. Fucking.
Yeah. Mine's on my quad, like the pants that I have, and I just let it right there. Like, you can even see it, and I could care less, you know? Out of all my recordings, I have probably like 150. I've only been asked once, like, are you secretly recording this or not? And I don't want to say on air who asked me that.
Yeah.
Or what was my answer. But I've only been asked that once. Crazy, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go to the next one.
The big difference is I didn't have a chain of command. Fucking obviously it's a lawful order bullshit. I get that. But they weren't trying to fucking set me up for something and fucking lie to me over all kinds of shit and make shit up. What I had was just, it's a lawful order bullshit. You know what I mean?
Because who would do that, right? Like, who the heck would do that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, their biggest play, and this is my hunch, and it's pretty obvious, is they probably expected me to take a plea bargain, you know, never actually ever go to court for this, and then they would have won. That was their end game because of all the charges, man. Like, if you just look at them, right, like they look egregious. They look like, how are you gonna defend this? Like, you better take a plea bargain and save what little life you can have, I guess. And it's rare.
Shit, man.
Yeah, it was, man. Yeah. It was, I was definitely scared when the judge told me.
It's unbecoming of an officer, unbecoming of a non-commissioned officer, both, because fucking they're fucking sitting there making shit up, lying about shit. When you have the fucking proof on a fucking on your voice recorder, like they should just for that fact alone, they should be pulled from their fucking duty position.
Right. But he's allowed to retire.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that sticks, but
like, a lot of these fucking people are allowed to retire.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works out.
And here's some proof. So he gave me this the Colonel Churchill guy.
Audio file.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're pulling audio files from my Instagram and writing me LORs for it. Okay. Essentially, that's what happened. But what they messed up with is they only do one. And this was a mental health encounter. But they ignore that. It now shows me that someone's watching my stuff like a command, which is fine. My stuff's public. And that was more so of a trap. Because I want them to see this. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm not hiding anything here. I post everything. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. But that they've now opened the door to them only picking this and not any of the audio recordings from the court martials that I posted or anything. Right? Does that make sense a little bit? Like,
yeah, they're looking for something specific
right.
to get you, and that's the one they found.
Just like I said, no, they can't be trusted, and I understand where he's coming from. I don't trust them either. Don't. I don't trust any of them pieces of shit.
Yep. Exactly. Like, at this point, man, they need to prove that they can be trusted, right? Like, you're not just gonna blindly trust anybody. You shouldn't either, man. You shouldn't. Like, what the heck? They gotta be able to prove it.
Lance, I gotta ask this question, man.
Yeah.
Going all the way back, right?
Mhm.
Would any of this shit, in your opinion, would any of this shit happen if you would have got the vaccine?
I would 100% absolutely say no. And the reason why is because that document, the insider threat document that shows it all, that they've written 3 other documents after that, all edited, and you see the edits as you piece them all together. So I say that they tried hiding it because it would make sense that they would try hiding it. But if I'm wrong and they just left it in there with no Fs, that's even worse. Like, do a new document, but just add it to his PIF. That's even worse. So that's me giving them the benefit of the doubt that they're at least trying to hide it. So all that deceptive stuff, all the text messages, the subpoenaed stuff from various leaders. Well, I'm branching out again, but no, it says we consider him or we view him as an insider threat due to not receiving the COVID vaccine. It literally says that there. My PIF was clean before it. Like, no, hell, yeah, none of this would have happened.
So kind of the same thing then. So you think none of this would have happened if General Austin never did his mandate?
Like, for my situation?
Yeah. Well, because so
yeah,
they're saying you have all these issues, right? And
Yeah.
I think they kind of throw it back on mental health because they keep trying to get you to see mental health on posts and all that shit. So
Yeah.
do you think you would still be in situations like you're in right now, basically, if the mandate never happened? Like,
Absolutely not.
or would you
No.
just have been good with your career? You would have fucking retired. Everything would have been straight.
Correct. That one. Correct.
Oh.
Yep. Correct. Yep. And again, I'm not even sad about it the least bit. I welcome this. This is my fight, man. I welcome this fight. I'm grateful for this. And even though it comes with the anger a little here and there and the disbelief, but this is like what I'm born to do. I think this is my specialty or my skill. Like, everyone has their skill set. I believe that my skill set is not tolerating being discriminated against unlawfully and being bullied. Any person that tries to bully me, like, even in high school, man. I remember when I was in high school and like some dude tried to like shove me that I didn't know, and then we immediately got into the biggest fight like out there. I didn't even think about it. I just remember being pushed by him and him thinking that he could do that, and I just immediately we went at it. So it's more so like that. And I just hate bullying, period. Anyone who does it to anybody. Like, if this happened to anyone, I would do my best to try and help them, which is why I'm almost inspired to be like a defense attorney myself, to use my GI Bill for law school, go to that route. Because this is great. You guys should maybe even become it too. Like, we all should become defense attorneys, man. Like, because we all have a passion for fighting injustice.
There's a lot of
really.
reading, a lot of studying, man. We gotta.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm sure.
I mean, I don't know where this is gonna lead me, and I mean, we're gonna do what we do.
Yeah.
We're not gonna back down either. So, this could be over tomorrow if they just come out, hold some fucking accountability.
There's no
Fuck
way.
all these people up that fucking violated the law, that fucking, are holding fucking people, are doing what they're doing to you. Hold those motherfuckers accountable, get rid of them, put them in jail, whatever you're gonna fucking do, and then I could fucking retire and be happy.
Yeah,
And I
but
don't have to
who's
make no more podcasts. I don't have to read no more fucking manuals. I don't have to learn the law. I don't have to do. I can just fucking be like, all right, we're good. But
yeah,
that shit ain't gonna
yeah,
happen.
yeah, of course not.
And
Because
something I want to say, I'm sorry to cut you off, but something I
no,
want
you're
to
good.
say before we end this at whatever time. But
Mm.
I wanted to say it earlier, and I know, me and Scott's talked before, and prior to the mandate, the Army for me was fucking wonderful.
Mm.
Everything, like I would tell people to fucking join the military if they fucking ask me. I'll give my
Yeah.
honest opinion about it, and fucking, my fucking career is great.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome. I loved it. The mandate hit, everything went to hell, man. And
Right.
if you ask me now, no, you can't join the military. I wouldn't do
Right.
it. My nephew joined the military, and I fucking said, no, don't do it, man. It's fucking stupid. Like, you got all this is going on, this is going on. Don't fucking do it. I mean, he made his own
Yeah.
decision. He's a man, but if you ask me now, I'm gonna say fuck no. Not until there's accountability.
Yeah.
There's no fucking going back.
Yep.
Absolutely agree.
Too, like John was saying, in my family, my grandfather was in the Korean War, World War II. My father was in Vietnam. I'm the oldest of four, so I was in. My brother was in, and my oldest son's in. You know what I mean? And after this stuff happened, and even though I was able to retire and everything like that, if it weren't for the mandate, I would have been retired 2 years ago. You know what I mean? And I really loved the military. I really did. I mean, my career was great, unblemished up until that first LOR and all this bullshit. You know what I mean? So I can understand how people feel, and I don't want, like, my oldest son went in and everything, and I told him, I said, hey, keep your eyes open. You know what I mean? And if you need anything, I'm here. All you gotta do is pick up the phone, Dad, I need you. And I'm friggin' coming in, you know what I mean? Like a father should. And, but my other two, I won't even recommend it, never would. And I won't recommend it for anybody else until there's accountability, until they clean this bullshit up and they fix the problems that they did. That's the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
And these recruiters can do whatever they want and give out free t-shirts and frickin' Starbucks bullshit coffee and stuff to sign up, and anything else they can scheme to come up with. At the end of the day, the bottom line is this: they attacked their own with a bioweapon. They attacked their country with a bioweapon. It's out there. It's clear as day. All people have to do is just open their eyes. Listen to the stories that are going on with not just our podcast, but all the podcasts that are going on out there. Because it all comes together to one main point, that we were attacked by our own government. Bottom line.
Yeah. Well said again. Absolutely.
That's what it is. Hey, Lance, is there anything else that you want to go over? Anything else you want to say? Anything at all?
Yeah, I guess I could just finish this real fast since I'm on the charges. I'm not gonna go over it in depth anymore. People can pause it. I mean,
Yep.
But they could just look, not guilty, not guilty. So like, but here's the biggest thing: I'm not viewed as not guilty, right? By my command, I'm not guilty, but I'm not viewed as that. I'm exonerated, but not by them. And I have a mountain of evidence of them paraphrasing that they don't agree. Those are all my pleas right there.
Fucking seven charges.
See, the flip side to this is what we have to look at is that, Lance, you're not guilty. You didn't do anything wrong, but they're guilty for what they did to you. You understand where I'm coming from? So you take those not guilty things that you did everything right, dude. These pieces of garbage are the ones that are guilty.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. To wrap this one up here, he even tries to use right here. I want to hit this. On April 3, the confining supervisors, remember Cleveland and Garcia, raised concerns that based on the confining's previous aggression towards Cleveland and the escalating communication to compel the confining to return to duty, the confining posed a physical safety risk to the work center. And this is the active shooter thing. So he just nonchalantly throws it in letter C, substantiating to the judge why I need to be in confinement, which it worked. The first one held me in there longer. But that's the active shooter stuff right there. But like, how does he not think the judge? His name's he's a magistrate, and he's a 7-day reviewing officer. He lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's not. But escalating communications to compel the confining to return. Okay, yeah. It's just freaking crazy. So, okay, yeah, they're ordering me to come back into work, right? Ordering. But look, he's saying I pose a physical safety risk to the work. It's common sense, dude. It's common freaking sense. Oh yeah, and then there's this. He physically resisted confinement staff and struck at least 2 security force officers. The following day, on April 11th, the confining began acting belligerently. Okay, so he's the one who said that in his cell. Like, where did he get that from? And would not follow confinement staff's commands. He was forcibly extracted from the cell and physically resisted confinement staff, striking several security forces members and breaking one of their noses, dude. Like, no, it wasn't broken. It was deviated. But I didn't strike several of them. It was one. Like, see how it just keeps adding little.
You got a shot in, at least you got a pop in.
Yeah, but self-defense. I needed to breathe,
Yep.
I need to read this one right here. The confinee was disrespectful towards a superior officer, he's referring to himself, when he stated that I, his squadron commander, was a domestic threat. Oh gosh, I forgot to tell you this. And told me to stop wasting his time. In his written response, he stated that he had lost trust and respect for various members of the squadron leadership, including myself and several senior NCOs, and characterized our leadership as immoral wickedness. But like, he doesn't charge me for that. Okay, yeah, and I stand by that. But look, he's writing me up or talking in a derogative light that I lost respect for them. Well, duh.
Yeah, no shit.
Dude,
well, they try to set you up, of course. I mean, they look at all the evidence that you have on them. They literally went to set you up.
You're right.
Of course. What do you expect, you dumbasses?
Yeah, and then this domestic threat one. So that was one of my charges. I think I already closed it out. But that was one of my charges. I called him a domestic threat, right? But okay, why this is so egregious is I don't call him a domestic. I never called him a domestic threat. And in the charges, it doesn't even say or words to that effect, which is usually what they say, just in case it's not quoted domestic threat. That if it didn't say in words to that effect, sorry, if it would have said in words or words to that effect, it could have been anything I said to him, like, sir, you're evil or whatever. But they don't say that, which means they directly say that I said this. Okay, I have the audio recording. I posted on my YouTube. I mean, it was played in court, just the beginning of it, but the judge went back and listened to it during break or whatever. I'm being charged for calling him like UCMJ charges here. And there's 2 first sergeants in the room taking notes as well. Master Sergeant Serrano and Tech Sergeant Crispin. Let everyone be known of that. And they don't take my back on this. They don't tell the commander, sir, I don't remember him calling you a domestic threat, sir. No, they agree with him. They don't even care, actually. And my recording saves my ass on that. And it proves to the judge that, damn, this commander is willing to charge him for that, which he didn't do, but he had auto recording. Like, that just shows his character. But this guy is the one who's telling everyone in court that I lack credibility when he gives no example of how I lack it, like a specific example. Yeah, that was so egregious beyond belief. It was not even funny. Like the judge and the prosecution team get into a little altercation about it because this prosecution team, they're trying to make these charges stick no matter what. Like, they don't care. I have audio of not saying it. They don't care, man.
That's their job, man.
That's disgusting. I would never want to be a prosecutor that does that. Like, how
even for the I went to my separation board, and they have the the lawyer there for the government, same thing, and it's just they asked me like, hey, why do you think the vaccine is different from the other the Comirnaty and the Pfizer? And so I told them, and then the response was, well, you're not a medical professional.
You're right.
You don't have a background in that. And I'm like, so I can't read and fucking learn anything. Like I have to have a degree. Like, okay, so it's all bullshit, man. They'll say and do anything to fucking make you look like you're fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. I got a lot of my information from Google, and then they use that against me, like patients getting his information from quote Google. Like what? Exactly. I can't read. I can't figure out. I have to listen to you guys. Are you serious? I'm not reading this at all, but I'm just posting here so anyone can pause it. This is the 7-day memo of Lieutenant Colonel Colin Lefevre here, and this is his little written review of why continued pretrial confinement is necessary for me. There's a bomb in here that he states right here. I find that the risk to safety of others. Okay, sorry. No, right here. Lesser forms of restraint were considered, but ultimately denied due to the safety risk of those affected as listed above, though he may not be a flight risk. Like, what the heck? Though he may not be a flight risk, I find that the risk to safety of others as a primary reason for continuing pretrial confinement, right? Okay. Man, check this out. I never thought of this till right now with what I just thought of. I read earlier Colonel Roche saying the reason why I need to be into confinement is because I am a flight risk. And I'm not gonna be and there's no assault stuff happen. There's no violence yet until I get to confinement. Now I do my violent acts, right? Like, I mean, it obviously was self-defense, but at the time it was up in the air. But this guy is saying I'm not a flight risk, but it's the assaultive acts. I don't know if anyone can. Damn, that's crazy. But I wouldn't even be in that situation anyway if for them not put me in that. Like, put any innocent person or not guilty person into confinement, right? Like, I don't see anyone going in compliantly. Who would? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there are people out there that would, but it was almost planned. I think, like, maybe they knew I would have been assaultive with what I've done, but they accused me of dislocating another cop's knee. I don't know if I stated that. Like, I'm telling you guys, man, I thought it was gonna be 4 hours. We're going on 6, and oh my gosh, dude. Like, okay. They accused me of dislocating another cop's knee. Okay, this is it, and I'm done with my charges here. The freaking cop testifies. He testifies. The cop testifies. His name's Senior Airman Kelly. I actually like him for telling the truth. He states that I never even touched his knee. I never touched it. Now I'm thinking, how did it even get to that point, right? Like, look, they're all talking about it here. This is why I need to be in continued confinement because I'm dislocating knees. Okay, his knee was dislocated, but it was from football or whatever accident he had that dislocates every week. Okay?
Okay. So it was a prior accident.
Yeah.
That his knee just ends up dislocating for fucking whatever reason.
Well, like he bent down to untie my shoe when they confined me to the chair to take my clothes off, and his knee dislocated. And I remember him doing that, like grabbing his knee and just falling to the ground. But it didn't even like, I remember some of it, but I don't know what happened.
I'm picturing that in my head because it's fucking. I don't mean to laugh. I do mean to laugh. It's funny, but it's not funny. But like you're fucking sitting there butt naked. And this dude goes to untie your shoe, and he just fucking falls on the ground because his knee's fucked up.
I wasn't butt naked yet. I was there.
I know, but I picture you butt naked in my head.
But here's what's so egregious now. So how were those charges able to even be charged? Does that mean they didn't even talk to him? Like, did they not talk to him and be like, "Did Castle do that to you?" Or do they just assume that I did because he has a witness report also, and he doesn't include that at all, and that was written on the day of or the day after.
Fucking insane, right? Dude. Like, how are you gonna do that when you're fucking tied to a chair anyways?
Yeah, I don't know. They said I was thrashing around. Um, like in their defense, well, I hate to do this, but I did slip out of the restraints a little bit and was going crazy, but I never slipped out of the feet one. But anyway, so my lawyer asks Kelly, he's a guy, his last name's Kelly. A lot of people think he's a girl because of his last name, obviously. But she asks him, would you be surprised if you found out that he's being charged for dislocating your knee? Or they actually changed the charge to striking his knee. It was dislocating, which I could prove all day long, right? I don't say anything that I can't prove. But they changed it to striking his knee. So she says, would you be shocked or surprised if you found out that he was being charged, or that one of his charges were or is striking your knee? He says yes. And this is all on my YouTube. Right? Like for my command, if they're looking at this and like he's lying, go check it out, man. I know where to go. I can prove everything. And that, again, this is why I believe I'm going to win this, because I'm just being honest and I could prove everything. And I'm out on this every day, right? But she asked him that and he says, yes, he would be shocked. And she says, why? Right? Rhetorical. Why? And he goes straight up, because he didn't hit me or he didn't touch me. Like, no brainer. And she's okay, well, okay, true. Thank you. And after he testifies, the prosecution team give their closing argument, which is also on my YouTube. And at the end of it, the woman, Captain Atasawi, who I'm trying to figure out how to file charges on her for just being a deceitful, lying prosecutor, she tries to still get that charge. She still tries to get me charged with that charge. When he just admitted that I didn't do it, she's trying to now spin it that due to me flailing now led to his knee being dislocated, when they charged me for striking him, first of all.
Even though you didn't touch him?
Yeah,
like
he admits I
the
don't.
air from swailing blew his knee out.
Exactly. But the fact that she's not willing to drop just that one charge, and let's go for the other 6 now at this point. They want a full 7. Guilty on all counts. They want to go back and say, yep, guilty on all counts. Wow. So that's something I always think about too, how just disgusting that is.
Yeah, that's just the system, man. That's her job. Is the fucking whatever they want, she has to do her best to give that to them.
I don't think she could do that with false stuff though, right? There's no way she could use false stuff.
It doesn't matter, dude, because like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But the way I look at it, and logically, like if you're a fucking murderer and you get a lawyer and you tell your lawyer, like, yeah, I killed him, but I'm going to plead not guilty. And then that lawyer's going to fight for that fucking guy to get off the hook.
Oh, it goes both ways.
So, I mean, that's the way I see it. Like, I don't really know, but they're going to do their job.
That lawyer needs to first accept, that he's going to be his client. So I would think I would be like, no, I'm not going to defend you if you really did that.
I don't know how they do that shit, man. If you know somebody's guilty of something or somebody's lying about some shit, like that's going to fuck somebody else over completely. Yeah. How do you represent that individual? How do you do your job? Like, hold on, like you guys been lying the whole time? Like I can't fucking do this. I'm sorry.
Right. I get it. Yeah.
Maybe they have no accountability, just like all the bullshit is going on in the military.
Yeah.
Morals
for sure. Another bomb, and this is it for my charges specific, man. And tell me if this is a big bomb. So another charge is insubordination to my supervisor, okay? But that insubordination is from the Article 15 stuff, okay? So they're trying to recharge me with it. But I found out after the court martial, I didn't even know this, that my PIF before the court martial, my PIF during the court martial, and then the PIF after the court martial, they're all different, right? So what I'm saying is they take out the LOR that I got from Kerry for calling him silly, and he goes in great detail of how disrespectful I am. They take that damn LOR out of my PIF. They give my PIF to my defense team and the judge. And again, all right, I didn't. Okay. It didn't even work, but I'll tell you why it could have. And then after the court martial, I was laying on my couch one weekend. I was like, I literally just thought of it. I was like, I wonder if the PIF that they gave him the judge, because I have all the documents, all the CDs, matches the PIF that I have right now, because I got a brand new disc and they look just like these, like just PIFs or whatever. And I was bored, right? Or whatever. And I looked at it, and lo and behold, there's an LOR missing out of the judge's purview to it. But here's the thing, they put that LOR back into my PIF after the court martial. If they would have just left it out, it first of all could have looked like an accident. But the fact that it landed back into my PIF after the court martial, and it was there before the court martial, but not during the court martial, dude, that's 99.9% malicious. Who is doing that? And I've written that constantly in all these emails. No one gives a shit. That's straight up perjury. Hardcore perjury, dude. Criminal acts. Massive. Okay, now here's why that would have hurt. So if the judge would have saw the LOR is for this silly disrespect, the Article 15 is for silly disrespect, and now I'm being charged with UCMJ charges for silly disrespect,
The same
refusal.
same thing
Right.
3 times.
It's 3 things that will joggle her brain. Like, wait a second, which is called double jeopardy, right? So if they hide the LOR,
It's triple jeopardy.
I mean, yeah, it's a possibility that the judge could have missed it being an Article 15 and UCMJ charges. It didn't work. She caught it. She asked Vasquez about it. She says her last question, sure you remember, she says, if you filed charges on him and punished him punitively, UCMJ, for disrespect to Carrie, why did you recharge him for it with UCMJ charges? He goes, can you repeat the question? She asks him again. He doesn't know the answer, and she tries to help him. She goes, do you remember your logic? He goes, I do not. And I've said this before in podcasts. That's crazy. Dude, that's just like, how much more egregious can this get? You know, and this is just me defending my charges here. And then I get a full acquittal. I take 2 weeks of leave to go back to San Antonio, get all my crap from storage because I was ready to go back to jail. You don't go into court martials thinking you're going to freaking be acquitted, right? I went in there ready to lose, but prepared to win.
Well, yeah, with 7 charges, I mean, fuck.
Right.
And only
like,
one of them's got to stick.
Right. For sentencing to happen, of course. Right. So I went in there ready to go back to jail for who knows how long. Could have been years, whatever. But and then I take leave. I get it assigned right back to the squadron in a brand new section, but that section has everyone consolidated that comes to it. Tech Sergeant Crispin comes to it. Another Master Sergeant that's guilty or not guilty, complicit comes in, and I'm having issues. They send me to Laurel Ridge that I volunteer for outpatient, which was actually enjoyable up until it was ready to come back. They extended me 3 times out there, as in my therapist. Oh my gosh, bro. And in this TTM, oh my gosh. So we have a TTM with my commander. I record the whole thing. My therapist was in on it, who was super cool. We don't talk anymore, but she was super, super cool, man. Back then, her name's Vanessa Ramirez. Give her a shout out. Laurel Ridge therapist. She's been promoted to the military liaison now, so good for her. But in that recording, that's also on my YouTube for any commander or leader here listening, right? For good or bad, as in trying to gain understanding of my case to help, or for bad to try and listen to what I say to manipulate the situation. Yeah, he admits that he doesn't agree with the judge's verdict. He didn't get anything of why the judge deemed me not guilty. And then he comes up with an arbitrary and capricious statement saying that, I quote, or I'm going to paraphrase, end quote. He says that,
I said paraphrase.
Oh, paraphrase quote. He says that she could have told him, hey, Castle, this serves another opportunity, end quote. No, not end quote. So that's why she gave him not guilty. And that's his way of saying that she gave me a second chance, because his English is not his first language. And who cares if it's not, he's still a freaking commander. So that was the first biggest bomb that he admits. That's him admitting he does not agree, man, with the outcome, which can lead to why I'm being retaliated against, which I am, obviously. And and then January comes up. I'm still there at Low Ridge, and I have another TTM. Like, I'm the one scheduling this shit. to record it. Like, I want some bombs here. I want some evidence. And they give it to me. They give it all to me in these recordings that I'll have forever on all these social media outlets if my phone gets destroyed by whatever reason, right? Like, I've sent it out to so many people as well. And in January, I can have a TTM with the group commander, Colonel Roche, who's the new Colonel Churchill, but back then Roche. And he also admits that me not going to work was wrong. He's like, Castle, there's give and take on both sides, you know, like, although you may be right on some things, you could not have been right on a couple things. And I'm like, sir, but no, I was right on everything. Absolutely everything. Like, there's no, like, I'm calling him out on that. So that's his way of saying.
Do you think these new, first sergeants, commanders, leaders coming in now, they just don't, they're taking the advice of the old ones, obviously, because they're doing a left seat, right seat. They're talking, but do you think they're just taking their word and maybe they would understand it better if they actually understood the situation and maybe just listened to this or read your freaking email and really looked into it and if they actually understood what happened, do you think like they would still be against like maybe like what you're doing or any of that?
That's a very good question. Very good question. For me to say yes, that would be me giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm done with that. So I assume the worst at this point, which people could view as pessimistic and cynical. Sure, I don't care. I would still say, I'm gonna say no. Okay, the fact that they don't even care right now to look into the situation, like, how else more can I explain it and have, like, sit them down, tie them up, and play the video for them? Like, what? So no, the fact that they don't even want to, that's the thing. Like, I read you what Abdul Ali said in an email, who she also sees all the people ICC. Like, she's ballsy. I'll give her that, which isn't going to help her, but she's ballsy, extremely not tactical at all. Telling me I'm the one who's disrespectful, telling me I'm the one she's going to have what's it called, or write me up, or what, I don't even know. I can't think. My dog just whined right now, and it broke my train of thought that quick. But man, I really like that question. But no, because if it were to, why hasn't it happened already? And that could also be because what you said, right? That they don't know. Well, why don't they know, dude? I've done everything. I'm messaging the base. I'm emailing the base. I'm sending them these links in the emails, and I'm getting more views on them. So people are watching them. I don't think it's them. And the first sergeant at the time, Sergeant Ike, I've sent him all these links. I've asked him, have you watched it yet? He said no, he hasn't gotten around to it. And then we end up not hitting it off. And he's like, why am I going to watch these videos? He literally says that I have recorded. And I was like, what do you mean? Why are you going to watch it? And I forgot what he said, but it was more so like, he doesn't want me to get his mind changed, paraphrasing again, off of his boss, commander. You know, he doesn't even want to hear his own commander testify against me. How crazy is that? So I come back end of January, me, my fiance, my son, and my 2 dogs here in Clovis. The job position that they promised me from Laurel Ridge, they said, okay, we're going to put you in a new squadron under the ops group under Chief Lamb. That never happens. The day it was supposed to happen, Ike texts me and he says that plan fell through. Whatever the hell that means, right? Fell through. So I end up going to Chief Baldwin's office, and they give me a new section. And guess where the new section is? Right there under Colonel Roche in the same office area. Like, I could literally walk like freaking 15 seconds to his desk. And that was not the plan. But luckily, I had shoulder or knee surgery scheduled and in place because of convalescent leave. You know, that was like 9 weeks that I got for that, which was nice. And then I had shoulder surgery set up like 2 weeks after that, which was also nice. And I got like 8 weeks of convalescent leave. And then I was supposed to get back surgery, but my PCM screwed me on that. And like that, I'll be out for a while on that one. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I do an Article 138. I submit it up. It gets denied, but I heavily drop Colonel Roche's actions And he moves me due to him stating that he doesn't want me to be uncomfortable. But I bet he's the one who's uncomfortable. And he moves me upstairs to where I'm at now, that I've only been up there like twice. And I refuse to play the game any longer, dude. They've moved me 4 times since my full acquittal. Like, that shows I'm not guilty of their crimes, but no one believes that I'm not guilty. And again, they're stating it, and I have audio recording of this. So it's progressed. It progressed. I'm jumping a little bit, but who cares? It progresses. Okay. I'm now staying in the parking lot. I drive to work and I stay in the parking lot from 9 to 11. I go to lunch and I come back from 12 to 3. Okay. Because they changed my hours too from 9 to 3 to try and help me, like the first sergeant, who I'm supposed to talk to, the new first sergeant here. He's the one who's nice. His name's Master Sergeant Calhoun. And he actually says, dude, if that's helping you, go for it. Knock yourself out, right? Like, he checks up on me, and I was actually enjoying it in there in the car, in my car. I'm on the laptop, I'm working, I'm doing no complaints. Leave me alone, right? Away from everyone in my car, I guess. But 2 weeks goes by of them allowing this, and it's no longer able to be allowed because Colonel Churchill puts an end to it. But I think it was Colonel Bergen maybe telling him that I can't do it anymore, because I found out that they had a secret squirrel meeting about me, didn't invite me or my lawyer, my EDC, didn't even offer for her to sit in on it, even if it's through phone call. And they have this meeting, and it was apparently to discuss my concerns and to help me, right? But 2 days later, I get that LOR from Colonel Churchill for the Ike incident of the mental health crap. Man, again, that's another incident. That's all on my YouTube. Anyone that wants to really investigate this. And then I get the orders from Churchill again. I'm supposed to report in blues. My blues are in the storage in Lubbock, Texas. Like, I'm done. I never would have ever thought after my court martial I would ever need those ever again. Luckily, I didn't burn them, which I'm stating now I will burn them, and my uniform, because they're disgusting to look at and disgraceful to me. My Air Force uniform is disgusting to me. And I mean no disrespect to anyone that doesn't feel that way, but personally, I get sick when I look at them, right? And then he gives me all his orders. He admits in the recording that he doesn't know my diagnoses. He knows that I was acquitted of all these charges. I asked him, because he definitely wants to tell me that he's hitting his 30-year mark this year. He says that he knows what's right. He knows what's right because he's been in for 30 years, and what I'm doing is not right. Like, how hypocritical is that, dude? And then we get into a conversation about, so since apparently he knows what's right, my brain kicks in. I need to ask him, sir, was getting the COVID mandate or was getting the COVID vaccine right? If you would have said no, he's got me. Like, okay, damn, you do know what's right is, right? But he can't answer that. He says that that was not his call. I probe and I ask him, well, we have an altercation, and I told him that yes, it was your like, it was within your right to deny or whatever I said. And he's like, no, it wasn't. And we go back and forth. And I told him you could put an end to it. He's like, how would I have done that or whatever? And I said, doing whatever you can at your level, which is a big level. It's a freaking group commander, dude. And not ordering your damn members under you. I don't say damn to him. Under you. Dude, like, what? No. Like, you could have done a lot. He could have been one of those commanders, those rare commanders like Lieutenant Colonel what's his name? Schneider or something like that in the Marines, who got discharged. You guys ever heard of him?
Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, I catch him in many contradictions. He can't answer my questions about that. We get into it, but he says he follows the orders of the office appointed above him, which is the President of the United States. And I go, well, how did that work for the Nuremberg trial when Hitler ordered all of his members to commit mass genocide? And then they tried to state to the judges, the 4 international judges, that they were just following orders.
Yep.
That didn't work because they were sentenced to life sentences, most of them, and hung. I think only 2 were acquitted or something. So again, like, okay, so I have him on that, and I ask him, sir, was that wrong? Like, were the members following Hitler's orders, who was the supreme commander-in-chief of the German Reich Army and the chancellor? Like, this is an easy freaking question at this point. Was it wrong, sir, of his members doing what he wanted them to do? And he says those are good questions. those are good questions. And I told him straight up, I'm about to contradict you here, sir. Like I don't say you're screwed, but he's screwed. And once I say that, he's like, I'm not playing games. I'm not gonna play any games. But he just literally said 5 seconds ago that those are great questions. Then he says he's not playing games. So yeah, dude, there's a lot of questions for him to answer when that time comes. And I thank goodness I recorded that, because there's no way Senior Hunt in the room would get my back on the stuff he said. And no offense to Sergeant Calhoun, he's been in for 22 years. He wants to retire. He's not going to throw his career on the line to defend me, and I don't expect him to, right? Even though he is required to, though, with Title 10 USC 8583 requirements of exemplary conduct. So, okay, and then after that, the next day, like we're right here, we're at the end of it. The next day, I wake up, get ready to go to work. My new hours are 7:30 to 4:30. I'm in the shower at like 6:45, and the thought comes to my head, man. And I remember Brad Miller, he was ordered to not come to work during the whole COVID stuff, and he would go to work and sit in the parking lot all day too, So that's where I got that idea from, actually. But anyway, the idea that I got in the shower, and I get a lot of crazy ideas in the shower, like I think, dude, I just put my phone up in the corner in the shower and I listen to audios, I just stand there. I almost said lay there. I don't lay there. I just stand there and just listen to audios, and I could think in there. I could clearly think, but I thought, like, you know what? I'm not putting up with this anymore, man. I can't do this anymore. Because, like I said, me getting arrested here at my house, which has not happened yet, freaking crazy. It's almost been like a week and a half, or no, it's been 2 weeks, actually. Wow. Yeah. Well, a week and a half, but 2 weeks already. Not 2 full weeks. It hasn't happened yet, but I thought that would have happened within a day or two. I thought me getting arrested, going back to pretrial confinement, who cares if I lose my PCRO hearing? PCR is pretrial confinement reviewing officer, which was Lieutenant Colonel Colin Lefevre, who was massively duped and should never be a magistrate, dude, at all. And I'm saying that on the record here. That oh my gosh, civil lawsuits will come his way. Colonel Lefevre, if you're listening to this, I will send to him as well. Yeah, that sounded so much better to just stay in jail, read books, whatever, do what I need to do there, because maybe I could even concentrate in there, dude. Have all my files, have all my documents. They can't tell me I can't listen to my audios, even if they want to supervise me, because that would hinder me preparing for my court martial. So that sounded better to me than to suffer the 7:30 to 4:30 schedule, can't record, like to truly not violate any order. 7:30 to 4:30, no recording, asking for permission through email if I can record, and waiting for that. Like it would have been hectic. Going to PT at 6:30 in the morning, like on Tuesdays, dude. I haven't even had physical therapy yet for my surgeries, and they're so backed up. I should have already been scheduled with physical therapy. Like it's just crazy, dude. Yeah, jail sounds a lot better than that schedule, than to always fear of arrest, blah blah blah. And when I say fear of arrest, I should say worry of arrest, right? Like I want to know if I'm being arrested or not. Not is this the day? Is this the day? Is this the day? And to live like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm putting my foot down. I called my first sergeant, recorded the whole thing. I even asked him at the end, do I have your consent, sir, to record it? He said yes. So I'm good on that part. And then I text message Jeremy Bergen, my commander, who I'm going to pull up right here, and then we're done. This is it. And this is where we're at. It's been 6 duty days now, not including the weekends. We have a 4-day weekend now. Check this, that I'm allowed to leave outside the 8-hour radius of local.
Yeah.
The local radius, or the local whatever it's called, is 8 hours. And I asked, I just wanted to see. I don't have plans on leaving, but I wanted to see, like, how crazy is this, right? Like, I'm in AWOL status. I'm not getting paid. I don't care. Right? But I'm in AWOL status. They know where I'm at, but they're giving me permission that, okay, yeah, you could go leave, but like, dude, it doesn't freaking make sense, man. Like, this is crazy. But I needed to ask that just in case the judge needs to know it when that time comes, Yeah. And then other than this text message that I texted Colonel Bergen, and I have 15 or 14 people in here, I'm done. Can I share this real fast?
Yeah.
If you guys, okay. And then,
Yeah,
yeah, I completely went over my 4 hours. I told you guys for sure. And this was me speeding up the last couple months too, Like, yeah. Okay. This is my text message to him. And I want everyone because I want this podcast to go viral, dude. Mark Bashaw is gonna help blow it up. I'm gonna be sending it to as many people as I can, lawfully so, man. Like the truth needs to be revealed, and this is within my right. Like, it's my duty as an enlisted, and I truly believe this to be this so like unlawful. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Good morning, Wing Commander Colonel Bergen, and it says Monday, but I screenshot it, whenever. So this wasn't this Monday. This was Monday of the let me get their exact. This was Monday. Let's see. I text you if Master Goon can handle whatever. Okay, this ain't it. Sorry. This is like. Okay, is this it? Okay, hold on. I'm confused here. Let me look real quick. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is it. This is the whole thing. This is the first text. Man, this is so important. So this is me before I started this. Of me asking him, can I not be in Churchill's presence? Let me find it real quick. I text you to ask if Master Sergeant Cahoon, the first sergeant, can handle whatever it is that Colonel Churchill requires my presence for tomorrow and indefinitely. I'm diagnosed with intermittent explosive disorder, and I felt it strongly while meeting with Churchill for the first time last. Blah blah blah. I am respectfully stating to you that I do not feel safe around Colonel Churchill, Ike, and Abdul Ali as of right now. A few of my diagnoses, blah blah blah. Like, I'm giving context to this, dude. This is what my CDE says that she called me, and she told me, she says this, to suggest that you had traumatic events with very significant impact. She states, oh, this part I skipped. I think it's difficult to the point enough, again, causing you distress and friction within your work environment and relationships that it warrants critical attention. And she's talking about like my diagnosis.
The traumatic events with significant impact. The traumatic events is all the shit you just basically fucking explained to us.
Right.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And she's stating this that I recorded, thankfully, again, because this isn't on paper. She told me this on the phone after my CDE, and apparently mental health is still stating I'm good to go back to work, and that's what my leadership is using. They're like, mental health is saying
mental health on post.
Yes, absolutely, yes, on post. Yeah, even though I also have a recording of my mental health provider on post, who's no longer my mental health provider, but she's stating that it would have been best if I was PCS'd out of here. So for her to state that, and then for her to be okay with this is unacceptable on her. Like, she states all that, like, it's critical, it's critical to her. Even Abdul Ali states that in her commander impact statement, that my diagnosis is critical and warrants critical attention, blah blah blah. But they put me back into the section that I'm assigned even before my CDE. Like, dude, it don't make sense. He actually, okay, I said, if this here's my warning to him. And the Colonel Bergen, please let me know at your earliest convenience of receipt of this text message and of your response decision regarding my request of you. If this text and my request of you remains ignored, I will have no choice but to email the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General Alvin, to include his staff and the new Secretary of the Air Force, Mrs. Dalton, regarding this request and of my concerns that not a single leader has taken seriously this far. Thank you for your time, sir, blah, blah, blah. He responds, Castle, thank you for reaching out. I will engage with your leadership to get a status on your therapy and an update on the CDE final paperwork. The AMTU assignment is pending the results of the MEB, and I will get an update on that as well for mental health. Okay, that's not good enough for me, right? So I said, thank you kindly, Colonel Bergen, for your swift response. And he does. He messaged me at 11:26, and I texted him at 10:54. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22 minutes later. That was, 32 minutes later. Pretty impressive, right? I tell him, thank you kindly, Colonel Bergen. Lastly, in regards to me letting you know of my concerns in the above previous text that I now have with Colonel Churchill that you may not have been aware of, me giving him the benefit of the doubt, do you still want me to meet with him tomorrow, one-on-one? Or can my request, again, being, like I'm talking to him like a baby, dude. Like, if Master Sergeant Cahoon can issue me inquire about whatever it is that Colonel Churchill needs my presence for. I do not feel safe around Churchill, as I believe him to be acting maliciously, unfairly, and thus retaliating against me and my family from an issue he too stepped into. Like, again, I'm trying to like show grace here.
Yeah.
I will not sign anything regarding disciplinary action due to the extreme loss of distrust or trust I have in Colonel Churchill. And at this point, most of leadership that I have encountered and or have had interaction with for almost the past 3 years. Next month will be the 3-month mark of the mandate, right?
And that's the thing, like you're kind of expressing, is Colonel Churchill could have came in,
oh yeah,
and stopped all this shit.
Anyone, yeah, he could have. Colonel Bergen could have. Abdulwali could have. Dude, there's so many names I haven't even mentioned to try to keep this podcast short as possible. That's funny, right? Like, even though it's been what 7 hours. Okay, everything I've told you guys so far, I honestly believe like everything, like details would be 100%. Man, you guys probably now know maybe 65%. Yeah. Like, after we're done with this, I'm gonna remember some stuff that I didn't tell y'all. I'm gonna be like, damn it, that would have been so good, and that's gonna eat at me. But I mean, it is what it is. That always happens with every podcast. I can't name everything. Okay, he says this. This is his response. Castle, I encourage you to reach out to the helping agencies if you feel you are being targeted, harassed, or retaliated against. Please let me know if you need assistance in meeting with the IG or EO offices, and I can have someone reach out. Like, he is as vague as possible. He clearly does not want to help. So this is it. It's over. I said, Bergen, I am respectfully telling you, as I have done for all of FSS and 27, blah, blah, that I feel that I am being harassed and retaliated against from now one of your group commanders. You will not answer yes or no of my request, and I will not push harder, sir. I sent him this damn AFI that I freaking know by heart, and no one gives a shit, like leadership level. Okay. I said, and I'm even quoting from once unlawful discrimination or harassment is alleged. I'm alleging that I'm being harassed. Immediate and appropriate action is taken to investigate and resolve the allegation.
Which is not being done. The first part was done, the second part wasn't done.
Yep. And then lastly, leaders and commanders will ensure all types of unlawful discrimination or harassment are stopped and behavior corrected as soon as possible once they are made aware. Nope. I said, sir, with respect, since you are unwilling to answer my direct request, and that I believe I have exhausted all resources now with my Cannon Air Force Base chain of command, which now includes you, I will now immediately make the leaders above you, being the Chief of Staff for the Air Force, General Alvin, and his staff, aware of my concerns. You will not receive any more text messages from me, sir. Thank you humbly for your time. He emails me pretty fast. Castle, is your request that any official orders not come from your chain of command, but instead be related by the 27, that's him, I think, Special Operation, oh no, from the 27 Special Operations Mission Support Group. Okay, that's the first sergeant, but this title doesn't exist, and my first sergeant told me that. But he's asking what my request is when I've told him twice. My request is I don't think it's safe for me to be around Churchill. Can Calhoun interact? And he's asking me, is your request, blah, blah, blah. No, that's not my request. So I ignore him for a couple of days because there's no point to it. And then we come back to me going, me not tolerating this anymore, aka alleged AWOL. And I add everyone back that I'm not supposed to contact. Like, dude, I don't know what to do anymore, right? Adding everybody. And this is the text I want to read you guys, and I'm done right here. This is it. This is what now has started within the last 6 days, duty days. This is it. Colonel Bergen, after absolute careful consideration and after the written orders that I have received from your subordinate Churchill yesterday, and with the month of trying, with a trail of never-ending text messages, group messages, audio recordings, and emails that I have sent to all leaders on this base, to include you, I, in good faith and with zero intent to be defiant and disrespectful, can no longer step a single foot on your base ever again as of this moment forward, sir. I am fully aware of the consequences and retaliation that I believe you will now unrelentingly display toward me for this decision. The reason for this decision is vast. I have fully recorded the encounter with Churchill yesterday with his awareness of it and him not knowing all 5 of my CD diagnoses and being aware of only one, I believe, is a failure of all parties on this base. I can no longer live in extreme distress and anxiety, my family and I having to worry if I will be rearrested with each drive onto base and not having a single accommodation to my CDE diagnoses from June 7 accounted for, and again, now not even being known by, this is Churchill right here, the amount of evidence that my lawyers and I will produce for your potential court-martial will be astonishing. The witnesses that will be subject to testify will be significant as well. I will believe that you are not aware of the things that I have formulated and prepared for since my last court-martial, with how you have continued to let your commanders bully, discriminate, and retaliate against me. The sheer fact that after Colonel Vasquez's change of command, the new acting commander thought it to be monumental for her to order me as CDE that he has for so long avoided. The sheer fact that after Roche's change of command, I am now being hammered with paperwork action from Churchill is telling. If you do have me arrested off base via Clovis Police Department and have a judge sign the warrant for my arrest, I will peacefully and lawfully comply immediately. As of today, I will not run, nor have I ever. I will not hide, and I will attend my potential court-martial from you. I've respectfully asked for your help and others under you for so long now, and respectfully cannot trust you or others under you to have my best interest as a priority any longer. Soon, I will email the CSAF and his entire staff, the AFSOC commander and his entire staff, this text message, the audio recording from Churchill yesterday, and the timeline of how we got here. I unfortunately have no choice but to post this text message to all social media accounts of mine for my dire concern that if you would also have me killed. The digital footprint has been left for my lawyers, friends, and family to continue this fight of accountability for the leaders on Cannon Air Force Base, the Air Force, and the entire Department of Defense. I will email and text you daily, sir, of my whereabouts, what I have done for the day, work related, and an update of all symptoms I am suffering from the corruption of what has been allowed to happen to me that originated from Vasquez, Kerry, Lawrence, and he's the one who originally did the whole insider shit on me, or insider threat that Lawrence condoned, that Kerry got in on it, that frickin' Vasquez oversaw. He emails or he texts me back like at 3 o'clock, and I sent this to him at 8 o'clock, yeah, 8:17, and he says, Castle, I've received your text. Any further correspondence should be conducted through official channels and through your chain of command. Please know that you remain under the lawful command of, this is Abdul Ali, and this is Churchill. You are expected to follow their orders. Like, he just does not get 2 Fs, and your continued refusal to do so is a violation of the UCMJ. Now, when this goes to court-martial on it, or if it does, and I'm acquitted, this is a lie, and I'm going to hold him accountable to this. And if they don't bring me to court-martial, this is a threat. Like, dude, he's dug himself into such a hole at this point. He said, I understand your MEB is currently being processed for submission to AFPC. Your provider is expected to complete your narratives, NARSM, and your commander will complete the necessary blah, blah, blah. You will have an opportunity to provide input, which was one of my emails. My input was one of those emails of the BS that Abdul Ali wrote about me, which I'm okay with. I'm using it against her because she states my conditions are so severe and it warrants critical attention immediately, right? But I'm ordered to go back to work until I get my MEB. Like, it makes no sense, dude. I encourage you to do, okay, who cares? In the meantime, I also encourage you to work through your medical and mental health treatment team to process referrals of, please work through your squadron and group leadership. Like, look at it. I have been, to address any issues, dude. And I will continue to follow up with them as appropriate. He is not a leader. He is not a leader. I expect you to conduct yourself in accordance with orders and standards and to perform your duty as directed. This is just wild. And that was that. And then I'm not, okay, I expect you to go, okay, all right, it's done. I had Vasquez back. I put this freaking thing of him. And this is him stating that the only threat I've ever made against him was that I would say I'm going to the EO or the IG, which is retaliation. He admits it in court. I post a link to it, and I provide a transcript of it. He leaves the chat again, and I'm not reading any of this, but like, look at this. It just keep. I message him again. This is my message to him. Okay, and it ends right there. But since this, there's like, dude, I messaged him like 4 times today, and I'm respectful, but I go hard. I asked the first sergeant, was I respectful in that? He says yes, I believe you were. So there's that. If Bergen ever says I'm disrespectful, which I'm not, because I throw in a couple sirs and a couple respectfulies, but I go hard in the paint on that, dude. And again, like, yeah, I think that's it. Holy crap!
Fuck, man, you are fucking in it.
Yep.
And I await my arrest. I await my arrest. I don't think I'll be arrested this 4-day weekend because they've given me permission to leave out of the 8-hour radius, unless that's a trap. But they know I'm recording that, so I don't even see how they could be that dumb if I left and they try to come get me on Saturday and I'm not here, right? And they're like desertion or some crap, because I have the recording for it. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So I don't think I'll be arrested. But if anything, it could be Tuesday or Monday. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'm just gonna keep filing complaints, keep doing what I'm doing, and get ready for this fight. I already got my other lawyer back on board for my court martial if this happens, and he knows the whole case too, like I do. I mean, I know it better than him, as I should, right? No one knows it better than I do because it happened to me, obviously.
100%.
Yeah,
Yep.
he knows it decently. Like I trust him enough to slaughter this time even more so, man. Because this is just a shirt, dude. This is disgusting. If they go to court martial, they have the biggest balls ever because they're gonna lose. But I'm gonna go in it expecting to lose. Get it? Like I'm not gonna have the mindset of I'm gonna win this. Like I'm ready to go to jail to prison for 10 years, dude. I'm ready for that. Literally, I'm not even joking when I say that. And I'm proving. I hope I'm proving that here to everybody, right? Like, let's go. I'm ready for this. Let's freaking go. Again, if it doesn't go to court martial, I don't know. They're in a pickle. They're even my lawyer told me, dude, they're in a pickle. This could be so bad for them no matter what they choose. So what's the less or the pick your poison? But they've done it to themselves here, you know?
Yep.
I'm done talking now.
Real quick, what's your I'll do some final thoughts real quick, but I do want to know like what's your YouTube where all your videos are posted.
Yeah, my bad. It's Lance Castle 490. And the reason that I picked 490 is Jesus states to Peter in Luke that you should forgive someone. Well, Peter asked Jesus, how many times should we forgive someone if they, continuously screw us over? He didn't say it like that. And he says 7 times. There's a weird number, right? 7. And Jesus says, no, 70 times 7. So yeah, that's a lot. That almost means infinite, right? Infinite times. So if hypothetically Lieutenant Colonel Vasquez ever wants forgiveness and he apologizes sincerely, like anybody, dude. I've had one apology, and his name, I'm gonna state it too, is Sergeant Brad Pearson. He's a cop, Bradley Pearson, and he's a security forces member. And he texted me, dude, and he apologized for ripping my shoulder apart. And he too was didn't take the vaccine, and he had all his staff, or not staff, he had all his leadership come after him too. Not as bad as my case, obviously, but he didn't get vaccinated. But anyway, he apologized. I forgave him. I guaranteed to him that I will never file a lawsuit on you. I appreciate that. So if anybody apologizes that has listened to this, that is complicit in on this, and if I deem you are sincere about it, dude, it's squashed. We have no more beef. We have zero beef anymore. And that offer will always stand, But I don't know how we're supposed to forgive someone who doesn't want forgiveness. I don't even know if we're able to. As Christians, I don't think we're supposed to let people get away with stuff. We're supposed to hold them accountable because it says in Ephesians 5:11 to expose all evil, man. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm done now. All my Instagram and stuff is Lance Castle 490 for that reason.
Okay. And then your videos are they on YouTube, Lance Castle 490?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna show it here actually, if that's cool. Because if I get locked up, man.
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, pull it up.
Yeah. Let me share this real fast. Crap. Yeah, it's getting so late. I'm forgetting how to do this. Crap. Share.
Yep.
All right. Screen 2. Okay, there we go. YouTube. Oh, look at my recommendation stuff. Savage, Josh Hawley brings receipts to expose Biden. I'll have to watch that later. Profile, view your channel. Yep, so right here.
Okay,
For
Lance
anybody that's
Castle,
interested.
490.
And
And it's all free to the public, obviously, because
Yeah,
we're trying to fucking
all
spread
public, yeah.
information.
all public.
the
This is my
truth.
most recent one today. Colonel Churchill, that's what he looks like for anyone to look. There we go. This guy right here. He's a major in this picture, but Colonel Fullbird 06, Colonel now. There it is. Yeah. I would appreciate anybody being interested in learning and wanting to learn. That's it. That's it.
All right, there it is, and we
But
got
to stand up to a frick, you get yeah. Okay, that's pretty good though.
that's a lot of
Yeah.
shit, man.
Yeah, that is.
Real.
I'll put that channel in the description box, so people can look at it.
Thank you so much.
Scott, you got final thoughts? If your brain still functions.
Have you guys gone further than 6 hours and 20 minutes? Have you guys done more than that?
This is the first time we've gone this far.
Oh wow.
It's
I'm
probably
really-
the first and last, Scott.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean,
I'll do it
there's
again,
always-
but I don't think it's gonna happen.
all right.
Yeah.
But anyways, Lance, for me, like I was saying, I tell us to everybody really who has stood up, and I said thank you for your courage. We got your back, you know, and not just John and I, but there's thousands of other military members, and you gotta, you know, remember there's Navy SEALs involved in this, and all Special Forces too, 231, and hosts of others that haven't come out yet, but hopefully one day will. You know,
Yeah.
and, but stay strong, keep your head up, do the right thing, pray, and we'll be praying for you, man.
Thank you so much, Scott.
Keep on rocking.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hey, brother, I respect the hell out of you.
Hell yeah.
You know, there's things I want to say that I probably shouldn't say on here, which are not bad things to you. I just don't want to
Yeah.
use those words right now. But
Yeah.
I mean, I respect the hell out of you, man. Your stance on not principle alone, but just like these individuals are violating the law. They're violating, you know, rules, regulations, their own shit that they're supposed to follow. You know, they're going against their own oaths. Like, and you're saying, hey, fucking no. Right?
Yeah.
And they're just fucking, they don't give a fuck, man. And so for you to, and you're in it alone. Not anymore. There's people around you that are like-minded now, not necessarily around you, but you're reaching out to us. But this entire fight, man, you're alone, and you're a fucking fighter, bro.
Thank you.
And I mean, if anybody can look up to somebody and fucking see a fucking individual that does the right thing, right? When you're the only one doing it and everybody's against you and you're fucking looking at adversity in the fucking eye, like that's a fucking hero, man. No fucking back down, pushing forward, and you're not stupid about it. You're fucking in it to win it. That's a fucking American hero, man. That's a fucking patriot. And so, and regardless what happens, that's what you are right now, because fucking that's where we're at, and we're all in this fight together, man. And I applaud you, brother.
Thank you, man. That was a lot. Coming from you two, telling me stuff like that, man, I appreciate that so much. That fills me with all the motivation I need to see what happens in this next chapter, right? Like until the court martial happens, until, like I said, if it doesn't happen, man, they've built themselves, they've dug themselves a deep hole for me. I don't know. It would look so bad that if nothing happened, right? Like all these emails I'm sending out, all these airmen texting me, hey, we're in it, like on my side. Like that's gonna look bad for the good order and discipline, is like they like to sanctimoniously state. So what's their choice? We go court martial, Dude, I honestly think that I'm starting to think that they're gonna give me an Article 15. Okay. I'm gonna deny it, but they're gonna see if I'm gonna deny it. They're gonna test how, or they're gonna test to see if my bark, or sorry, if my bite matches my bark. Okay. Maybe they're not still fully aware that they match, but they're gonna give me an Article 15. I'm gonna deny it. They're gonna see if I'm gonna deny it, which means court martial, and they're gonna let me think that the court martial is gonna happen up until like the day or two of, and then they could pull back the charges because that has happened before, and they are able to pull charges. So they're just gonna make me think the court martial is gonna happen the whole time and then pull the charges. That would be wild too, man. And like I'm thinking of every possible scenario that they're in. If I was in their scenario, what the hell would I do if I was that corrupt and evil? Like I don't know why I'm able to think like that, but I don't know. It comes to me like yeah. But we'll see. Now that I just said that, and when this airs, maybe they change their decision. Who cares? Like my goal is to go to court martial. That's it. That's it. If I lose, man. But at least I think I've done what I thought was right, and that I don't know. I don't know how I lose, but I will be prepared to lose.
Well, we're gonna get your fucking story out there, man. We're gonna push it out, and we're gonna do the best we can. And I hope people see it and they fucking start getting your back. And I hope it reaches somebody somewhere that can fucking figure this shit out, dude.
Thank you so much, man. Yeah.
Amen, man.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do a podcast for a while now.
You just did 5 podcasts in one show.
Yeah.
For real, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anything at all, man. I'm willing to supply whatever. If you guys have questions of something that you thought or something that you remember I said, but you're
There you go. It's recording.
All right, I want to show this on air real fast before we go. My service dogs. Here, Mackenzie, come hold this light right here. One psychiatric, one service, but I don't know. I just saw them right now and I felt like sharing that. I think that would be pretty cool. Can you guys see that at all?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. But anyway, other than that, yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys. And yeah. Have you been standing the whole time, Scott, or no?
Yeah, I stand the whole time.
Damn, oh yeah, that's crazy.
There's no chair. There's no chair here.
Scott loves that shit, man.
That's rough. Yeah.
It's hard, man. All
Yeah,
right.
I appreciate you guys, man, for sure. Dude, thank you so much. Bottom of my heart.
Take care, man. Have a good
No
night.
problem, brother. I'm about to log out of here. God bless you
Okay.
guys and have a good one. We'll stay in contact.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.